I have to.
No, I can't think of anything right now.
All right, good, because I've got a green square now, which means that the world can hear us.
Oh no.
Oh God, hide.
That's a lot of people.
I don't like that.
Potentially the world.
I have gotten so
There are
many
over
new
8
followers
million
on Blue Sky, and I have no idea where they all came from. So if, I every week we sit down to play D&D, and I put out the link. Like, the link's going out to people that have no idea who I am or what I'm doing. They just liked one of my things and hit follow. That's so weird to me.
You could potentially have 8.2 billion followers.
Not on Blue Sky. There's not that many accounts.
There could be.
There aren't that many people that use the internet.
No, but there's that many people in the world, and they all need the internet and AI.
There's probably that many bots.
Yeah, I believe that. A bot for every person.
It's like a.
Can I have more than one?
I don't know. Like, I'm pretty assuming like eventually the FBI is just going to go to that, right? Instead of everybody having their own FBI agent, everybody gets their own
FBI bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stalking you 24/7.
No, okay. We need to quantify this. So does Alexa count as one bot, or does Alexa count as like 5 million instances of the same bot?
The latter, I would say.
Yeah, I think each instance is going to be its own bot.
I think that inflates the population numbers somewhat, don't you?
Oh yeah, it's every single person is going to have Alexa, Samsung's Bixby, Google's thing, Apple's Siri. They're all going to be watching you.
Why would any one
Every
person have
like
all of those
5
things?
people constantly watching them in the future.
And can you Voltron them all together?
Into some horrible Voltron robot or privacy violation, yes.
I think one of my favorite videos is where the one where they tricked Siri and Alexa into talking to each other.
Yeah.
And they just go for like 45 minutes.
Before they fix that.
I haven't played with my little like torture chamber of chatbots for a while. I booted one up earlier this week to play around.
No.
And I set up like this like detective noir setting just to kind of see like where it could go. And I mentioned the character like smoking a cigarette. The bot immediately abandoned the roleplay and like launched into a tirade about how unhealthy cigarettes are.
Did you correct the bathroom?
It was like 1 minute we're like in this like role play scenario where like the dame's walking in and I'm sitting there like holding my whiskey or whatever, and then the next minute she's reading the Surgeon General's warning.
If it does that for smoking, here's my question. Do all those sex chatbots do that when you have an STD brought up?
I haven't tested that, but I also have no interest in having sex with the bots.
I mean, if they have an STD, neither have they.
Like, I can just see somebody sitting there with one of these robots, and they talk about going in bareback, and suddenly the bot stops. Gonorrhea is in danger. Chlamydia is in danger.
I imagine that. Imagine it would like that. That would be funny.
That would be hilarious.
There are so many
training data set, right?
I would be interested to see the training data set specifically for these like girlfriend bot websites.
I mean, they're just ChatGPT wrappers. There's nothing special about any of them.
Right, but ChatGPT specifically has like the safe search turned on. And
I'm pretty sure they're just giving it a bunch of instructions to try and get around that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the training data is already there.
Yeah. But that's why I'd love to see like behind the curtain on one of them, because if I pay $9.99 a month for your like girlfriend AI, what am I actually getting? Because I'll tell you what, if I pay $9.99 a month for a girlfriend AI and I say I'm smoking a cigarette and the AI says you shouldn't do that, then I feel like I've wasted my money.
Or does it make it feel more realistic?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a very squicky ethical boundary of use for this technology. Listen, I'm the most active proponent of AI technology in this table, I think, and I didn't like the girlfriend stuff. Like, that is way too far for me. That's not how we should be treating lonely people by selling them girlfriend robots.
No, it's not. But
Nope.
again, all of our trauma is capitalist.
Yeah,
You can monetize it. It'll be monetized.
Yep. Capitalism is the friend.
Yeah, capitalism is great, Mr. FBI. We love capitalism.
I legitimately do. I just don't think we should be having lonely people solving their problems with girlfriend. I don't think we should have like sick people solving their problems with alcohol either, and that's just normalized. That's just something we have to live with. But
Moving on.
how long is that awkward silence going to sit there? Now that I've just called you all alcoholics.
45 more seconds.
45 more seconds.
Yeah.
There are no AI chatbot girlfriends in this finale,
that you know of.
except for the one that I am using.
I figured Tenacity's dialogue was all AI generated.
What the? No. Tenacity, like every character, every NPC on this ship, Tenacity is like a character that I've played. Like, she's my character.
Are you sure you don't just have like a little ChatGPT instance running, and every time we say
So
something,
okay,
you
for
get a
one
response
thing,
from
she
that,
was
and
the
you're
first 5th edition character I played. We didn't have ChatGPT in what was it, 2014? We had Cleverbot in 2014. You guys remember
Yeah, I was gonna say
Cleverbot?
we kind of did, but not really.
Cleverbot was awful. You couldn't get Cleverbot to do anything.
Doesn't sound very clever.
No, it wasn't. It was like a proto ChatGPT kind of thing, but you can get ChatGPT into like a conversational mode, and Cleverbot was always just like, "Hello, I am friends with Microsoft Clippy. How can I help you today?"
That's an awkward introduction.
Mhm.
You look like you might be writing a paper. Would you like me?
Who in the right mind would admit that they're friends with the Microsoft Office Clippy?
You mentioned that it rained today. Tell me more about rained today. That was Cleverbot. But no, I didn't use Cleverbot to generate my D&D character's text either. Except Ronald. I never played Ronald. Ronald was a fabrication.
I thought that was
Ronald was
Phil.
my favorite.
Also, Peachberry was a fabrication. But
Peachberry was also my favorite.
I've resolved to play Peachberry next time I get to play D&D.
Hell yeah.
All right, who has a 100-word summary of all the trouble you got into last week?
No trouble.
No trouble at all.
None.
Yeah, it was fine. Everything was fine.
We have a. I don't know if it's still technically in a fruity, but it's in a bottle or flask, and we sold the ship to get it there.
Mhm.
But it's not our problem. That's a problem for future deceit.
Future adventurers, future
Yeah.
pirates.
Future Benedict.
It's
Let's be
outside of
honest.
It's outside the scope of what we have remaining in the campaign.
Correct. I think I need to turn Treble up slightly in Discord.
And Zirahl is like having kind of an existential crisis, but not really.
I haven't done anything to my stuff. I can.
No, I
project-
just turned you up like by 8%, and it's fine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Do
Wonderful.
you feel 8% louder? Like
No,
on the inside?
I'm just going to talk quieter now.
Wait, that's how that works? Oh God.
Yeah,
Rick
you
is
didn't
the
know that?
knobs that control everybody.
Yeah, when I do the little slider, you guys should feel it.
What happens when you turn us down to 0? Is that when
You just cease to
is
exist.
that when we
You
Yes.
vanish.
Whoa!
Yeah, our
You
flash
fade
closes
away
up
into
and
a
we
puff of
suffocate.
Tetris blocks.
No, don't break the Tetris. My shame being the Z piece.
There's nothing shameful about Tetris. Tetris is fine. You know, you brought back the lightning Ifriti in order to power the deceit, which means you have lied to Tenacity, defied her orders. And
No, we explained that was like we had the thing where we explained that we went there and it wasn't there, so it was apparently wrong. But we,
you
We
think she's
haven't
gonna
had
buy
that
that?
conversation yet.
huh? Do I think she bought that? I don't
You
know.
think she's
You
gonna
made
buy
me
that?
roll. I don't know. You made me roll last time, and I got a 25.
I think Tenacity has a higher charisma than Nerium does. I'd have to check.
Nope.
Not with that
Same.
Joker.
Same.
I mean, you could get over 20. It's just difficult.
I'm trying to remember if
I don't-
Tenacity did, because Tenacity went to level 20 and she had awesome magic items.
But like, here's the thing: is like, I don't think there's anything that lets you raise your charisma above 20. I
There's
can't
no-
think of us.
It's the same book that raised.
You can get epic boons
Zirahl.
if you go
Yeah.
past
the-
level 20.
And she didn't get epic boons, so
Baron
she,
had a
she must have
couple.
only got to 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she actually is level 20. And Nerium, you're level bullshit.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
15 is nothing to sneeze at.
14,
I-
that's...
all I can tell you is you made me roll, and I rolled a 1, which goes up to a 10 automatically, so 25. That's all I can tell you.
I don't have any dice.
I don't think you'll need those.
No, probably not.
And we
didn't
also
get-
did not tell anybody that we sold the ship.
This is the first Christmas in a couple years that I haven't gotten any dice from anybody yet. Nobody sent me dice.
Yeah, that's weird.
When am I going to run out of dice?
I figured you
That's
had
all
all the
that-
dice already.
Destil with that tone, like I just sent him like 6 pounds of dice.
The dump truck pulls up.
Alexa, send 6 pounds of dice to Brick Road.
A couple years in a row at Dragon Con, my wife just bought the big scoop of dice. So we have a giant Tupperware container filled with hundreds and hundreds of dice,
Yeah, as you do.
of which I have
Probably dice
curated
by
my
the
little bag. You know, like 6d6 and 4d20, just what you need.
Now, surely they sell all different denominations mixed in that bucket.
Oh yeah,
Okay. And now it's not you're
It's
just
like
buying
the- it's like
different
the-
sizes.
It's like the barrels at the the natural grocery store. You just get them, you put them in a bag, and you weigh them.
that's exactly what it is. You buy them by weight.
Yeah.
And it's
Now,
slightly
here's-
cheaper if you
That wasn't a
if you-
joke. Sorry.
If you
Just to
scoop
be
out
clear.
of the ugly dice bin, they're a little cheaper.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried seeing how your dice float in like a solution of salt water for balance?
I have.
We did this once, and it's actually really interesting.
I bought dice from I don't know if the manufacturer's still around, but they swore that the tumbling process that they use to polish dice after they're made them unbalanced. And so all of his dice were sold with like little notches where they like broke off of the plastic mold, which normally get smoothed out when you tumble them. This guy didn't tumble them. And his claim was, my dice are more fair because I don't tumble them. And all I could think was, but it's an irregular shape. Surely, if
Yeah,
you have
no, I don't.
one like vertex that is an irregular shape, it's going to land strangely.
Yeah, you would land in a certain way a certain amount of time. Yeah.
But I never tested it.
I have perfectly fair as polyhedral dice can get. I have a whole set of those. They're like they use like math and like special materials and
Ooh, they use math.
yeah.
Or they just,
I don't know about
yeah.
using math.
They point the
That's
math
kinda
laser at the
sus.
dice and fill them with
Yeah.
math.
But have you rolled them
They
a
start
million
to
times?
slowly vibrate.
I bought a set of irregular dice. Like I can't find it now. It's somewhere, but I have a D7, 7-sided dice. So it's a pentagon shape, like it's a pentagonal prism. So it has two faces, the 1 and 7 on the broad side, and all the other sides have little dots. And I rolled that thing 200 times, and it was fair. Everything came up. So it was just shaped properly that it would land on an edge as often as it would land on one of the two faces. I thought that was really cool. But I don't have any use for a D7 in my life.
At the start of every campaign, you roll it once to see what day of the week it is.
Yeah, that's about it.
There you go.
I have a D30 somewhere.
Now I guess yeah. I was about to say I
Okay,
can't think
I've
of
seen
100,
D30s
30.
before.
That's what day you start on in the calendar.
Isn't
I would always
D30,
thread like I'm going to use my
I think-
D30 as my to hit roll dice when I DM. That's what that's for.
Fair
Ooh,
enough.
Don't like.
Fair enough. What? That's the exact opposite of fair enough. That's extremely unfair.
No,
My full plate,
No.
it does nothing.
I think the D30. I think it's used in one of those board games. I think it was this like Formula One racing game.
Wild.
Yeah.
You guys come back to the ship. You were supposed to come back to the ship with a storm giant that Double Al could bind into your giant toenail that you have. You didn't do that. And in fact, you went on the previous adventure knowing that you wouldn't do that. Instead, you bound an Ifriti into a bottle so Double Al can power the airship, thereby leaving the giant toenail you have still in a state of extreme imbalance.
State of
What's the
extreme
worst that can
Nazir.
happen?
There's
What is
nothing
the
that we
worst that
can
can
really do about that.
You could throw the toenail into the ocean. Make it
I don't think that that's a good idea.
make it a problem for future generations.
Yeah, can we put the acid in the tornado?
That doesn't solve the immediate problem.
What is the immediate problem, as Benedict sees it?
That we have 12 artifacts and there's one missing.
Does anybody have a guess for what the 13th artifact might be?
Is it the ship?
No.
Is it the ship itself? Okay.
Oh, that would
I
be
mean-
a cool twist for the end of the campaign.
Benedict's best guess is either tenacity or Captain Eyes.
So you think the 13th artifact is a person?
Is it the eyes that can't
I've
put on?
watched The Fifth Element, Brick.
That's Fifth Element rules, is it?
Yeah, I don't know which one of them is heart, but no.
I was going to
Is
say,
it us or
isn't
we
the Fifth
13?
Element a small, like, Latin American child?
No, the Fifth Element's actually boron.
Cool.
I have the periodic table right here.
Well done. But D&D's not
Raz.
chemistry, Raz.
No, stop!
So DC is
How
chemistry.
dare
It's
you.
not physics.
How dare you? Oh. It haunts me.
Every
He's
time you
so
say
mad.
that to him,
Yeah.
we're going to get that reaction from him.
Yeah.
It will never stop.
Next
And it
campaign,
will
I'm going
never
to play.
stop being funny.
Next campaign, I'm going to play a physicist.
Speaking of fake science, I got a follower on Blue Sky this week. I went and looked at her profile, and it's like living that astrology life. I'm like, I don't know if I can handle being followed by astrologers on Blue Sky.
They're gonna tell you your horoscope. It's fine.
That's one of my favorite Weird Al songs. Yeah, you guys get back to the ship. So the question was, I think, if I recall correctly, just refresh my memory if this is not correct, but I think half of you went to report to Double Al and half of you went to report to Tenacity. Was that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, who went
Sounds
to
right.
who? Let's assume that Double Al's down at the bottom deck. Just move your token to which of these two conversations you want to be.
Nerium did talk to
bottom, yeah.
Tenacity because she was going to. We kind of had the conclusion that we were going to have to lie.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you left
And
your two
Benedict doesn't want to be there.
high charisma characters to go talk to Tenacity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep the honest bloke out of it.
So the story you gave to Tenacity is we went there. There's going to be a storm giant at automatic collect, but there wasn't. So we got this.
Right.
So do you tell her what you collected instead?
Yeah. I'd be like, yeah, in the. Basically, we went. I think the story was we went there. It wasn't a storm giant. The rumors were wrong. Double Al was wrong, because he's the one that said that, right?
Zirahl told Double Al that there was an Ifriti there to capture in an iron flask, and then Double Al told Tenacity there was a storm giant there to capture for your toenail.
Mhm.
So he's in on the lie with you, yes.
Right, I know, but I'm throwing him under the bus.
Wow.
So, yeah. Like, I don't want to get in trouble.
Zirahl, did you have anything to add to what Nerium just said? Before Tenacity storms off in a huff?
Did we
I'm kind of like, no, let's I almost scold Nerium for her deception and say that God, I can't even think of what to say.
Are you
Treble,
allowed
run
to
that by me
scold
one more
Nerium?
time because
I'm telling Tenacity that like we went in there expecting a storm giant. There wasn't, but there was another powerful lightning creature, so we brought it back
In an iron flask, not the toenail.
in the iron flask
Okay.
to see if it could be used.
So I guess critically, the question is, are you trying to convince Tenacity that you're going to transfer this creature from the iron flask into the toenail?
Okay,
Nerium-
no, I'm with you there because we would have had the opportunity to have this discussion before, and I'm just like, okay, Treble, like, just you're like six. You sometimes feel like you're 6 lies deep. Is what I'm saying.
What's Nerium's
Well-
flaw?
Yeah.
No, I
mean-
get that.
Right. Well,
It's
you
just-
know what? We're in the finale. You won't have to put up with it much longer.
Oh, you're right. I know.
I mean, Zirahl is still new to the crew. Like, he doesn't realize that just lying to Tenacity's face is a time-honored tradition around here.
Like anytime Nerium walks up, hey, buddy.
Also, let's not forget that McDohl's previous character, Nazir, gave Tenacity more trouble than anyone else in the party.
This
more
is true.
consistently.
This is also very true.
So, but like as
I
for
respect McDohl's ability to shift gears into a new character to then become perturbed by the exact same activity he was participating in for 50 sessions.
Yes. I'm really good at that.
but like I don't know, like if Tenacity is like asking questions about like the processes involved in this, Nerium's response is basically going to be, I don't know, I don't do any of that nerd shit.
So she's not asking questions. She doesn't have the patience
Right.
for that. She's not an ask questions kind of lady. As soon as you guys tell her that, like, oh yeah, we got this iron flask, where do you tell her the iron flask is now? Because she saw the other 3 characters go down below decks.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna tell her like we sent them down to Double Al to see if that would work for the toenail.
At which point, that's when she's going to storm off and go below deck. Meanwhile,
And I'll be after
And then
her.
Nerium goes, Nerium mentally says to Sahn, incoming.
you guys get down to the bottom of the deck where Double Al is waiting, and he's in a rush. And so he's the one asking a lot of questions about this iron flask and what happened and what you've got and what's in there, etc.
It's a Ifriti.
That's what you tell him. It's an Ifriti.
Not a storm giant. Storm giant weren't there.
Well, he knows that there wasn't a storm giant there. I feel like all 5 players have a slightly different idea of what the stack of cards was going into the adventure.
Or in Sahn's case, no idea.
Right.
Yeah.
He asked, he didn't really get an answer.
Like, yeah, we got you in a Ifriti. It should make your ship fly. Do what you want with it.
Okay. So he opens the door and he goes into the room with the Arium apparatus. Around that time, Tenacity is coming down the stairs. So the first question is,
Ssah'ra is leaving.
You're not leaving through Tenacity Square. She will.
Well, no. She's on her way out as Tenacity goes down.
You turn to slither up the stairs, and Tenacity, she's like very, very angry. Did Nerium and Zirahl follow her down?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, Ssah'ra steps aside so she can pass, and then is going to try and leave after she walks past her.
Tenacity orders Ssah'ra and Sahn to stand aside for a moment. She's going to deal with you guys in a minute.
I'll move around. Wait, is Nerium not here? I thought Nerium was
Nerium
here
didn't
with
come
us.
down because I was.
Nerium was like, oh, she's mad. I'm just gonna be over here.
Yes, sir. I just shrugs and looks at Sahn and goes, "Oh, okay."
So, Benny,
Yeah.
you went into the room with the Arium apparatus. Correct?
Raz?
Has Raz muted himself?
Raz might be having PC.
His
issues.
internet is having.
Oh,
he's having
My internet is completely down. I've missed like the last 5 minutes.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just listening
Oh,
on my
no.
phone. So, yeah, he's here, but I'm gonna have very limited like what I can do to participate for until this is fixed.
All you have to do is listen.
Yeah.
You step into the Arium apparatus room with Double Al. He takes the iron flask and sets the iron flask inside of the apparatus. At which point, I need everybody to make a strength saving throw. Nerium, you make this at disadvantage. Zirahl, you make this at disadvantage.
I want to roll for
that's,
Benedict. plus 10.
It's a 10 for Sahn.
Benedict can make this at advantage.
Roll 2 dice for Benedict plus 10.
Does the
That's what
disadvantage
Nick.
represent being above deck or below deck?
The disadvantage
'Cause
represents you
Zirahl
not
followed-
knowing what's about to happen.
Okay. 21 for Benedict. 0 for Nerium.
Okay, you're only looking for
Then
DC
18.
12. And if you fail, you
Those
are
are all
knocked
fails.
prone. Because Benny is in the room, he knows exactly when the flask is going into the machine. Sahn and Ssah'ra are out there, and they just watched Benny and Double Al go into the room and close the door. Whereas Nerium and Zirahl had no idea what was going on below deck. As the whole ship pitches underneath, the bow of the ship lifts. I mean, you've all seen Titanic.
Oh God.
It rights itself after a few moments, and there is just loud sounds all around you as you're below the draft of the ship here and the water sloughs away. And you start hearing screaming from above decks. Nerium, pretty much everybody who's on the deck or in any of these rooms, including your little friend that you made, that you brought back with you, your level 1 warlock friend. She's actually like a level 3 warlock or something. Maybe level 5. High enough to cast Dispel Magic.
Yeah.
Which is level 5, isn't it? I'm going to update my note.
Yeah.
I don't have a stat block for her, but just in case you guys decide to kill this little girl, I want to give her a fighting chance. So I want to know what level she is. Okay. The people are knocked off of deck. Nerium, you watch Gary flung out of one of the crow's nests and just scream to the deck and just hit hard. And he's just laying there groaning, holding a twisted arm. Anybody else who's out on deck, including Nerium, you watch as the ship lifts out of the ocean and starts ascending.
Ssah'ra's gonna go up deck. Now the Tenacity's not there.
But Tenacity is there. And she told you
she
to...
didn't go in the room yet?
She's standing outside the door. All that's happened is she came down and she ordered you and Sahn to step aside. She's going to deal with you in a minute.
Benedict will help Zirahl to his feet now that I can see the game board again.
You'd have to leave the room and go past Tenacity to do that.
Oh, I thought he was in the room with...
He's
No.
up the
No,
ladder.
sorry.
Like he's
Yeah.
coming down the
Okay.
ladder. So he's probably laying at the
Yeah,
at the
like
base
right
of the
there.
ladder now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then Double Al's in the room with Benedict, then.
Yeah, and Double Al is elated. He is celebrating. He is... Eureka! We've done it!
Okay, Neris. Benedict will look at Double Al and say, well, that certainly did something. And I imagine I know what it is. And he'll open the door for Double Al and then see Tenacity.
When you open
and
the
look,
door,
you want to
Tenacity.
shut the door.
Tenacity standing there.
shut the door.
glaring.
Oh, hello, and Benedict shuts the door. No. He'll open the door and he'll step aside so Double Al can go out.
Double Al and Tenacity start getting into this argument. About whether that was the best use of some of the ship's most productive assets. Double Al's argument is that with a flying ship, they can cover so much ground so much more quickly. And Tenacity's argument is we have this relic aboard that is unstable and can, like, rip reality apart around us.
Who's flying the ship, by the way?
Absolutely
Son will ask.
nobody. In fact,
In fact, how do you steer the ship?
I mean,
I'm
Nerium
gonna.
and Midge, I guess, are up here by the wheel.
I mean,
Yeah, Shan's gonna make his way up to the wheel and see if he can help them actually fly the thing.
Can Benedict get through this argument that's happening here?
Probably
or am I
not.
just stuck here forever?
You're just,
Oh, okay.
Sahn can. Benedict's on the other side of the
Okay.
door.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Son's immediately gonna go up to the helm and see if we can help them fly the ship at all.
Okay, what is Zirahl going to do?
After getting back to his feet, he's gonna go back up deck, up topside as well.
Sahn and Zirahl,
Actually, no.
by the time you guys
Yeah.
get topside, and Ssah'ra, I guess, came up here too. By the time you get topside, Peachberry and Midge, Tom's not here, have gone down, and they're like, because Gary took a hard fall. He was knocked out of the crow's nest, and they're tending to Gary. And Midge doesn't seem to notice what's happening because she's engrossed in tending to her crewmate. Peachberry looks absolutely terrified.
What's wrong, Beachberry? You should be used to flying.
Maybe 20 degrees to port.
I don't know. I'm just holding it steady. That's what I tell Sahn. I said I have no idea what I'm doing.
Okay,
Here, I'll try. And Sahn will turn the wheel 20
trying-
degrees.
let's get Sahn and Nerium. Each give me. I actually have notes for this. Let me double check. Give me an intelligence check if you have proficiency in, like, sailing a ship, which I think is sea vehicles.
Oh, I have
Add
that.
that.
Cool.
You just want me to give you a guidance, or look? I don't have any proficiency, so I've got a good
sure.
intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't I cast Presentience and you can.
This is
Try and
not going to
use
be
your-
good. Can he make the check too, or only if you have vehicles?
You can make the check independently. He can't make the check and give you guidance, though. Like, he's gonna have to choose. This is not really something you can help with.
So you know what? How about this? You take the bard die, and then I'll make, and then we can make the check separately.
Okay.
Because even though I have proficiency,
Yeah.
I didn't roll well.
Well, I'm gonna apply that the other way too. You can give him a bard die, or you can make the check.
Okay. Well, in that case, I already rolled.
Yeah, I've got an 11 in that case.
Okay.
I have a 7.
Does that become a 10?
So we got an 11.
No, a 9. A 9 and a 9 from Nerium.
So Nerium and Sahn are at the helm playing around with it. With your 11, here's what you realize. The ship is basically flying rudderless right now. Some force has lifted it up out of the ocean, and it's heading up. And it's not just lifting up, it's traveling up. So the bow of the ship is higher than... What's the part that's not the bow, McDohl?
Stern?
The stern.
The stern.
Yeah.
But
So there's a list all along the deck, and if you're not careful, you will go tumbling down it. That's all you get with an 11. You don't have any idea how to control the ship at this point. You just know for sure that if you don't get it under control quickly, very bad things could happen.
All right.
Peachberry, what's going on?
Peter has no idea what's going on. She thought you guys were going to go get an ammo for the toenail.
Hmm.
Zirahl.
Yeah, Stormdrive went there.
Yeah, I thought the plan was to see if this shook the captain out of his funk. So Zirahl's kind of hanging about midships, watching the
here's
the door where the
Yeah,
captain.
where's the captain's quarters again?
Captain's quarters up here. And Zirahl,
Up there,
as you're standing there, I don't know where Phil and Noose are at the moment. Probably below decks, like holding on tight to something.
Sorry, I was moving in that direction.
Zirahl, the door does in fact open. And remember, if you're walking out this door, you're like carefully walking downhill because the ship
Yeah.
is listing in that direction. The door opens and Captain Eyes with his scraggly hair and his tattered captain's cloak and his black smoke glasses steps through the door, regards you as though he's never seen you before.
Probably hasn't.
Looks around to see the clouds billowing on either side of the vessel, and just stands in the doorway regarding it all.
Do we see him?
No, you and Sahn are way too busy with what you're doing.
Yeah. Like,
Captain?
So Ssah'ra, you're slithering back that direction?
Yeah, she's walking that direction. We're slithering in that direction.
Benny, the argument down here reaches a fevered pitch. And Double Owl's argument is that the vessel belongs to Captain Eyes. And Captain Eyes always wanted the vessel to fly. So before Tenacity has Double Owl keel-hauled, maybe we should take this before the captain. That's his argument. Tenacity's argument is, I speak with the captain's voice. Like, I'm the one who gets to make these decisions. You all lied to me, which means you lied to the ship, which means you lied to the captain. It really sounds like one of these two is going overboard.
Well, let the actual captain decide that.
Is that what you tell them?
Yes.
At which point, Tenacity turns her ire to you.
Go ahead. It's been a long time coming.
When did you know about this deception?
What would Benedict say to that? He would look at Double Owl and shrug and say, "This is above my pay grade."
No, it's not. Tenacity specifically put you in charge of this party. That's your job. This is
I guess
exactly
that's
your pay grade. You were supposed to keep this group of adventurers in line because they were getting unruly. And in its compensation for that, you get an extra quarter share of all prize.
The money does not matter anymore, Benedict says. He says, all that matters is we complete your mission, and I find a way to get my husband back.
Tenacity asks you, which is it?
Raz does not understand the question.
You just said, my priority is to complete your mission and to get my husband back. But the adventure you just went on didn't advance her mission at all, nor did it get your husband back.
We thought that in some capacity it might.
Tenacity tells you, and Double Owl, that she's come to expect many, many flaws from the likes of you, but she had not expected ignorance to be among them. At which point, she sweeps away from the conversation and heads back up the ladder.
And he'll look at Double Owl and say, I think that went pretty well, actually.
He's grinning ear to ear and rubbing his hands together. And he says, who's flying the ship?
Good question.
Benedict immediately thinks of Sahn and Ssah'ra and Nerium all holding onto the steering wheel all at once, pulling it in various directions, and he goes, shit. And he runs up the other stairs to get up there. The ones that Tenacity didn't take.
So Zirahl and Ssah'ra, you two are standing here with Captain Eyes. He's not acknowledging you at all. He's just looking around. It's hard to tell what he's looking at because he wears black glasses because he's a drow and he's got sunlight sensitivity. I don't care what Tasha says. Drows have sunlight sensitivity in my worlds.
Yeah, she's gonna slide over to the captain and gently touch him on the shoulder and say, "Captain, we got a problem."
And he holds up his finger to shush you and says nothing more.
The ship's gonna crash.
At the mention of the ship
Maybe
crashing,
push the wheel forward.
At the mention of the ship crashing, he gives an imperceptible nod.
Nerium's like, maybe if I get the hand out and I can push the side of the ship. You think that would work?
Can you go tell them how to fly this thing? And Zirahl will point up to Nerium and the Bugman.
So Sahn suggests push the wheel forward.
Yeah.
Nerium, or who's at the wheel when you have this idea?
Benedict's running up there.
Benny's not going to make it up there before this happens.
Okay.
I feel
I figure
like
the two of us are working on this collaboratively.
yeah.
Okay.
So like we're both
That's the
kinda
context in which I suggested push the wheel forward.
So
Like,
the
yeah, we're
thing
both
is,
kind of like
both of you have driven the ship before. Like you both have an idea of how this. It doesn't move forward. It's not possible. It's a part of the deck. But Sahn, you have that idea, and when you try it, you do find that the wheel lists forward. It tilts on its base, set into the floor in a way that it never has before.
ooh, keep doing that.
So are we leaning into that, or are we?
Yeah, literally.
And as you lean into it a little bit more, the ship starts to right itself, which causes all of you to feel like under your feet, very wobbly for a moment. Benny, you come up this ladder. Midge and Peachberry are here. Gary's taking a hard fall, and Midge is healing him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna help with that if that's what I see.
By the time you get up there, she's already she's a high-level cleric. She's already had cast cure wounds and stuff. But none of them know what's going on, and they all three look to you like you have answers.
Benedict will say, we're airborne. As if, like, it's not obvious.
Midge gives you this look. Are
Yeah.
we?
And then like in the background they hear this maniacal cackle from Nerium.
Benny will look over the edge. How high up are we?
Impossible to say. You have no basis for comparison. The only other time you've flown like this, you were launched on a kite thousands of feet per round. You have no, just looking down, you just see the blue of, like, the bluish gray sea beneath you. Off in the distance, you see the cliffs of obsidian. Like, impossible. You're higher than the cliffs were.
He's just gonna look over the edge and be like, holy.
You are,
shit."
and in a few more moments, you will have clouds beneath you.
Naz would have loved to see this. And he's just gonna take it in.
Okay. Tenacity gets up to the top of the ladder where Zirahl and Ssah'ra are standing, along with the captain. She sees the captain standing there, and she immediately holds her hand out. Captain, we should get you back inside. It's not safe out here. Who knows what these idiots will do to your ship?
How does he
And,
respond before Ssah'ra does anything?
The same way he just responded to Ssah'ra. He holds up a finger to her, just to shush her. And it works. She looks exasperated. She looks frustrated, but she takes a step back and just glares at him, but she doesn't say anything after that.
Ssah'ra's going to watch curiously to see how this plays out.
Okay.
She who speaks with
She's
Captain's
going to
voice
attempt
is-
to stop Tenacity if she tries to force the captain back inside.
Okay. What was her all
She
saying?
who speaks with the captain's voice now appears to not know what the captain is thinking.
Do you say that out loud, or are you just pontificating?
Yeah.
You say that out loud?
Yeah.
And she
Yep.
shoots you this just daggers. Like that was way out of line.
Hello, Nazir.
Oh, he's back. Benny will be
He's
so
back.
happy.
Hooray!
Zirahl smiles.
Zirahl winces.
He's new. He
Can I
hasn't
get
been-
another intelligence boating check up top? Remember, one of you can assist the other with your class feature, but you can't take the help action.
Ooh, let me try.
Yeah, go ahead and take a percentage.
All right. Woof. That is a 16.
16. Nerium, after a few more moments, you realize that the base that the wheel is sitting on is tilting along two different axes. And by using the wheel, you can alter the orientation of the ship. And by using the two tilting axes, you can alter its pitch and its yaw. I'm envisioning like a selfie learns to fly the Ragnarok moment.
You're right. Yeah, you're like Sahn, you're standing there and Nerium like lights up and she goes. She just lets out like a squeal of delight and she turns the ship like to the left, and
So-
we start doing donuts.
So previously, when you've turned the wheel, because the wheel is mechanically connected to the rudder of the ship.
Mhm.
The whole point is you turn the wheel and the rudder turns, and it causes the ship to catch the water differently, which turns the ship. And just like in your car, when you turn that wheel, you can mechanically feel the operation of the rudder. You no longer feel that. You're completely disconnected from the rudder. Whatever is happening with the ship is happening utterly by magic.
But
Mhm.
not rudderly.
Raz?
Sorry. I'll go kill my internet now.
Can we do a barrel roll?
No,
yes,
please,
you know exactly how to do a barrel roll because
Do
you gotta
not. And everyone falls to their death.
I would make you make a check to successfully pull off the maneuver, and then everybody who's not secured would have to make a check or go flying from the ship.
Nerium starts to do it and then like thinks better of it.
Yeah, you're not secured either.
Yeah, no joke.
By now, Phil and Noose, Pantaloons, everybody else from below decks has come up. Some of the crew are just mesmerized by the fact that you're in the air, and some of them look... Peachberry especially looks very, very upset. This is not what she signed up for today. Midge is fascinated. Large Tom takes the deck and looks around, starts to offer support to some of his crewmates, and he's just heard the comment, "That's just never worked. Certainly didn't think it would work for us."
It works now. Zirahl clears his throat.
Sahn leaves Nerium to operate the ship and climbs up into the crow nest and starts to give her instructions over the mind link
Okay.
about anything she might not be able to see from down there.
Yeah, like everybody down on the like here is just like Nerium is just cackling
Yeah.
like a crazy person the entire time. This is the best. This is the most fun she's ever had.
So there's two major disadvantages to being in the air. First, you guys are moving very, very fast, much faster than you were sailing. In fact, it doesn't feel as though the sails are having any effect at this point. The ship is propelled completely by magic. The reason this is a problem is because, as per scouting, you used to be able to have like flying creatures leave the deck of the ship and scout the area around you if you wanted to. Especially Peachberry was especially good at that. But the ship's flying speed is now faster than Peachberry's flying speed. In fact, I know that the apparatus says speed flying 0 feet. This is no longer accurate. It's probably more like 100 feet. So you've lost that ability. And second, you're so far above the ocean that you can't see details very well down below you. You don't have as good a picture of what's going on in the waters around you as you once did.
Does the magical spyglass help on both of those?
Magical spyglass, if you like aim it down and look at the ocean, you're just seeing cloud cover.
Okay.
A lot of the time. And if you look out to the horizon, there's nothing to see. It's just open sky in every direction.
I mean, if Sahn is like relaying that, Nerium will tell him, "We'll hold, get it," and she'll yell, "Hold on," and then she'll tilt it down.
So you want to go back down to the ocean?
Not to the ocean, but below the clouds.
Okay. And yeah, you can do that maneuver. I'm going to say that like simple maneuvers like that, I'm going to give you for free as long as you're not under time pressure.
Yeah.
Landing down in the water or doing a barrel roll or a loop-de-loop or whatever else is different.
How
Do
do
a
we
barrel
slow
roll.
down? Benny's going to ask that. How do we slow down?
I
Is,
imagine it's Super Mario physics, where like you nose down to gain speed and nose up to lose speed.
Okay, that's great. We'll nose up until we have a speed 0, and then we'll just fall.
Yeah.
Got it. No.
So we're going faster as I go down?
Raz, D&D isn't physics.
It's hard to
I
say.
was about
Nerium.
to say that to him.
Unless anybody literally has tool proficiencies for flying vessels, I'm going to say you don't have the intuition to determine how fast you're going or whether you're picking up speed or losing it. Like, everybody's figuring this out as you go, and you're in constant danger of crashing down into the water again.
Okay.
Benedict's gonna come over this direction.
Sahn
and-
is relaying how far above the water we are as the ship tilts downward.
But you don't have like I said, you don't have a great sense of intuition for that.
Okay.
You give like a very vague idea.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving him meters. I'm giving like, not that bad. Getting a little closer. A little closer.
Sahn just starts beeping faster.
Captain, do you want to go fly the ship?
Yeah, Benedict's gonna come running over and say, he sees the captain. He's gonna say, "How do we land this thing? Nerium has it under control, but
Captain
Mad
Eyes
cackle.
does something very you guys have never seen him do this before. He reaches up. He removes his glasses from his face. And you can tell that this pains him because this ain't Tasha's bullshit. Drows have sunlight sensitivity. He's not happy to be in the sunlight. But it's as though he has to take in the world unfiltered. And you swear, watching him, you swear that the wind catches his hair, that his back straightens as he stands up. It looks as though the man's an elf, but he always looked like an aged, hunched over man. And you just see the age just melt away from his face and his body language. And then he starts barking orders at Ssah'ra, at Zirahl, at Benny, and at Tenacity, the four who were standing there, giving each of you, grab hold of the rigging, tie this down, get the sails billowing. And he's barking out orders without much rhyme or reason. Like, Tenacity is giving the same menial jobs that you are, and she hops too, grabbing hold of the rigging underneath the net. He points up at the crow's nest, get Gary up there, and he starts making his way towards the wheelhouse.
Yeah, Ssah'ra does what she's told.
Okay.
yeah, Benny will do what he's told.
Yep. Zirahl takes a station.
Benny, the captain doesn't regard you. I mean, there's four of you standing here, and he gives orders to Gary to get up in the crow's nest. He gives orders to Peachberry to get down into the navigation room, which was like down here, I think. And he gives some unrelated orders to Midge. He turns to Benny, and he orders you to go down into the kitchen and put his kettle on. And he has a very specific blend that he wants you to use you've never heard of before.
And he'll take notes because
Okay.
he really doesn't want to fuck this up. And as he departs, he'll look at the captain and say, "Captain, it's an honor to serve."
And he, you're going to be happy
And
about
then
what I say
departs.
next. Make me a cooking check.
Yay! Yay! Oh man, this might be my 4 blips.
You know the
No, I'm
final
gonna-
boss encounter is coming, and everybody's coming into this with blips, and you're like, I'm going to use it on this cooking check.
I'm gonna 2 blips to reroll.
Oh my
17.
god, okay.
I'm strong enough. I don't need no fucking blips. But the captain needs his tea. 17.
Nerium,
Yeah.
give me a...
Oh, I already have that marked. Cool.
Nerium, here's what I want you to do.
Sure.
Take the average of your... give me a charisma... No tool proficiency. Straight charisma, I guess. I was going to say your tool proficiency for flying an airship would apply here, but you don't have any tool proficiency with an airship. You're just kind of winging it.
Yep. So, you still haven't told me what to roll.
Straight charisma.
Okay.
You would add your tool proficiency if you had it, but you don't.
Oh, what is wrong with my dice today?
Blips. No.
I'm just looking. You know what? I am going to use 2 blips.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because
Yeah.
Raz asked. Just
Yeah.
because Raz asked.
I like that we're
Don't
burning up
disappoint
all
the
these.
captain.
You guys are gonna get into this encounter and be like, man, I wish I hadn't used those blips.
I have 4. I could just buy a success. It'll be okay.
I have
Yeah,
a monstrous encounter. Treble gifted me the
15.
Tome of Beasts 2 for Christmas. It was in the Christmas box. And I haven't opened it because I won't need it for this last encounter. You got a 15?
15. Yeah.
So that's going to model like your level of confidence as the captain comes up. Like how like in the zone do you appear? 'Cause you say you're cackling maniacally.
Yeah.
That doesn't exactly inspire confidence in others. And
I
for a
mean,
moment,
yeah.
Captain Ice steps up, and for a moment, you think he's going to shoo you away from the wheel. Instead, he stops. He looks at you, and he looks around, kind of taking a sense of what direction you're heading and how quickly you're moving, and probably 100 other things. Because this is a man that does have a tool proficiency in flying an airship. And he looks back at you. He says, "Steady as she goes, helmsman."
I give him a very winning smile and say, aye, aye.
And then he starts just gently offering tutelage as you're flying the ship.
Yeah.
And then things start to calm down all around the vessel. People just steady back into their jobs that they've been given. Large Tom is keeping everybody calm and kind of under wraps. Double Alf vanished back down into the room with the apparatus, and nobody's seen him for hours. And you guys just fly this airship the whole rest of the day. Just constantly mesmerized by the sight of clouds and blue skies around you.
Benny will bring the tea to the captain.
Oh, yes, and he takes it and he drinks it as he's offering tutelage to Nerium. Nerium, you're told, not asked, told, to bring the ship gently down before sunset. Your dark vision will avail you not in the night.
All right. I'll do my best.
Is it possible during the voyage for me to go and pick up the cloak and attune to that? Just because it would be way cooler to be standing in that on the prow of the ship?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, Zirahl has her chain back if Zirahl doesn't need it.
Nope. They're all
I'm just going to spoiler text you guys now. You're going to lose all these artifacts before the encounter.
Yeah,
anyway,
we
so
know.
Yeah.
it's all for
We're
dramatic.
fully
Again,
effect.
it's just, it looks way cooler to be standing here in the cloak than it does to be standing here with a cube.
Also, I hate the graphic that I have for the cloak. I hate it so much. So, Nerium.
Yeah.
I need an intelligence check, straight intelligence, because you've got no proficiency, followed by a dexterity check, straight dexterity, since you have no proficiency.
8
8
and 11.
and 11.
Oh, no, excuse me, 12.
12. Okay. I could have done better on those.
Well,
She's new. It's her first day out on the track.
First day.
I've never done this before. That's what Nerium, she says, okay, I've never done this before. Brace.
Racing.
So you call out that people should brace?
Yeah.
All right, then I need everybody to make a strength saving throw with advantage.
Oh, I'm next to you, Miriam, so you get the bonus.
And if you're on deck and you fail this, you're going overboard.
That's a 19 for Sahn.
22.
Okay.
26.
19.
16 for Zirahl.
Okay. You're only looking for a 12. As Nerium crashes the ship down into the ocean, that crashes too. You don't damage the ship too much, but you realize you're coming in a lot faster than you thought you were.
Mhm.
You just have no sense of velocity as you're coming in, and yeah, you hit bow first, and then the whole back of the ship crashes down. There's a huge gush of water that sweeps over the whole deck. I should specifically roll for Gary again, because he's up in the crow's nest. That poor guy. Gary comes flying out of the crow's nest again.
It's just,
Can I activate my flight to rest his fall, catch him?
That'd be a terrible
I mean,
idea. Unless you've got a fly
I've got
speed.
Gravity Boy, which is Featherfall.
Featherfall would do the trick because you can see
Yeah,
Gary.
I just gravity boy him.
Okay. Actually, flying under your own power would be a terrible idea when the ship is in flight because your fly speed is not as fast as the ship's.
Mm-hmm.
If you try to fly out from the deck and the ship is actually in motion, it would leave you behind very, very quickly. Of course, if you're coming in hot like that, you could just leave the deck and then just fly over to the deck.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't be quick enough to catch Gary falling out of the crow's nest.
No, he said he could
His
throw the
momentum is
phone, so-
conserved. Yours would not be.
Yeah.
So
But Sahn just said Featherfall catch.
Yeah,
so-
Sanj, you feel the jostle, like you hear Nerium yell brace. You reach over, you see Gary is about to go over the edge. You feather fall him, and he floats down to the deck. He says next time he goes up, he's going to tie a rope around his waist.
Probably
and-
a good idea.
Now the
Poor
ship is
guy.
nestled in the water again, and as soon as it comes back down, Captain Ice orders the sails opened to catch the wind, just as normal. He looks around, sets his teacup back on his little saucer, hands the empty teacup and saucer over to Benny. Well done, everyone.
Another, sir?
Then he begins walking back towards his cabin.
Captain, do you know where the 13th artifact is?
He stops for a moment and turns to you. Says, I let Tenacity handle all of that. Tenacity is turbo pissed.
What's new?
So it's Thursday, is what you're saying.
Her default
We've
state
gone
of
well
being.
beyond her just usual resting bitch face. And once the captain is back in his cabin, Tenacity bristles, collects all of you onto the deck. She wants to address all 5 of you together. So it seems that your little ploy to commandeer the ship from the captain has succeeded. Congratulations.
Rob looks around confused.
Yeah. Commandeer the ship from the captain.
How do you figure?
You must have known that the captain would be so enamored by the Deceit's flight that he would lose track of our actual goals, which is exactly what happened.
He just said
Didn't
that
he just
you're going to tell us
defer
where
it
the
back
13th
to you?
artifact is.
You remember what happened when you brought the toenail to the ship, when reality was rent asunder? She points at Benny. You cried for days. How quickly we
did.
forget.
For that comment, Benny is gonna stare daggers at her and say, "Excuse me?" And he's gonna actually have his hand on his sword. I will never forget.
She looks at the threatening posture you've taken. And she says, unless you mean to draw your steel, take your hand away from your weapon.
Then leave the matter of my husband.
I give you an
behind
order,
us.
Benedict. You can argue
he'll
the
take
point
his-
on the deck, or you can argue the point in my brig.
He takes his hand off his sword.
You're a brig.
Man, you guys really don't like Tenacity, and I can't figure out why.
Not
Yeah,
sure why.
Zirahl's just stepping away from these people.
So not stepping, you're a snake.
She's sliding out of fireball range.
As benevolent as your intents may have been, the reality is we have an unstable artifact in our hold, and it's only a matter of time before it fails. And when it does, we have no other way to stabilize it. It's what we sent you there to take care of, and instead, she gestures around at the ship. You gave the captain a mighty toy to play with.
Nancy, I'm sorry there wasn't a storm giant there, but sometimes what you go for doesn't exist. If you got another lead, we're happy to follow
She
it up.
stares at Ssah'ra, and you immediately knows that she knows you guys were lying the whole time.
Then make a suggestion as to what our next move should be.
Capture a storm giant, Atma, as I
Where?
ordered you to do.
Where? You're the captain, or at least acting as it. We follow your orders. Tell us what to do.
And you see the shadow of a sarcastic smile creep across her face. She asks Benedict why she ought to trust that now, of all times, he will start following her orders.
Because I've done it faithfully up till this point.
She looks around at all five of you, including Zirahl, which, like, he just got here. Like, none of you, including that orc of yours, none of you have ever put this ship before your own priorities, before your people here. You've all had your own secret personal agendas.
You only freed us because you wanted labor. You wanted what was in our heads, you got it. If you want to help find the artifact, tell us where the frig to find a storm giant.
And he looks at Ssah'ra and goes, nice.
I actually agree with Zirahl for once.
Yeah,
this is
Indeed.
weird. And also, I'm loyal to the captain. And just like you, I might point out, not to the ship.
She points out to Sahn, you don't know the captain.
And yet I trust him anyway. It might be a foolish part of my nature.
At this point, Double Owl is still nowhere in evidence. He's vanished hours ago. Midge and
He's
Tom
dead.
saunter over to where this argument is happening. Tom's instinct is to try to defuse the situation, bring everybody back down. Midge stands to the side with her arms folded. The question is, when Tom steps in and starts to bring the heated personalities down, is anybody going to press against that?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay. Tenacity gives Tom the deck, and then she heads back into her quarters. Tom looks at you all with his exuberant ignorance that just kind of defines his personality. What did you all do to upset Tenacity?
Oh, exist.
A lead didn't work out. Do you know where to find a storm giant? H-Berry.
I thought that's why we sailed to the Cliffs of Glass.
Yeah, there
we
wasn't
thought-
one there.
We thought there was. We went there. There wasn't.
No, that's not your fault.
Sometimes information's wrong.
Yeah, just
I don't
because
see
our
why this
record
is so hard to understand.
just because our record so far has been almost flawless doesn't mean it was going to catch up to us sooner or later.
Tom buys your story.
Ssah'ra is going to look for Peachberry because maybe she has a spell to locate a storm giant.
She's down in her room, which is where her navigating spyglass is located.
Okay.
What happens over the course of the night? I mean, that would be a great time to take a long rest. None of you have duty at night, but you're sailing along the ocean for the night, which I'm assuming means Nerium no longer wants to be at the helm.
Oh no, Nerium is on this boat where she is every night.
Okay, so someone else is at the helm. What do you guys do with your new level 5 warlock friend?
We introduce her to Nunk.
Okay.
Benedict will introduce her to the kitchen and start teaching her, I guess.
Okay.
Zirahl will introduce her to the crew.
Okay.
I do appreciate that that Tenacity was so mad about everything else that this entire person slid under the radar.
She gave no notice to Zalzost at all.
Yep. We pissed her off so much, we snuck a stowaway on board right in
did.
front of her face. And now she's just here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I need to open up another... Oops, that's not it. I've only got 18 more days on my affinity trial, and then I've got to... Then I have to buy software. It's been so long since I bought software. Like, what even is that?
Yeah.
I know somebody that bought WinRAR.
What? No.
I
That
bought
doesn't
WinRAR.
exist.
I paid for a
They send
WinRAR
you-
license back in the day.
They send you a DVD with a copy of the thing on there.
Oh, wait a minute. I got the wrong... Oh, I got the wrong map. No, this is bad. This is bad. Oh, I accidentally opened the Saltburt. That's not what I... Oh, God. There.
The source of
This is it.
Benedict's greatest shame, the Saltburt.
The Saltburt.
Wait, shame?
Just everything
Joy-
went wrong for him.
Joy and happiness. Yeah, no. The one thing that mattered went exactly right.
Fair.
And then there was a lot of falling and a laser sword fight, like that sort of thing.
All right. I got the correct map open now. Excellent. Nerium. Over the course of the next couple of days, the captain is much more animated and much more... I mean, you guys have literally never seen him come out of his room except on very, very rare occasions. And now it looks like he's actually acting like the captain of the vessel.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, he's gone further than that. He's like becoming very interested in the minutia of how the vessel is run, kind of micromanaging a lot of jobs of crew members that have never actually dealt with him before. Other than the officers and Midge, nobody has seen the captain take charge like this before. Nerium, he asks you to nominate one of the other people in your group to learn how to fly this ship.
Oh, to nominate?
Yes, he
So
wants
what
you
kind
to
of check
nominate
would that
someone.
be? What kind of check would that be?
To nominate someone?
No, to fly the ship. Like, what kind of check is it? Like, what stat?
Intelligence, for sure.
Intelligence? Sahn.
Nominate Sahn.
Yeah.
Sahn, you're
Those are
ordered up to the
wizards.
helm.
Okay.
He tells you that the
Sahn's-
captain should never be the helmsman.
Yep.
And in the spirit of redundancy, he's going to teach the two of you how to fly this ship.
Oh, okay.
I need both of you. This is going to model several days of work. To make an intelligence check, DC 30.
So the question I have here, Brick Road,
Yeah.
is the elf racial feature for one of and Benedict also has this, but you can like consult with your with like this elven zeitgeist and get any tool proficiency you want.
Yeah.
Would I have been able to dig through that and get like airship proficiency?
What is the wording on the race feature?
I will tell you. Give
Yeah,
me a
let's-
moment.
Because it seems important. But Sahn, you're not an elf. You make me an intelligence check
Yeah.
DC 30.
Can I percentage that or?
Yeah, you can add whatever bonuses you think you can get out of it.
I was almost a 17. It's a 9 because it rolled over to a 1.
9. Okay, we don't need this note anymore.
Treble, I have it on the screen here.
Yeah, I have it as well.
All right, read that up. Read off the wording to me.
Whenever you don't need to, it's trance.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't need to sleep, and magic can't put you to sleep, etc. You can finish in 4 hours. Whenever you finish this trance, you can change your season, which is another lighting thing, and you can gain 2 proficiencies that you don't have, each one with either a weapon or a tool of your choice. selected from the player's handbook.
Okay.
Okay, question. Can I cast a spell to help Sahn?
Yeah, if you want.
You
Has this been
mystically
happening over a while.
So the limiting factor there, the feature doesn't say this, but it just seems sensible to me. The limiting factor there you have to be aware that a tool exists in order to take a tool proficiency. So Nerium would not have been able to take airship proficiency before now, but now that she's aware that this airship is here, I would say that, that's on the table for both. Benedict has the same feature?
Yeah.
Then you can leave your airship proficiency to that if you'd like.
Yep.
So you don't want to make this intelligence check?
I mean, I can make it.
It's intelligence check DC 30. And I'll let Benny try to assist with one of them.
I mean, there's absolutely no universe in which I could ever make that, but yeah.
4.
There's a
Sahn,
universe
maybe
where
be a
you spend 4 blips.
Oh, absolutely not.
Sahn, I'm gonna cast enhance ability, so you get advantage on intelligence checks.
Can Sahn even make that?
No.
We can't get
Okay,
30.
so that becomes a 19, 21. That just becomes a 22.
22. That's better than a 9.
I got an 18.
18.
Thank you, Zirahl.
All right. Flying a ship is very, very complicated. The actual mechanism is not that complicated. It's no more difficult than a Wii remote. But how heavy is this ship, and how erratic are the winds at various elevations? And there's just so many different considerations. And mechanically, you don't get a lot of feedback because it's just like a Wii remote. You're not actually moving the wheel against any mechanism in the ship. It's just powered by magic. So what the captain is tasking you to do is very, very difficult to learn, and neither of you become proficient in the short time that we've allotted for this. But you've both grokked it a little bit.
But I mean, I still, like, at the end of my last rest would have put that if you let me.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So, like...
Yeah, I'll slot that too.
But, like, there's a difference between, like, I'm going to use my ancestral memory versus let me try to learn this on my own, which is what...
It's very, very different. Zirahl, Benedict, and Ssah'ra. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do the three of you antagonize tenacity over the next few days?
10.
10?
Negative
10.
10. Zirahl doesn't give a shit. She's done.
She's done.
Tenacity has basically... She's basically played her hand, and now that the captain is the one on the deck and actually, like, issuing orders, he has no reason to look up to Tenacity like he once did.
Now, that's a good reason
She is now another crew member.
That's a good reason to... Well, she's still the first mate. She's still an officer. She's still your superior.
Yeah, and he'll
I
listen
just
to
heard a really good reason to follow the captain's orders. I don't know that I heard a really good reason to antagonize Tenacity, which is what I asked you.
Well, keep in mind what Benedict's idea of Tenacity is that he'll just continue to be short with her and basically give her, like, curt responses and, you know, generally just be a thorn in her side, not like
You mocked
actively.
your dead husband, Benny.
Now,
You mocked him.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is like
that's why.
Is a Benedict 10 like a Nerium 5?
Oh, it's like a Nerium 3.
Zirahl, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you like to antagonize Tenacity?
0.
0. So, Ssah'ra, you and Zirahl are just like staying out of her way. And if she asks you to do something, you hop to, just like you always would. She is still your superior officer. So, Benny, what I'm hearing is like, if she comes up to you and is like, gives Benny an order, your response would be like, "You're not my dad."
No, Benny will continue to do whatever it is he's doing, and he'll say, "I'll get to it," and just ignore her. Like, not ignore, but like, he won't even give her the time of day.
Okay. Over the course of the next few days, Double Al comes. It doesn't come to you personally. He sends a runner. Either Nunk or Zalzos would fit this role really well. They both seem like they could just run around delivering messages across the ship. The artifacts that you're currently attuned to, he needs to collect from you. So one by one, over the course of the next few days. Also, let's go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest if you haven't. I don't know where we're sitting on a long rest right now, but it's been a couple days now.
I have a question of
Yeah.
something I'd like to ask if I can acquire. So since like 5 or 6 days have passed and I can keep cycling at whatever proficiency I need,
Mhm.
I need to make a platinum ring.
You don't have time.
In 6 days?
In 6 days, you don't have time.
Well, I only take 4 hours for a long rest.
It doesn't matter. The limiting factor here is you're not given time to do downtime right now. You
Okay.
are you're on deck at all times working.
Okay. Then my next request is there someone I could purchase one from?
No. What do you need
Even
a platinum
double
ring
R.
for?
I'm trying to get a spell component for Warding Bond.
For warding bond?
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
If you have the gold in order to turn, yeah, I'll let you buy one. We'll just say that you have
Yeah.
one squirreled away
That's-
somewhere.
Okay. Well, that's going to be really awkward. But yeah, no, I will deduct that.
What's the
Benedict is
cost of
gonna
a platinum ring? Do we know?
It needs to be worth 50 gold.
Okay.
Yeah. So Benedict is going to give that to Zirahl,
Okay.
and he's going to say, "Don't read
Damn.
too much into this. It's not what
Wasn't
it seems.
planning on it.
But I need to see if this works because these weren't linked with that intent." And he's going to cast Warding Bond as Zirahl and see that the spell actually works.
Okay. It functions normally unless you want it not to.
He wants it to, and Benedict says, "Whew, okay." And he looks at Zirahl and says, "Keep that on, and I will do my best to protect you."
As you wish.
Okay.
Benny,
That's done.
turning around from this encounter, you send Zirahl on his way. You realize that Tenacity was around the corner, witnessing it. And she just shakes her head. Already, you decry his memory.
I preserve it, thank you. Not that you would know anything about sharing the memory of another.
Oh no, she crumbles to dust!
I mean, you've shared precious little with us as it is, and then he'll be on his way.
Wow. What did Tenacity ever do to you? She gave you a place. She gave you a place on her boat. She let you work in her kitchen. She gave you a job.
Let me consult ye royal scroll, and the
She
scroll
never
unfurls across
once enforced the no fucking rule on the boat.
Sh-
Always
she-
looked the other way.
the deck. She definitely did, and they got good at hiding it.
she instituted a magical ritual that shoved his husband into a toenail.
Well, yeah, but that's not her fault.
Mm.
Oh, that was a
You know-
hotly debated topic at
Yeah,
the time.
it's a very hotly
Whose
debated
fault it
topic.
was.
That's not even in the top 3 of why he's upset with her right now. Like, it's probably 4, but like,
Except for Peachberry, the rest of the crew kind of settles into the new normal, where Nerium and Sahn are learning to fly during the day, and the captain brings the vessel back down to the ocean each night. Currently, it's there's no actual direction. You're just kind of aimless out in the southern sea, as everybody's getting a hold on things. Is anybody not interested in settling into this new normal? You guys are all taking to your tasks that you're given pretty well?
what kind of
Yeah.
question is that?
Ron's using her spare time to
I don't want to
focus
fly.
Yeah.
Flying is
Oh,
awful.
Peachberry doesn't. Like, she's very, very upset by this. She's very nervous to even be out on the deck. She doesn't like the being up that high in the sky.
I mean, I can empathize with that, but I mean, what choice do we have? Like, this is the new normal.
Okay.
She's literally a bird.
She is.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, but this is a faster bird, and I think birds are afraid of faster.
Here's my counter argument. Peachberry has a much better idea of how fucking dangerous it is to be that high than any of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all are too dumb to be scared.
Listen, Ssah'ra's a
It's true of
snake.
a
She
lot of
doesn't
things,
like being
really.
up high. She likes being on the ground.
Ssah'ra has literally
Maybe in a
fallen
tree.
into air currents and been whipped around for like an hour. Like, she
Yeah,
knows. She's lived it.
Yeah, Ssah'ra's commiserating with Peachberry and keeping her company during these.
Benedict
these
loves
trying
this.
times.
Yeah, Benedict loves this.
So yeah, so who's thriving now that we have an airship? I guess Benedict certainly seems to be. Nerium
Yeah.
is
I bet my
cackling.
hat looks really cool traveling at these speeds.
Yeah,
Mhm.
There you go.
you have to, it takes one of your hands to hold it on so it doesn't go flying off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Based on
Uh-huh.
he's gonna tie Benedict is gonna tie the snakeskin cape that Zirahl gave him at his wedding around Sahn and say, "This will look good on you when you're behind the helm."
Zirahl
Well,
will
usually I
do
have
one
the
thing.
cloak, but yeah.
Well, we had to give it up. We had to give up all
We had
of
to give
our-
it up.
Yeah,
Zirahl-
Earlier I had the cloak, right?
Yeah.
Zirahl's doing after Benny gives Sahn the cloak. Zirahl's going to take Sahn by the hand, lead him across the airship up to the bow. She's gonna push him out on the thingy that goes off and say, "Stand on that and spread your arms."
Yeah, no.
All four of them.
And now yell out that you're king of the world.
Fantastic. You know how that movie ended, right?
Yeah.
You said it was
ship
like the
crashed and We all died.
Yeah, the movie ended with
It's been 84 years.
yeah, and then they got together in a ballroom and everybody lived happily ever after.
Correct.
So
Miriam,
the
who's
reason
piloting
we-
the ship while he's gone?
You all can tell when Nerium is piloting the ship because there's just a constant cackling,
You guys know the reason that
Wicked
Jack
Witch
doesn't
style
like it, right?
cackling.
The reason Jack left the lifeboat in that movie is because Rose turned 26.
What? You know what? I
That's
want... Okay, so cackling like a wicked witch. So
Yep.
You and Sahn are kind of splitting the sailing duties during the day.
Mhm.
And the rest of you are thriving aboard the airship.
Kinda. Zirahl's probably like I know what it took to get this going, and he's like, I really should tell the captain how the other shoe's gonna drop here in a year.
That's kind of the next less than a year. It was a year and a day, and several days have passed. So does
Oh, come
Zirahl
on.
spill the mustard?
First, he would go to Benedict
Okay.
and ask if he would spill the mustard.
Yeah. Benedict would do that.
Hell no.
When to
If that is
Oh.
what you wish, he would do that for you. With you present, of course.
Yeah.
I guess we need to find a way to speak just to the captain and not tenacity.
Difficult to do because the captain is out and about these days. So anytime you can grab him and pull him aside, you'll be kind of within earshot of anybody else who's around.
I'm gonna wait and. Does the captain have a specific time he requests his tea?
No, actually, his schedule is very sporadic. He also doesn't need to sleep.
Yeah. Then, I mean, I imagine that Benedict and the captain will be up late at night on some instance,
Okay.
and he'll be in the kitchen, and then the captain will wander down there, and then.
So you want this
I don't know if
conversation
Zirahl will be there,
to take
but
place
yeah.
in the kitchen?
I want it to take place away from tenacity.
Then I need to know what you or Zirahl are doing to ensure that the tenacity doesn't just walk by the kitchen or walk into the kitchen.
I'll run interference.
What do you mean by running interference?
I'll talk to her, engage her with some minutia of ship's operations. Can't really think of what would be at the time.
Give me a
at the time
deception
now, but-
check.
Sure.
Do you have a tool proficiency for seagoing vessels? Or like navigation or
not.
something?
I do not.
Okay, then yeah, just make a deception check.
29.
29. So you managed to engage tenacity elsewhere on the ship while Benedict waits for the captain in the kitchen. What do you tell Captain Eyes? I mean, you put his tea down next to him.
I pour him some tea, and I pour some Benedict pours some for himself too. And he says, this flight has been fantastic, and exhilarating, but I fear it may come at a great cost in the long term. And then he explains the circumstances by which, what's the name of the H something?
Hatala.
Hatira. There we go.
Hatira is the name of
Hatira,
the
yeah.
Ifrit that you.
Yeah. He explains the circumstances about how they encountered Hatira and the little girl whose name I still haven't written in the notes.
Zalzost.
Zalzost, and how he agreed to enter the flask and the timeline and deadline, and that he summarizes it up with that he is willing to defend Zirahl's imprisonment and protect the ship. Like Benedict's all in on this.
Do you tell the captain we agreed to sell your ship?
No.
So are you leaving that part out of the story? Because the five of you
Benedict is
agreed to sell his ship. That's what happened.
Benedict is approaching this from the angle of like it was their only choice.
So you're telling him the truth, but you're telling him it was the only choice we had.
Yes.
Okay.
Benedict kind of thinks that, actually.
I'm sure he does.
I mean, yeah. The alternative is like we leave with nothing.
And he sets his half-empty teacup down, and he steeples his fingers in thought. He adjusts his glasses without taking them off. Then it is as tenacity told me. The five of you are betrayers.
I certainly hope you wouldn't think that, Captain. We did this for what we believed was your best interest.
You disobeyed her orders. She spoke with my voice. You sold my ship to a supernatural entity who is currently flying the vessel. And we have about a year. Is it as you say?
It is, sir.
Then Benedict, you and your companions are betrayers.
Benedict will stand up and he will say, the responsibility falls upon me.
It does. He agrees.
And should you so choose, I will write this.
He says what he wants you to do is to put aside this childish feud you are pursuing against Tenacity. Work closely with her, not against her. What is the aphorism? We're all in the same boat.
He chuckles a little bit.
He stands as he's about to leave you. I was betrayed once before. I lived. I made a terrible mistake dealing with that betrayal that I wish I had not made. So I will forgive you this trespass. On the condition...
Like, all the air in Benedict's lungs just, like, expels at once. He's,
on
thank
the
you,
condition that you end your feud with Tenacity and work with her to find the 13th artifact. And on the condition that you lay down your blood and magic in defense of the deceit when the Ifrit is freed.
Aye, Captain.
And then he leaves you. With his... He didn't even finish drinking his tea. Such
Oh, I
is the
know.
depth of the insult you have caused.
I hope I haven't soured that particular tea for him. We'll just draw a line through that one. Sold out.
Oh, no more Earl Grey. Damn.
Yeah. He'll go up back to Zirahl and he'll say, well...
Before you go
I think
back up
that
to
is one.
Zirahl,
Yeah.
Double Owl wanders into the kitchen. This man is jittering like somebody who's just been subsiding on pots of coffee for days on end now.
Can I serve him a sedative?
No, he asks for more coffee.
Oh, no, yeah, he gets what he asks for. He's an officer. Burning the midnight oil from 3 days ago, I see.
He's been going over the schematics for the Nerium apparatus, and he tells you that I don't know that we need tenacity for the 13th artifact. I believe I can put together a blueprint. Now that we can fly, we have no limits on where we could go or how quickly. We could seize the ship back for the captain in truth.
Benedict is going to pour the hot water onto the... I don't know how to make coffee, you guys. I don't.
That's
make
fine.
Coffee. Yeah, he's going to continue to prepare the coffee with his back to Double Al and say, seems like the captain... He's going to try and like take the neutral path here.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to say, seems like the captain's got his ship back pretty well, I'd say.
What kind of sad son of a bitch, when Paragon and Renegade pop up, does neither?
Benedict.
I don't know. I never played Mass Effect either.
The first two are good. Anyway.
Yeah, first two
That's
are
what
real
I've
good.
heard. That's what I've heard. Yeah.
First one's kind of weird. Second one's real good.
I mean,
The first
Benny,
one's- it's
It's
weird
weird
Benny
ways I
weird.
really like.
Yeah, like
Benny
Yeah, it's weird
veered
ways
in
I
the
really
wrong
like.
direction here, and now
The
he's
third one is fine when you don't have the poison of all of the drama that was around at the end of it.
I rage quit because I
associated
couldn't
with
save
it.
Tally. Anyway.
So Benedict like was going on the warpath, and the captain steered him back, and now Double Owl is going to try and pull him off again. And,
Right.
Like, he's gonna stay on the warpath or straight and narrow for the captain's sake.
So let's get this decision from the five of you. And if you have reasoning one way or the other, I would like to hear it. And if not, you could just tell me an answer. But over the course of the next weeks or so, as Nerium and Sahn settle into their learning how to fly the ship, which neither of them can do proficiently innately. Nerium needs to rely on elf dreams to do it, and Sahn is like 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah.
But it becomes clear to you that you have two paths available to collect the 13th artifact. The first is to rely on tenacity. She's the one who's been doing all the locating until now. And the captain, at least, believes that she has a connection to the 13th artifact, the way that the five of you had to yours when you first boarded the ship. Now that the other 12 are collected, he would like tenacity to be in charge of collecting it. But tenacity is also a person that you always have known has had shady or ulterior motives. On the other hand, Double Al, who is a reckless mad scientist, suddenly and without warning and without any sleep since the ship first took flight, seems very confident that he can locate and collect this artifact without tenacity's assistance. So the question for the five of you is, who are you more likely to put your chips in, tenacity or Double Al?
Nasty.
Tenacity.
Nasty.
Sahn is always on the side of the captain, so tenacity.
Tenacity.
Yeah.
Everybody's for tenacity. Nobody wants to do Double Al's like mad science routine.
Listen, Double Al's trying to start trouble.
He's already started trouble.
Should be
Nah.
Trouble Al.
Listen, Tenacity's Double Al's a big old nerd, and
Yeah.
you know what?
To be fair, it all
That's it.
happened exactly like Double Al said. He says once we get the ship in flight, the captain will be so enamored by it that he will wrest control back from tenacity. That's literally what happened.
Yeah, and then he asked us to work with Tenacity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I mean, now that tenacity is sort of back in line, we can do what we're supposed to do.
So I want to
Yeah.
know, Benny, you have to answer this. The other four can be in with you or not. But Benny, what is the nature of Benny's like peace offering to tenacity? Anybody who wants to
So-
be included with this scheme can do so, but I'm going to hold you to it because you're the one the captain asked.
I think Benedict's just going to approach tenacity and say, Quartermaster, I come to offer a truce, basically. I know we've disagreed on a lot, and I know that even though I've questioned your methods and your motives, we've come this far. And his objective, Benedict's objective, is the same as it's always been. Like, complete this quest for the captain. And at the end of it, hopefully there will be some means by which he can get Nazir back. And if he was to stray from that right now at this point, neither of those would be accomplished. There's no point in him being rebellious or being an obstruction.
Okay.
And so he'll bow and apologize and ask for her orders.
Okay. Is anybody with Benny on this scheme? Is anybody else throwing in with this act of contrition?
Nope.
Nope.
I don't think anybody else needs to. This is a Benedict problem.
I don't think Nerium recognizes that she's done anything wrong.
Sure.
Yeah, Ssah'ra doesn't.
Also, she's cackling madly.
Yeah, she's up there just
Yeah.
cackling.
While like Benedict is trying to find the words to piece together, there's like a short pause, and then you hear
Peachberry's like, it's
background.
bad enough that we're flying. Does she have to make that noise the whole time? Benny, Tenacity looks at you very, very skeptically. She asks, aboard what ship should the quartermaster suffer a truce with her crew?
So that's the one word she hones in on. That's a Raz problem, not knowing what word to use.
She tells Benny that his loyalty is going to be tested very, very critically, and possibly very soon. She says she doesn't doubt that you mean the things that you say. She doubts your conviction. She thinks you're going to falter at the finish line and not make it. You're going to be the hobbit that won't take the last 3 steps to Mount Doom.
Benedict actually gets a bit of a smirk on his face, and he says, "I look forward to proving you wrong, Quartermaster."
To that, she leans back in her chair. She tells you, to open the path to the 13th artifact, the Atmas and the 12 that we have will be consumed by magic. If you see the captain's quest to its finale, you will lose any hope of seeing your husband again. If you betray us, keep the toenail for yourself and seek out some path to restore him, you forego the captain's mission. You can have your cookie, but you cannot eat it.
Then I suppose I will find another path. There's always hope. Hope is all I've had bringing me this far. Hope and faith.
She tells you the Captain Eyes and the deceit have brought you this far. And that if it were not for her and the captain and this ship, you would still be toiling away in an illithid mine.
He smirks at her and says, "Who's to say that my hope and the deceit aren't one and the same?"
Well, her claim is that you just said that.
No, she misunderstood.
Oh, clearly.
Yeah, no. Like, the ship has brought him his hope. It gave him and the one he loved more than anything.
Oh, you love Nerium? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's number 2.
I feel like Nerium is everybody's number 2.
Oh. No, like,
No, she's Sahn's best friend.
Benedict genuinely believes that, like, he's indebted to the ship, which is why he's willing to see this through. But he doesn't accept that that's the end of Nazir if we go through this ship. There's always a way.
Okay, so he's in denial, and that's fine.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's faith, right? Like,
So Tenacity what she's wrestling with is she has 2 courses of action now. One is to redouble her efforts to find a storm giant, which you guys have already forestalled by, well, how long did that take? Like a few days at least, plus the time to sail out there. Like, you guys have wasted a ton of time. And then she has to start that over from scratch to find a storm giant to bind to the artifact so that it's made safe, or to just gun her end game. To go to the place where the 13th artifact is found, to perform the ritual with the other 12 to unlock it, to get the whole collection of them together.
Is this something she's discussing with Benedict?
No, absolutely the fuck not.
Okay.
No, she's not. If she wants Benedict's opinion, I mean, that I'm not even going to finish that sentence. She doesn't want Benedict's opinion.
Yeah.
She's not a lady who listens to opinions of other people.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know if we were done with the scene, Brick.
You could offer her your opinion on.
No, if I don't know the question.
Yeah. Well, Double Owl would tell you that this is what she's wrestling with, because this toenail could go unstable at any time and have the whole ship swallowed in a puff of logic or whatever bad thing will happen. The time that you have, the amount of time you have left, does Tenacity use it to secure a storm giant, Atma, or does she use it to pursue the final artifact? That's the decision she has to make.
So is she telling everybody this?
Double Owl is telling you this. Tenacity has not asked anyone.
Right. So like, what kind of timeline are we actually on here?
Completely unknown.
Like, it was like a big, like, nebulous in the future thing, right? And then like they're acting like if we don't do this now, Tenacity seems to be acting like if we don't do it right now, then
this is a Yellowstone supervolcano situation. It could pop tomorrow. It could pop 5 years from now. There's just no possible way to know.
And what's the point worrying about it?
What's her alternative motive for wanting to rush it?
To prevent the storm giant toe from exploding.
Yeah, she thinks if
right.
we complete the ritual with what we have, we can get the 13th artifact together, at which point the catastrophe will be averted and the potential danger of the toenail having an orc instead of a storm giant would be averted.
Okay, so if we go do the ritual with a broken toenail, chances are some horrible thing is going to appear. We're going to have to kill it, and then everything will be okay. Otherwise, we have to go find a horrible storm giant and kill that. So...
What if the ritual fails, though?
Well, then we're screwed and I don't get my empire.
So, hold on. But, like, if the intent is that, like, without all the pieces, there is a chance of all this failing, and then, like, we just lose, like, this whole quest, like, that's not something... Like, Nazir aside, like, if there isn't a world for him to come back to, this is all for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
So what path of action maximizes our chances for success?
I mean, listen, all I know is I survived this. And that if you die, then you just go meet Nazir, right?
Nerium, there's something you should know. I was looking in Peachberry's spellbook, and apparently there's a spell that can clone a person, so you might not actually be the one who survives this.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nerium's clone came back in time.
Nah, that's too convoluted, even for me.
No, wait. The question is it too convoluted for me?
Yeah. That sounds like work. I mean, to be fair, listen, Brickroad wouldn't clone my character 2 campaigns in a row.
How many times has he used the same encounter?
How many times have I sent you on an awkward date?
You didn't do it this campaign.
I kind of
Well,
did.
why?
It was
Tenacity
Sahn absconded with you.
That was kind of an awkward date, yeah.
That's like the most awkward a date could get, when one person just picks the other one up and runs off with them.
Just lifts him up over her head like he's a fucking Super Mario Brothers 2 character.
Does any of the 5 of you attempt to persuade Tenacity in either direction?
No.
Take the safe path
No.
versus take the quick path.
Benedict will convince Tom.
To do what?
San's opinion is to take the quick. Wait, which one is which? Sorry, go back a second.
So the safe path would be to use the unknown amount of time you have to secure a Storm Giant Atma for the final unstable artifact.
Yeah, it seems bad. San's gonna suggest. San will suggest for the other option.
For the safe path.
You're standing in front of Neo
that's the
Exdeath.
fast path.
Your magic lamp's
Right.
not cycled to the right spot. Do you run out and recharge it, or do you just go for it?
Just go for it.
No, you go
I think
back.
go for it. I mean,
you-
you
You go back.
go for it. Hey, go for it.
Listen,
What's the spellcast? No one even knows what the spellcasting piece does. I can't be that bad.
Everything about that fight is bad.
All right. So, but the question is, nobody is trying to influence tenacity one way or the other.
Benedict
Yeah,
would
she wants to be
influence Tom.
she can make our decisions.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
San
Large
wants to
Tom
take
is-
the quick path, but the question is San going to approach tenacity and try to tell her why she should?
Yeah.
You are? Okay. What is San's argument?
Well, I mean, once all these artifacts have gotten eaten up by the final ritual, everything else won't matter. And I think at this point, like, obviously no one here actually understands the toenail. So I think just you're literally solving both problems at the same time. Whereas if you solve the toenail problem, we still have the problem of whatever the hell is going to happen when we get the final artifact.
She thanks you for your input. Anybody
What
else
of the,
looking to influence her, Zirahl?
Yes,
I do.
Go ahead, Zirahl.
As kind of a counterpoint to that, to San's point, the this artifact was made to be used with a storm giant, not an orc. Who's to say that the ritual will work with anything other than a storm giant?
The ritual to unlock the path to the 13th artifact will consume the Atmas in the 12 that you have. That might be enough. If she didn't think it wouldn't be enough, she wouldn't be pondering between these two choices. In other words, it's a risk, but it's a calculated risk. And in her mind, it's no less risky than spending some unknown amount of time hunting down a storm giant.
Benny's gonna talk to Tenacity.
No, I'm sure that's going to go just
I'm
swimmingly.
sure it's gonna go well.
Before
Well,
Benny,
so
though,
this
Ssah'ra had something she wanted to say to her.
Yeah, Ssah'ra will pass by her at one point and just tell her, "You're thinking too much. Roll a dice." That's her input.
She looks at Ssah'ra and says, "You don't think enough. That's why it's funny that you think you're a wizard now."
And that's why it's going to be hilarious whatever happens next.
Benny, you wanted to talk to Tenacity again. I don't know why, but you did.
Yeah, seeing all of the rest of the party going to voice their opinions, Benny sees he'll cast in his lot. And
Okay.
He says, Nazir aside, you said that if we go in with the artifacts as is, it might work.
It may. I believe it will.
I don't want to end up in a situation where we lose all of the artifacts, the ritual fails, and then what?
If the ritual fails, none of us will survive the flashpoint.
Exactly. There won't be a world to return to. That's a big risk. Can we minimize that?
She
I think
says,
we should.
if you were so
should stay
concerned
calm.
about this risk, you should have spoken up when your group decided to pursue this Ifriti instead of the storm giant that she ordered you to find. The fact that you're now concerned about the risk is not impressive to Tenacity at all. You created this situation. That's how she thinks of it.
Benedict won't respond to that.
Okay. He just slinks away.
I mean, you can't find what's not there. I don't know how to get that through her head.
Yeah.
Like, Yeah, like we were told it was there. We went and looked for it. It wasn't there.
It's just
Like,
nice to have somebody to blame for your problems.
Yeah. That conversation like is a dead end, and Benedict's just going to steer around it
Okay.
and continue to impress the notion that like at this juncture where we are right now, at this point in time and space, under these conditions, right in the vicinity of our kitchen, let's choose the option that maximizes our chances for success.
Tenacity does not give any of you the order. Instead, over the course of the few more days, as you guys are acclimating to your awesome flying ship, that Nerium's just doing donuts in the sky.
Yeah, where are we flying? Just like everywhere?
Flying over open ocean, primarily.
How fast does the ship go, like, in hexes per day? Could we just go around the world? Like, when Bart's at the end of Final Fantasy V gets really mad?
Only
let's
if
do
the
it
world is a
southeast.
torus.
Is the world square?
The world is square.
Well,
Tenacity
it's
goes
not
to confer
crazy.
with the captain, and then the captain comes out and gives the order. Gives the order to Sahn and Nerium, in fact. So I actually have to pull up the map, don't I? The map that you guys all gave up on.
No, we love our map.
You gave up on it.
Good map.
Too late.
No, somebody didn't save it. Tenacity.
we're blaming Tenacity for my
No,
problem now?
I'm
Yeah.
calling you Tenacity.
Wait, no, come on.
I
That's
mean-
unmerited. That's
Yeah,
mean.
no, you didn't. Nerium drew a Treble drew a perfectly nice line over to the field of Var, and you didn't save it. This is your fault.
Wow. I don't know if I can continue. I
No,
think
that's it.
I have to go lay down.
Campaign's
No.
over.
You are setting a course for this nondescript island here. Tenacity
Do I
is
have to-
very, very confident this is the place you need to go. But actually taking the final artifact before having the other 12 would have been too dangerous, borderline impossible.
Sorry, where is this again?
A nondescript, probably deserted island out in the ocean.
Oh, you didn't point it on the map.
Oh,
I'm
sorry. I drew a
there we
circle.
Oh, I didn't
Drew a
even see
circle
this
around it.
circle.
Yeah, a little
Yeah,
circle.
there we go.
I picked
Okay.
this island at the start of the campaign, and none of you had any idea. Even though you sailed
was
right by it
surp-
once.
Is
Oh,
that
yeah,
Ohio?
I was just about to ask you, did you just decide this island now, or have you
No,
known
I
the
had
entire
this.
time?
I had this picked out. Not that it would have mattered,
interesting.
but I wanted to pick a spot that was in the west and relatively, like within a few days of the Covenus for the finale. When the captain comes out to give the order, he gives Sahn and Nerium the bearing, the location that you need to travel to. He tells you to ensure that you don't fly over land. So it's kind of up to you whether you want to kind of wiggle your way through all these islands, or if you want to try to like cut a path out and around. That's your call. But the order he gives is, we're going for the sword.
I'm assuming that's the 13 artifact.
It is.
We didn't actually know what it is.
You do now.
The
It's a
sword,
sword.
Of, the sword of what? What's it called?
Is it the Sword of North Dakota?
He glances over his shoulder for a moment at Tenacity, who's on the other side of the ship, barking orders at somebody else. Nerium asks, what is the sword called? He says, the Sword of Zirahl. At which point,
Oh, I was
he leaves you.
Sahn plans to take that route, doing the captain's orders.
Sahn doesn't want to jigger through all the little islands.
No.
Take a nice looking
How
parabola.
fast the ship is, it doesn't really matter.
You can travel 100 feet per round by day. And by night, the captain would he would only allow you to travel by night if one of you had learned that tool proficiency, but neither of you hit that 30.
I mean, I guess he
Oh.
doesn't accept mystical elf. Like-
He's an elf himself. He just knows the limitations of relying on your trance.
Yeah, Sahn consults with Peachberry and proposes that route.
Okay. Zirahl,
Sure.
Make me a spellcasting ability check.
$16.
Does Zirahl know who Zirahl is?
I give it a.
It's your decision. You can go either way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would give it a. He's not proficient in. I'd give it a. I'd give it an Arcana check for him. Let's say. Yeah, he
Okay.
knows the name at least.
The way that the captain gave this order and the way that he glanced at Tenacity, you just have an intuitive understanding that Tenacity must have the same kind of relationship with Zirahl that you have with Hatira. And if you know anything about Zirahl, you know that that is fucking horrifying.
So we're gonna go kill our patron.
By the way, Tenacity was my first 5th edition character that I ever played, and one of the first decisions I ever made in 5th edition was choosing Zirahl as her patron.
Mm.
I had no idea that years later they would print 5th edition books that would actually have like adventures surrounded around how terrible Zirahl is.
Print a whole ass adventure about it.
Right. So why don't we take a break there? Now that you guys know what you're up against.
Question:
Yeah.
Which circle is Zirahl? Is that first or second? Just this is my
Do
curiosity.
you
'cause
want me to answer that, Brick Road?
Yeah, you can answer if you know.
Yeah, this is
First.
for Raz. First, okay.
It's the first layer of
Yeah, so
Avernus.
Avernus. Yeah, and not
Yes.
D or Dispater.
No.
I'm in a. I say I'm in, but I'm playing a campaign that deals with the Hells, and it's all in that working memory. It's like I know it's one of the early layers.
She's the angel that like went
She's
down
called
to
Angel,
Avernus.
yeah.
Yeah, she fell because she wanted to she really, really wanted to fight demons or devils and
Yep.
stuff. And
Yep,
she, like,
that's 100%.
Fun.
All right,
Okay,
so
I'm
why don't
gonna
we go ahead and
eat
get your coffee, get your bagel? And we'll take about 15 minutes. When we come back, we will see what you crash your airship into.
cool.
Lavos.
And here Benny was worried that it'd still be here after a year.
I keep a bunch of my video games just on my computer desk against the wall. Like the PS5 and the Switch games, the stuff I might actually grab and play, right?
Right.
And I've got 3
Okay.
little stacks of SNES games here, because I've got the Super NT. I grab and play those. And every time I sit down at my desk all day, I just look over and see this pile of like Japanese-only JRPGs just in cartridge form against the wall, and it still blows my mind. Every time I sit down, like I have a second, like, huh, I have a copy of Shin Megami Tensei. That's weird.
You should learn Japanese.
Nope, hopefully it's got an English patch applied.
Yeah, it's supposed to be English.
Yeah, I
I
don't-
didn't test that one, but it's supposed to be English.
Now, the first game in that series I played was on PS1. I played Persona 1, which at the original localization, it was called Revelations Persona. And they tried to scrub the Japan out of the game, so your characters
It
were
sure
just...
did.
They failed miserably. Like, it's very obvious that they're in Japan, but they gave the characters, like, anglicized names. And one guy, I don't know his Japanese name.
Mark.
I know, yeah, his name's Mark. I don't know what his original name is.
Mark.
Is it really? He's Mark?
Hold on. I think it's a nickname.
Marco?
Well, anyway, they tried to make Mark black because they're like,
Oh God.
they're thinking like in a European boarding school, like you might have black students, but not in a Japanese boarding school. I guess that's the thought process. So we should have one for the sake of diversity. And they did a terrible job. The character looks ridiculous, but
He does.
that's how I'll always remember Mark. And also that game was pretty fun. Like I completed it back in the day. I enjoyed it.
Mark danced crazy.
Mark danced great. And then I started playing the PSP version. I'd like to finish playing that remake one day.
But yeah. I actually really like SMT1 a lot. I don't like SMT2 or like as much because it's a little more what is the word I'm looking for here? It's like a little more not as specific about like what you are supposed to do next.
Mm-hmm.
And that they're kind of like that in SMT1, but in SMT1 you're always moving forward, right? Whereas in SMT2 you go to a bunch of areas and then they're like, okay, now go do this thing, and you're like, okay, well, which one of the previous 10 areas I went to is this thing in? And there's a lot of backtracking in it, and they're not like super specific on where you need to go for things.
You know what you're describing is Phantasy Star 1.
Yeah.
And I dealt with that just fine. And I have an interest in seeing where some of these like long-lasting series, where they like started. What was their genesis like? I'm very interested in that.
The third Super Nintendo game, If, is the one that led directly to the Persona games. Like they actually spun off of that, and characters from that game appear in Persona 1 as transfer students.
I'm trying to think whether or not the original Revelations Persona had the SMT byline on it. I don't think they couldn't have.
No, because they were trying to. Because at that time,
No,
the
it was just
umbrella for
Revelations
that was
Persona.
Revelation. The Revelations was the byline. In
Yep.
fact, they released like 3 games under the Revelations title, and then when they got to the PS2, they were like, "Yeah, no, we're just gonna
The
SMT."
PSP port was called Shin Megami Tensei Persona.
Mm-hmm.
And then they dropped the SMT byline entirely for later Persona. Like Persona 3 wasn't called. Well, maybe it was.
Yes, it was.
Persona
Yeah,
5
up
is
until-
it was for sure.
They dropped
Persona
it with
5.
5.
They dropped it with 5. Okay.
Persona 3 had the SMT like iconography in the logo, I think.
I could
but-
check. I own 2 different fucking versions of that game.
I have it right in front of me. It says
Yeah.
Shin Megami Tensei
Okay.
Persona 3 FES.
It's also on Persona 4. I know that.
But they did that
The
with the so they did that because there was like this kind of like a lot of word of mouth for SMT3. Like people were importing it, and there was a lot of word of mouth. So they released SMT3. It did moderately well, and to kind of capitalize on that, they released Digital Devil Saga, Raido Kuzunoha, and Persona 3 and 4 all underneath the Shin Megami Tensei like byline. And even though in Japan none of those games have Shin Megami Tensei in the title.
Revelations
it's literal-
Persona is if you went back to play the PS1 original in the 1990s, it doesn't feel like the kind of game that would have been localized. Like
No, it doesn't.
The JRPGs at the time that were getting localized were the ones that had like the broadest appeal, and Revelations Persona definitely doesn't. So it was kind of a miracle that it even got localized to begin with.
I think isn't like even the original Shin Megami Tensei, isn't that also even just a remake of an original game called Megami Tensei?
Megami Tensei, it's not a remake. It's Megami Tensei is a adaptation of a book. And Shin Megami Tensei is their first all like entirely original story. One of the things that I really like about Revelations Persona versus the PSP remake is I actually like the map, the world map in the Revelations Persona a lot.
That's
like with the 3D polygon.
Yeah, it's so
Couple
weird.
blocks.
But yeah,
So-
that was a cool
Children's
game.
Lego kit.
I have no idea how Persona 2 came and went without my ever noticing it.
It never got released in the US.
Oh, yeah, that must have been it. Because I remember, like,
Well-
there was a moment of dissonance when Persona 3 came out, when I was like, wait a minute. They made that game 20 years ago. They're making it.
Well, okay,
They
that's
only
not-
released half of it.
Yeah, they released the back half of it on the PS1, but they only made like a few thousand. Like that back then, Atlas just didn't make copies of games. They
Yeah.
printed like intentionally like limited the printings of their games to make them like more desirable. So, but yeah, it was it's Innocence. It's Persona 2 Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment.
I just assumed that they didn't have the resources to make more copies of games.
No, it was a design. It was an intentional thing.
Eternal Punishment is actually a legitimately good RPG.
Yeah, Eternal
Like, it's
Punishment's great.
real good.
Which is
Like-
the one that has Der Führer in it?
It's
That's
Innocent Sin.
Innocent Sin.
Innocent Sin, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's Eternal Punishment is a legitimately good game. I do not like the PSP version of Innocent Sin
I don't either.
because like I like everything about it except playing it because they screwed up they retuned the gameplay and it's
Well, it's way too easy.
it's so easy that like yeah, even on the hardest setting it's so easy that you don't have to interface with the game at all.
Who are we waiting
Right.
on? Just Chris?
Yeah.
I've been back.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, it's everybody. I'm going to push the button again.
Not the button.
I mean, you
Get
don't
ready.
ever want to step in the middle of Treble and Raz when they're talking about JRPGs, but
No, just
Well,
SMT.
I was
Just
going
that's
to
it.
talk about Wicked, but like I'll talk about Persona 2. That's
oh,
fine.
I was so happy with that movie.
I loved it. It
Yeah.
was so good.
I mean, I already knew all the songs by heart. Like, I've seen the musical. My
So-
wife
When is-
plays the soundtrack constantly.
So
When
I've
is
never
part two
seen the
coming out?
musical. Next year, November 2025.
I'll watch it then.
So I've not seen the musical myself. Like I've only known bits and pieces about like the story of Wicked. But like I think what I have to appreciate the most about the movie retelling of the musical is that, and I went and looked this up afterward, the guy didn't cut anything out.
No.
Like he made Act 1 the first movie and Act 2 the second movie because he said there was just no way to cram this all into one movie.
I think I disagree, but you would have had to adapt a lot more. If you don't
Yeah.
want to cut anything out, yeah, fleshing out. Because he had to flesh out Act 1 into a whole movie. The musical,
Yeah.
if you watch the whole musical, it's only like two
Yeah.
and a half hours long.
Right. No,
So-
I understand that, and I know exactly which parts of the movie would not be in the musical. They're
Yeah.
the parts that aren't musical. But like,
Like,
I
I
mean,
don't
that
think-
added a lot of depth to the characters that
I don't-
for me as a person who's never seen it, like appreciated. And at the same time, I mean, we've talked about this too about like, you should edit your shit, Raz.
You should.
Trim 10%. And I'm glad that I saw somebody who did my approach and is like being lauded for it as like, yeah, this is critical acclaim. Like this is fantastic. It's perfect. And at no point during those 3 hours did I feel like okay, I'm ready to be done with this. I was spellbound the entire time.
There's no point in the musical where Glinda and Elphaba are in a kendo class. That definitely happens
Yes.
in the movie
No.
for no reason.
I mean, those 2-second snippets in the middle of the songs, like, yeah,
All right.
you need that for filler.
Oh, my wife's not home, so I could like that's what she's getting for Christmas. Is I got her this awesome Victrola turntable and like the limited edition Wicked soundtrack on vinyl.
Oh, that's
Nice.
nice.
Finally
Yeah.
repackage it.
I got my mother. I like weirdly enough, I've gifted a turntable and a record
Nice.
to several people this year.
Yeah, they're coming back.
I don't buy into the hype that it's better to listen on vinyl. That's all bullshit, obviously. I bought a turntable that also has Bluetooth, so when she's done being a hipster, she can just plug her phone into it and use it as the speaker system.
I need to get like a sound bar or something for my TV in the living room.
All right.
Yeah,
Anyway,
You guys want to
You
fly
already-
this
you said-
airship?
yeah.
Last
Yeah.
call for taking a long rest, preparing what spells you want, equipping what you want to your attunement slots, with the understanding that you will not be allowed to have the artifacts.
Let me make sure I don't have any artifact things left in my character sheet. I think I took them all.
Yeah,
Don't you guys
I-
hate that
yeah,
in a
it's-
JRPG when you play the game and then, like in the last dungeon, they take all your stuff away?
Hey, as long as you don't
Very
take
well.
my 83 elixirs away.
You can keep your.
We're gonna-
well, I mean,
Well, Final
FFA,
Fantasy VIII takes
they-
your
they
item
take the-
command.
it takes away
Oh
your
god,
item command,
yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
No, you all still have
No,
your
I have
item
to.
command.
I should look at my spells here.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Oh, I have one
Yeah.
additional spell I can prepare.
All right.
I have a third attunement slot. Let me make sure I can actually attune to another different piece of equipment for once.
Yeah, that's
Do
what
we
I
have
mean.
any-
Check-
I don't-
Do the ring of mine
Check the
shit that I
check
got.
like the
I don't have
treasure
an
room
extra
in the
item.
ship and see if there's anything else you want to fill up. Because
If you want the dancing blade,
I mean,
if you're already attuned to it, then yeah, I can't help you.
yeah, I guess I can attune to the dancing short sword again.
okay,
We do have an extra ring. No, we don't, because the girl had it. But who has the ring of mind shielding?
Yeah.
I do, and I'm using it.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me make sure we don't have
and
anything.
none of you need to prepare spells, right? Like that was Nazir's thing. Is that correct?
The
Yeah.
paladin does, right?
Wizard.
Paladin
mean,
does.
thing.
I have a spell list that I need to like click buttons on.
Okay, well, like, make sure that gets finalized before we go any further. Make sure you have the
Yeah,
spells you
I'm-
want going
I'm
into the
doing
game.
that right now. You know what? I don't think I need locate object anymore.
We're gonna
Yeah.
because Zirahl has just in fact Zirahl made a check. I didn't ask him to make a check. I just asked him his opinion, but he went ahead and made an Arcana check anyway to determine that he has heard the name Zirahl. So here's what I'm gonna give you, Zirahl.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to know something about Zirahl's offenses or Zirahl's defenses?
Defenses.
Defenses. How do you know the Zirahl story? How did Zirahl come by that information? With the understanding that he doesn't have the whole story, he has piecemeal version of it.
It was a story that was taught to him by one of the many servants in Hatiri's household.
Was there like a moral to this story? Was this a
Yeah,
I mean,
it's kind of the thing where you write a song around it, kind of a deal.
okay?
Yeah, that's it. That's how Zirahl heard this information.
Here's something that you would know about Zirahl then. In terms of attempting to control her through magic, which is something that is very common amongst fiends. In fact, it's one of the most common ways of dealing with fiends. In fact, Hatira might have tasked you with dealing with a fiend in just this way, by binding it, charming it, banishing it. These other nerds, they've done that on their adventures.
Yeah,
These things won't work against Zirahl. She's not a rank and file devil. She is one
Oh,
of the
thank you.
Lords of the Nine.
I had banishment prepared. I don't need that.
Banishment will not avail you. You cannot charm her. You cannot frighten her. You might be able to physically bind her if your physical bindings are strong enough.
Oh, barrel won't work.
In other words, you can grapple her. And if you have the means to do it, you might be able to restrain her.
Too bad we're losing that chain, huh?
dimensional shackles.
I have the dimensional shackles. Yeah.
So that's the only part of her stat block that I'm going to give you, Zirahl. You know that about her defenses. Attempting to banish her back to the hells will not function. Attempting to take control of her mind, which is kind of Nerium's go-to.
That's not
no,
gonna work either.
Nerium actually does not know any spells innately. Actually, that's not true. I learned Greater Suggestion, I think. Mass Suggestion. So that's it. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, there's still some like asshole wandering the seafloor because Nerium told him to like 6 months ago. That's not going to avail you here.
That only lasted 6 hours, but anyway.
No, he kept going. He enjoyed it.
Yeah, he got out there. He's like, well, you know, when in Rome.
As a new colleague. I'm still preparing spells. Sorry. What does this do?
Nerium, roll a D anything and call even or odd.
Okay. Odd. I rolled even.
Sahn, you are on flight duty.
Okay.
The evening that you're approaching this island. And Peachberry calls out that she spotted the island. And your job, you're now tasked to bringing the ship down. Tenacity does not want a landing yet. She wants you to circle the perimeter of the island. It's a nondescript desert island. There's no settlements on it. You have no idea. I mean, you're about half a day from the nearest island in this chain. Thereabouts. Less than half a day for you guys because you're flying. At which point, Tenacity brings the 5 of you out onto the deck. Ensures that the captain and the rest of the crew are safely below decks. She looks to Benedict and Nerium. This seems unfair, but it's going to happen.
Okay.
She asks, or she relates to Benedict and Nerium. If you plan to betray the course, do it now and save us some trouble.
And it looks to Nerium.
That seems unfair. I haven't ever betrayed you.
I wasn't implying that.
Talking to her.
Yeah.
At this point,
Oh, okay.
she moves her cloak aside, and she pulls from a scabbard at her waist a broken, rusty hilt of a sword that very notably is not radiating magic. She instructs the 5 of you to set the other 12 artifacts around you in a circle, or around her in a circle on the deck of the Deceit. I'm sorry, I drank Dr. Pepper and now I'm real burpy.
And okay.
Which of you is placing the toenail down?
Benedict.
Benedict is doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He puts his hand on it. Sees if he can feel anything different.
It feels like a toenail.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it feels like uncomfortable.
I don't know. Toenails are smooth and...
I mean, when they're like gigantic like that, all of the little fine like details on our toenails would be magnified that much. I don't
This
think
makes
it'd
them
be
more
that smooth at all.
interesting.
Oh, it'd be interesting to us, but I mean, it's still be gross. But no, and Bennett will kind of like passively have a thought because the Raz thought has to interject itself here. Damn it! I wish I could use the shield.
Don't you have your own shield?
I do, but I imagine that shield would be so much better.
To be clear, this toenail was never going to be equipable as an artifact.
No,
in
I'm
the
aware
campaign.
now, but
There was there was a quantum
me
ogre
really
situation in there that we haven't discussed yet.
no,
Quantum
but part of me
or-
really wanted to use it.
I figure we were too late in the campaign to introduce another artifact because you guys wouldn't have had any time to like get AP for it or anything. One
Well,
of
I
you
mean,
got
I
10
got a
AP on the
decent-
bracers, which is nice.
Yeah, I did.
All right. Tenacity stands in the center of these artifacts, and she draws this broken, rusty sword And as she holds it aloft, the clouds in the sky above split asunder. And as the sunlight streams down through this reddish-orange glow, you can see the blade in truth, a blade made of radiance, as though ghost light protruding from the hilt of this sword. Tenacity's body lifts up off the deck of the ship as though levitating. And you can tell that she's concentrating on some powerful magic. And then everything happens at once.
Everything everywhere all at once.
I need each of the 5 of you to select one of the 12 artifacts. And 2 of you cannot select the same one.
Cloak.
Who said
Joker.
cloak?
Sahn.
Is the
Sahn
shield
wants
an
cloak.
eligible choice?
Yes.
Okay, shield for Nazir.
If Nazir's
Okay.
dead.
Yeah, he's fine.
So Benny wants the shield.
Yeah, I'll take the shield. why
Nerium
not?
wants the choker. Did I hear you say choker?
Yeah.
Okay, Ssah'ra,
It's
you want...
it's just
Zirahl's gonna take the heart because she's crazy.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, it's
I-
infinite wishes, dude. That's a great one.
Zirahl.
Keep
I just-
that.
They're all taking the chain.
I just figure that that's where Neri would be closest.
So to be clear, you guys aren't collecting these items and equiping them. You're not attuning
Right.
to these items in the moment.
I,
Or
I'm
you
imagining
accept
we're
the
just
button
sort of
kick
like
something?
diving on top of them.
All 12 artifacts react and shudder. And the ship, whatever magic is holding it aloft, instantly dies. And the ship goes into free fall. When the ship goes into free fall, Tenacity is left behind because she's levitating up off the deck. The next thing I need, Sahn and or Nerium, you guys, I guess, I'm going to say Sahn and or Nerium. One or both of you need to bring the ship in for a landing in the waters around this island.
can we assist each other?
You can assist each other by granting guidance or bardic inspiration, but you can't both grab the wheel at the same time.
Well, I roll. I have. Well, I technically have proficiency currently, so
Yes, why don't you
roll-
take a guidance?
Okay.
okay.
I think that'll be higher than
Yeah.
my,
So
me with
it's
the
just
bard tie.
it's just
And
an
if
inch.
it's even the bard tie doesn't seem that good.
Yeah. So that's a 21 on dice, and is it an int check?
Yes.
Okay, so +0, so that'd be +5. So that's
Your DC is 22.
26.
26. Nerium, you don't feel the magic anymore. You're just kind of maneuvering this thing around. The magic holding the ship aloft is dead. The best you can do is try to keep it in an upright-ish configuration when it hits the water.
Nerium yells, "Brace!"
How high
Can
up
I
were we?
manifest Gravitational Boy on the way down?
Okay. Sahn, so
How
Sahn,
high
you're
up
trying to
were
cast
we?
Featherfall on yourself?
I can get 6 targets, I believe.
Does it cost a spell slot, or are you using some other method to cast it?
It's a feat that lets me manifest it once per day.
As a spell?
Yeah.
Okay. You try to manifest the spell, and you feel the magic function, but the vortex of artifacts sucks up the effect of it.
Okay.
And you are caught nonetheless in the free fall. Fortunately, Nerium manages to keep the ship upright. Hits the water hard. I would like a Constitution saving throw from all 5 of you.
Why? Oh, never mind. I roll a 20. Haha.
I don't know who's next to me, so oops, that wasn't
21.
That was just
21.
13.
18.
Benny got an 18.
Is this in relation to taking like falling damage from the
This is not a damage. No, you're not. I'm not going to.
Okay.
I have decided as a benevolent DM to not inflict any damage before the final encounter.
That's fair.
Everyone's health is
Constitution
reduced by
saving throw.
half.
That's a 9.
9. What's Ssah'ra get?
21.
All right. All right.
Unless she's close to Benny. That's 26.
No, I'm gonna say you're not close to Benny. I'm not gonna.
Nobody's
I'm gonna say no. Nobody's close to Benny. He pushed everybody away. Okay. Now I get to load in. Oh, I gotta load in a blank battle map first. You know, this always does well for a blank battle map. Why not? Now I need to go to immigrant.com and load in a battle map I've been waiting to use for so long.
Is it the perfectly round clearing?
No.
Oh.
You can't use the perfectly round clearing for the final encounter of a campaign. That's not appropriate. You got to use.
Says who? What?
Please, Treble.
Point in the rule book and tell me where there's a rule that says a dog can't play.
Right next to the rule that says a dog can't play basketball. All right.
Turtle. Turtle.
Clear off my
That's a
battle
good
map
one.
to start with. This is gonna get dicey. I gotta do a lot of setup here, and I couldn't do the setup beforehand. I love this map. Thank you, Go
Yeah,
Adventure
it's-
Maps, for giving us awesome turtle friend. Right.
Turtles all the way down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ssah'ra.
I actually fit.
I need everybody's access to everybody's counter.
I was just debigulating myself to fit on the grid.
Ssah'ra, roll a D anything and call evens or odds.
I'll say odds. That is a 1.
Okay. So I'm going to put you right here. Nerium, do the same thing.
Huh? All right, I'm gonna call evens. And I rolled a 7.
A 7. I don't know why I'm having you guys call them. Like, odds is one side, evens is the other. Bear with me a second. Okay, so I'm going to put you here.
On the fin.
Benny, same thing. Roll a die. Tell me if it's odd or even.
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 Haha, you don't get my bonus.
Put you over here. Sahn,
fine.
same thing.
It's an even.
Oh man, I feel like this feels like high school where we're choosing teams. Yeah, I got Sahn on my team. We're gonna win.
I'm going to put Sahn here. Zirahl, same thing.
Odd.
Odd. Okay, I gotta count squares. Ooh,
Oh wait, these are D10s now. Shoot.
ooh, Zirahl, you might be off the map. Nope, just
What?
barely not. Zirahl, you're gonna start
What?
here.
It's that 9-year-old.
As the ship hits the water, and you guys remember some of the reality distortion you encountered when the toenail split the first time, and you encounter that same thing again. The ship is submerged and not submerged at the same time. Reality and gravity warp around you, and before you know it, the 5 of you are dumped unceremoniously into the ocean. Now, I have to load in my custom object. No, I have to load in a saved object.
Is it a giant
turtle?
detailed figure of the boss?
In fact, I'm going to need to double these.
Oh, hey, look, it's artifacts.
Oh, look at you guys.
Okay. The choker is going to wind up next to Nerium. Oh, I got to reduce the size of these. Hold on a second. Let's get these.
Gotta
This I could have done
debigulate them.
beforehand, I guess. Oh, well. In fact, I will just reduce the size of all of these. There we go. I like how all these turned out, more or less, except for the cloak. I could not get the generator to give me just an empty cloak. It wanted to put the Assassin's Creed guy in it every single time. I tried every possible variety of the prompt I could think of, including just an empty cloak, for the love of God, no guy in it. Didn't listen.
I guess my main disappointment is I've always envisioned the cloak as one of those ragged post-apocalyptic shawls that's barely holding itself together.
Yeah, that's how I pictured it too. And I out of the dozen or so variations I got, I finally settled on this one because I'm like, okay, this one has a tooth. Serenity was a barbarian. I'm rolling with it.
You have 2 sets of them, is that?
I do have 2 sets of them because one of them's going to go on our initiative tracker.
What?
Nerium.
Yeah.
The choker is next to you. Ssah'ra, the chain is going to start next to you.
No, I got the heart. Zirahl has the chain.
Zirahl has the chain. Zirahl, the chain's going to go next to you in the water. Sahn has the cloak with the guy. Where did Sahn wind up?
All right.
All the way down
He's
here.
all the way over here.
Okay. Ssah'ra, you have the heart. You're going to regret that.
Yeah, I know I am. That's why I picked it. I was like, what's the worst thing I could pick?
What's the
Oh, the
worst thing you
screaming
could
heart.
pick? And Benny, did you pick the bracers or the toenail? The toenail.
I picked the shield. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm over here.
You're over here.
I
Sorry.
just tried to point at the screw with my finger.
What is this?
Okay. I have to. 1, 2, 3. I can solve where the rest of them go by rolling d10s.
What I want to know is why me and Sahn were stuck 6 miles out in the middle of nowhere.
Because you guys. Because Sahn got a 13 on that save and you got a 9.
Mm. Ah, I see.
Ssah'ra's the closest because she got a 21.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Makes sense.
The bracers, we're going to start here. And then outward from the bracers, I'm going to place the drum, the cube, the stud, the eye, the spool of thread, and the boots. Now, I want you guys to know that I agonized. I went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth over whether I should use a representation of the eye or if I just bring back the chicken house.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, why not both? Why not?
I also thought maybe I should do both. Decided against that. Because in addition to those markers, we also have, I'm going to make her white, tenacity in the center of the island, and the fallen angel Zirahl descending from the break in the clouds as though she's Kefka.
Yeah, we can change our mind and go home now, right?
All right.
Yeah, it's home. Home is this way.
Roll
Just-
some initiative, and then there's
Yeah,
a
I'm
lot
just
of mechanical explanation that will come after
Rick,
that.
I feel like this is one of these encounters that's going to be really cool, but you're going to hate yourself.
No, I've designed this in
I
such a
am-
way that it'll be easy to run.
I am volunteering for initiative this session.
Thank you, Destil.
Destil's like, this is going to get complicated. I want it done right.
The main thing I ask is when you put the artifacts on the initiative tracker, please label them because I might not be able to tell them from the images.
Someone else can have the task of labeling them.
I'll label them.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
just gonna label them choker, eye.
Yeah, that's all I mean, assuming that's something that's clear enough that I can mouse over it and see what it is.
Yeah.
The bracers, I'm going to put on initiative count 30.
Sahn, do you want me to go before or after you?
Go before me. They're more mobile.
Okay. These are kind of all clumping together, which is fine with me.
I didn't get all of them. Some of them got moved, so I'll have to
Okay.
go. Yeah.
The boots I need to add twice.
Puzzle thread.
So there's 2 boots,
Oh.
keep in mind. And the last roll here. Ugh. Oh,
Hey, I
that's-
beat somebody.
That's fitting.
Yay!
But you tied with somebody.
Oh, well, heroes go first.
You're ahead of tenacity?
I don't like that.
I do notice tenacity is on the
It's on
other side of
0.
the board.
You just noticed that, huh?
Yeah.
Don't like that.
All right. All the artifacts are on the initiative order. The bracers are at DC 30. Here's why. As you guys are kind of popping up out of the water, getting your bearings, the artifacts suddenly dissolve into mist and take the forms of the Atmas inside of them. Which means the bracers I can remove from the map because the bracers are the map.
Oh, that's
Yay.
nice.
The
That one's
bracer's
taken care
Atma
of.
was a Zaratan called Za, and that is the battlefield. All of the other artifacts take the form of what they actually are, which means the spool is a large critter. Spool's a phase spider.
Yeah, he's our friend.
The boots are a tiny creature, but I'm just going to leave that alone. You don't actually have a storm giant in the shield.
Does that just
Is
here
the
just
deer?
The puzzle box
Even
is a
Nazir
large
isn't nothing.
creature.
Yeah. Could be nothing.
Nazir's an orc. He's a medium creature. And then I think all the rest of these are fine.
Benny, please don't spend your turn talking to Nazir.
Okay,
Oh, I have tons of time. Look, I'm on initiative 2.
so you will notice that all of these artifacts are, as shown, on the enemy side. Your
Right.
encounter, you have to fight Zirahl, the fallen angel, and probably Tenacity, question mark, while being harassed by all of these other creatures. Here's the deal. I'm a man who respects a noble sacrifice. So, Benny, would you like this toenail to land before you or after you?
I'd like to go before something, so after.
Okay. Now, saved objects. Benny.
Yep.
There's the stat block for the toenail. If you want to take a look at that.
Oh, I
Oh,
love
on our side.
this.
So as the toenail dissolves into mist and it takes the shape of the orcish interloper, the orcish interloper is on your side of this fight. You as a group can decide how this creature moves and acts on its initiative.
I'm gonna leave that to Nazir.
I will tell you this.
Oh,
All of the artifact creatures have 60 hit points, except for the Zaratan, who functionally has infinity hit points. I'm not gonna let you guys kill the battle
Kill the
now.
battlefield.
All right. Next,
Hey, can you paste this into Discord?
I cannot.
Oh,
I'm
shoot,
sorry.
I'm trying to get a screenshot of it. Print screen?
I observe that Sahn reached 60 AP on the cloak.
Yep.
So I'm giving you guys the cloak. The cloak's on your side. Let me paste. This is going to take me a minute because I got to go into Imgur and do 12 things.
Oh, I can't. I just gotta do it this way, I guess.
Well, now I feel good about getting the cloak maxed before working on the puzzle box. I wish I got in the puzzle box there too, but
Yeah,
I
this
don't think it
was
was feasible.
Change.
getting to 60 AP on the cloak gives you access to their. So let's change
stat
this
block.
into. Okay, there is your stat block for the cloak. Both of these Atmas are based on player characters. You don't have access to the complete player character sheet, but I did create the characters with the interloper with the understanding that he simultaneously has access to all 3 starry forms, and with Serenity with the understanding that she had access to her rage. Like it's
That's
in like a
master of
perma
the-
rage state.
Okay.
Is that Master of the Cloak supposed to be the one showing? Or Master of the Heart?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
that's
the
right.
Atma of the cloak is the master of the heart.
Okay.
Now, I
Okay.
also observe that we've got 60 AP on the choker.
Yes.
So the choker is on your side. So let me go dig the choker out here. I, of course, have access to all the stat blocks.
Only I had known, I would have pumped AP.
If only you had known. Here's the stat block for the choker.
Okay, I didn't get there either, Chris. Jenny, I was 18 away.
This table's going to get very, very crowded.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right.
gonna- I'm
Zirahl,
gonna
you're at a
res-
major disadvantage here.
Right.
Major disadvantage because you haven't had time to get AP on basically anything. However, you do have 3 AP on the chain. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to roll percentile, and if you roll 3 or lower, tell me.
Well, if it
Goodbye,
lands
guys.
on a
One.
0.
Nope.
No.
91.
Nothing? Okay. Ssah'ra, you have 51 AP on the chain, 4 on the boots, and 10 on the pact. You're going to roll percentile dice to get under one of those numbers, and if you pass, I will move that artifact to your side of the board. Do you want to go for the chain, the boots, or the pact?
Chain.
So you're looking for a 51 or lower.
Oh, mother!
The chain
Chris.
remains on the enemy side.
A 91.
Chris.
You
Nerium,
both rolled that.
you have
Yeah.
a 1 on the stud and a 2 on the glass eye. So which one would you like to go for?
I'm at the eye.
All right. Looking for a 2 or lower.
Somebody
Alright.
get something.
We buy these with blips?
No, of course not.
No. Okay. 4 blips.
No, 26.
26. So the eye stays put. Benny, you've got a 4 on the chain, a 42 on the boots, 11 on the cloak, 27 on the spool, 2 on the eye, and 15 on the bracers. So you've got a lot of
I'm
options.
I'm going to go for the thither boots.
That is 42 or lower.
42 or lower.
No.
This says 17
That's a
according to the highlight.
71.
Oh, I highlight over it and read it, but up to you.
Wait, what do you mean highlight over it?
So I've highlighted both, and it says 1 + 7 is 8.
It's because it puts the lowest one first.
Oh, does it? I didn't know that. Well, let
Yeah,
me see
I'm
this.
reading.
Oh, it
in reading
totally
order, you've got
does.
71.
Yeah.
Left, right.
Okay,
Sahn,
I tried.
you've got 11 on the boots, 2 on the spool, and 30 on the puzzle box.
Yeah, we're going for the puzzle box. As always, metal is 10's 10.
Okay,
39, almost.
almost. As an action on your turn, if you are within 5 feet of any of these creatures, you can repeat that roll in order to try to sway them. Otherwise, each of these creatures has 60 hit points. Good luck, boys. All right, I think that's everything that we need mechanically. So you've
Can we
got
save before we fill? Can we reload?
no, of course not. All right, who's at the top of my order?
First up is the bracers at 30.
Okay, I will. Nobody is yet standing on the Watcher's back. So who's next?
We got bracers 2 at 22 with there's a seat on deck.
Bracers 2?
Looks like boots.
Boots too.
There are 2. I'm sorry, boots 2.
Yeah, there are 2 boots. Okay. What's the range? 20 to 60? I'm going to assume, by the way, that the head and the flippers and stuff is all standable,
Okay.
in case you were wondering.
Is any of this difficult terrain?
No, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Does it cost anything to climb up on it, or is this all sea level?
I'm going to say it doesn't cost anything to climb up either.
Okay.
Okay. 60 feet gets me there. Actually, I can do this from here. The 4-lady pranks mistress is going to start throwing daggers at Benedict. Benedict,
Yep.
I have a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
I have a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Both. I hit Benedict twice?
I haven't gotten a turn. I can't boost my AC yet.
All right. We're looking at 8 points of piercing damage from the first dagger.
Yep.
And 8 points of piercing damage from the second dagger. At which
Piercing
point
dagger from the second damage.
she's going to use her other 60 feet of movement.
Oh, Jenny, I thought we had something.
Oh, you tried rolling and didn't work.
Yeah.
That was Boots. Who's next?
I'll try again.
Got the deceit with
Oh, the deceit's not.
Zirahl on deck.
We can get rid of the deceit.
Okay, we got Zirahl with the heart on deck.
Okay. Looking way up in the sky, the clouds are split. This reddish orange sunlight pouring down from them, illuminating the area. And this fallen angel is descending from the sky with blood red wings, silver bald pate, knife point for ears, wearing a fiery crown. She looks intensely angry. As across the battlefield, Tenacity is lowering down from the other side, holding the sword out in front of her, which is glowing with radiant light. Yeah, this is not good for Tenacity.
Not good for any of us.
Zirahl teleports to Tenacity's location. Excuse me. Holds out her hand. Tenacity attempts a moment of protest. None of you are close enough and undistracted enough to hear what is said, but all of you see Tenacity's body go limp, levitating in the air. At which point, Zirahl reaches out to claim the sword for herself.
No save, huh?
I rolled a save. She rolled badly.
Oh. Yeah.
No Benedict next to her to make her immune.
Would she count as an ally for purposes of that?
She's on the wrong side of the tracker, so I don't know.
Fair. But yeah, Zirahl does something to Tenacity. Tenacity's body goes limp. Zirahl reaches out, takes the sword, but takes no further action that turn. Also, I have done you guys a solid, and Zirahl does not have access to her lair actions or her legendary actions for this fight. Didn't think she would need them.
I think there's enough legendary actions on the board.
Who's
We
next?
got like,
Yeah.
13 of them?
We've got heart with boots, letter A on deck.
All right. Well, so we have Boots A and Boots 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's...
Very clever.
I didn't name those.
Okay, I gotta be careful with my notes. In fact, I'm gonna make a brand new note sheet for this.
54.
Did you say 54?
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you, sir? Ssah'ra. Can I have a Constitution
Yeah.
saving throw, please? DC is 13.
Hi, heart. That is a 22.
22. Okay. 10 points of psychic damage. So the creature that emerges from the heart takes the shape of a human man, takes the shape of a humanoid, but with a ghostly form and stretched, horrifying features. And it looms in your direction, faceless, and lets loose this insane scream, which you've heard before because you've attempted to commune with this bastard. And yeah, it just rattles the inside of your brain, and you take psychic damage from the heart.
Hold on. I'm trying to find if I have immunity or resistance.
To psychic damage?
I have too many. Yeah, because I'm a Psi warrior. I have too many things on my sheet.
Oh.
I think you have resistance.
I think it's resistance.
If it's resistance, you can cut that in half and take 5 points.
I mean, he passed the save.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry. If you pass the save, you take the full 10. If you resist, you take 5. If you had failed the save, something much, much worse would have happened to you.
Oh, I have no
Is
doubt
it-
about that.
Says you resist psychic on your character sheet here.
So if you resist psychic, you take 5 points. And then the creature looms there, as though blocking your egress onto the back of this turtle. That was the heart. Who's next?
After the heart, we've got boots A with the cloak on deck.
Boots A. So I know she's got enough movement. She's going to run back out here and throw 2 more daggers.
Oh no, the worst.
I have 13 to hit.
No.
I have a 20 to hit.
No.
And then she's going to use her other movement to run back up here.
I did this too, I understand.
Who's next?
After boots A, we have the cloak.
The cloak
Hey,
is your
Serenity.
guys. You tell me.
Long time no see.
So,
Sir
anyone
Henry.
mind if I drive the cloak?
No.
No, by all means.
Does she have any penalty to swimming?
Does she not fly?
Doesn't have it on her.
But
stat
yeah,
block.
the water would count as difficult terrain. Oh, it's the interloper can fly.
10, 20, 30, 40. She can make attacks at disadvantage within 120 with the javelins. I think it's better to dash. 10, 20, 30, 40.
So the cloak is dashing to the shore of the turtle.
I don't believe she has a bonus action or anything, so that's it.
Okay, who's next?
After the cloak, we've got the eye with the drum on deck.
Okay, this is where we
Hey,
kill
Baba
Zirahl.
Yaga.
Hopefully. I didn't do much with her stat block, but what I did... Come on, phone, catch up with me. This is where all my spells are located in this phone app. But my phone is so old and bad. Ssah'ra, how many hit points do you have?
119 right now, 124 max.
Okay.
Are you gonna power word kill me?
Ssah'ra, you are stunned
I need a powered stun. Okay.
as
Do I get a save or anything?
the eye coalesces into the form of a hunched over, gnarled old woman wearing a tattered cloak. She reaches in your direction, casts the spell. I mean, she's casting a spell, so if you anybody in eye shot of her that in range has a reaction can do something about it, I suppose.
Way too far away to counter.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
too
can
far.
counter spell.
Nerium's going to
Yeah.
counterspell?
Yes.
Okay, make that roll. It's a level 8 spell.
Ugh. Ugh. All right. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
So I need an 18, right?
Yes.
All right. That's a 1, but
That's not an 18.
Nerium, seeing the situation, like pulls her glove off and uses the lightning boon to turn it into a success.
Uses the what boon?
You don't remember? You gave us these magic items like way back when we were
Yeah,
getting the.
refresh memory. What the hell are you doing?
Can use the lightning boon to simulate 4 blips auto success.
All right. So you turn the failure into a success and successfully counterspell the Mother of Witches.
Nerium
Glad to
says.
remember you still had that.
Nerium says, "We are fucked. Fight."
After which she flies and is levitating above the center of the island. So she's in the air. But yeah, Ssah'ra, you
How
are
high
not
up?
stunned. How high up? Not super high, because she had to travel 20 feet to get here. She's probably only 10 feet above the center of the map
Okay.
here.
Good to know.
Yeah, she's only got 40 feet of fly speed. So that was the eye. Who's next?
After the eye, we have the drums with Nerium on deck.
With the drums. Ooh, well, I love these, but I don't think they're going to get anything done this round. Oh, maybe. I can just barely get there. 10, 20, 30. Gonna roll attack the cloak. Gonna Sanic the Hedgehog up here. So I've got a 17 to hit the cloak.
Yes.
Right. I think the cloak resists this damage.
If it's not psychic, it does.
12 points of bludgeoning damage from the rolling charge as the cloak gets Sanicked. And I will track the cloak's HP on my sheet because I already have a spreadsheet open for it.
Okay.
So that's...
I was doing it on the token, but good.
You could do it on the token too. So that leaves the cloak at what?
I had 54. She
Okay.
resisted, so she took 6.
Good. All right, so the drum has Sanicked. Who's next?
Nerium with Zirahl on deck.
Nerium is going to climb up here, and then she's going to ask Zirahl where she wants to be. Basically,
can't-
pick.
You can't keep me up in the air, can you?
No, I can put you anywhere within 60 feet of where you're standing. Where do you want to be?
I mean, honestly, I'm fine here because I'm gonna kill the heart.
Right now you're in water. You're not on land in that position.
No, if I can't kill the heart in the water, then put me on the land next to it.
So you just want to be right
Oh.
there.
Is that worth a spell?
It's not a spell. It's one of my teleports.
Yeah, if you got someone else you can use it on, like.
Well, I mean, like, okay, fine, then I won't use it on you. If
Yeah,
you say you're fine, then you're fine. I was just kind of, you're always complaining about how you can't get in the middle of things.
No, I need you to kill the thing with power word kill. That's what I need you to do.
Yeah, that's what I plan on doing.
Okay, what are you doing to my poor eye?
I think it was power word stun, not kill.
It was stun, yes.
That's because I had over 100 hit points.
7-star action. Sorry, I'm just reading the spell. I've never used this. And okay. Nerium snaps her fingers, and using an action, she casts Crown of Stars.
Okay.
Which is a spell from Tasha's, I do believe. It's from Xanathar's, if you want to look it up. So 7 star-like motes appear around her head, and I shoot a. I'm gonna make an attack roll against the eye. Does a 16 hit the eye?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. So this is the eye is going to take 4 D12. Sorry, I'm still reading this spell. I've never used this spell before. It just sounded cool. Yeah, 4d12.
This is
1,
definitely the
2,
situation where you
3,
want to try
4.
out a new spell you've never used before.
Well, I'm sorry that we just got to the required level.
Yeah.
All of this is pretty new to everybody, I would say.
26 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
And I have 11 more motes circling around my head. I'm gonna actually count that. 12, and that was my action. And my bonus action is going to be to give Ssah'ra a bard die.
Okay.
So there you go.
So that's Nerium's turn, and you are now you've climbed up onto the flipper of the turtle.
5, 10,
Tortoise.
15.
I know it's not a. Is it a tortoise or a turtle? It's a turtle, right? Tortoise has
Turtles
feet.
are ocean dwelling.
Yeah, okay.
Tortoises are land dwelling.
I got it right
Yeah,
the
so
first
this
time,
is
then
a-
I incorrected myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is the end of my turn.
All right. Who's by Nerium? So you know, in that position, your socks are very wet.
I know. I'm not happy about this.
Who's next?
Got Zirahl with the stud on deck.
Ssah'ra.
Okay. How high up in the air is the eye?
Only like 30 feet above the ground, and the dais is kind of raised above the ground as it is, so probably hovering just above the highest point on the turtle back.
Oh, so Nerium could have teleported me up there. Oh well.
You told her not to.
Well, I thought it was higher up in the air. I wouldn't be able to hit it with a melee attack.
It's Christmas. Let's not argue.
Sahn, what's the range on your attacks?
Oh, it's not festive.
30 feet.
Damn it. I was going to say grievances. That's
The
tomorrow.
range on your crossbow stone's only 30 feet?
It's a hand crossbow.
Listen, it's too late in the campaign for Ssah'ra to change.
Yeah, nobody's going to change at this point.
All right.
Thought you were gonna fight the heart.
Well, that was my initial plan, and then I realized that as soon as I get damaged, I'm going to die.
It's possible.
So,
It was power
Oh,
words.
man, if only you had hit points.
So if you make an attack from that position, you're making it a disadvantage because you're in the water.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna like fly over there.
Okay. So you're going to leave the heart's threat range?
Yeah, you know what? I am.
All right.
I'll regret myself later.
I've got a... Never mind. I've got a natural 1 as the ghost tries to reach up and grab hold of your tail.
Oh, there's so much to grab. How did you fuck that up?
All right, so bonus action, the Psionic Leap. We're gonna do something that.
Okay, let me
is
double
gonna
check that the stun can't take an opportunity attack. I don't think it can, but I want to double check. Cannot. Actually, I'm going to say it can because this guy's reached 10, and you're flying up over her head.
Then I'll fly this way. It's fine.
Okay. So you're flying up to the witch.
So Ssah'ra is going to leap up, and then she's going to launch 3 attacks against it on her way down, or something.
Okay.
It's gonna look.
It's only 10 feet in the air. You can just stab it.
The important thing is she wants to look cool.
Yeah, kill her thunder.
Zirahl wants to be extra. It's fine.
Yes. It's a leaping dive of death. She's being Kane right now.
Sure.
Listen, she has the power of anime and God on her side.
Well, and anime's on the way out, so
Does
You
the
have a
17
bard
work?
die.
How'd we do?
17. Does it
17 will hit.
Save that bard die for something. It's going to be 19 points of magical slashing.
Okay. And the eye is bloodied.
Second attack. Give me power attack. Uh, 18.
18 will hit.
Um, 27 points of magical slashing.
And the eye is no more, which means you can also no longer sway it over to your side.
Fine. Nobody likes Baba Yaga
It was
anyway.
too dangerous to let live.
It probably was the most dangerous opponent on the field other than the literal Lord of Hell.
Number 2 to
60
that
feet.
is probably pretty good.
Gets me to the puzzle box, the rest of my movement. And we're going to attack the puzzle box.
So the puzzle box takes the form of a large androsphinx. So a large creature with like the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, and
I would think.
Yeah. I figure it's going to maze me as soon as it can, so...
it might.
Figure A would probably be a little more dangerous, but
I can use that bar die for hit, right?
yeah, you can't use it on damage.
Okay, does a 20 hit the puzzle box?
20 does hit.
27 points of magical slashing. And... 12 points of force.
And the Sphinx is bloodied.
And I need a DC 17 strength save or it's knocked prone?
Yeah, it's knocked prone.
Okay.
I have to track that on my end because I can't actually flip it in any meaningful way.
I mean, I don't know what good that's necessarily going to do, but
Well,
that's...
what side of the cube was up first of all? Now just put that on the bottom. No.
Is that it for Ssah'ra?
The red
That's... Actually, you know what? No, I have Action Surge.
Okay.
side. Good time to use it.
Listen, if I'm going to Action Surge...
As an FYI,
I think the creatures that have the potential to completely eliminate someone out of the combat in one
Yeah.
shot, I think it's
Yeah.
I think it's
You're
worth
at,
the action search.
it's prone, so you have advantage on that attack.
Correct.
Yes. It's a 21.
21 will hit.
It's going to be 27 points of magical slashing.
That's enough for the cube. Taking the Sphinx out of the fight. Which also removes it as a possible ally.
Does Action Surge give me movement back?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you get actions. I don't think you get.
No?
You
Does
get
it?
actions. You get actions. You don't get movement.
That's what I thought.
Unless you use the action to dash. Yeah, I don't think it does.
But you already didn't use an action to dash.
I did not use an action to dash.
So you might just be stuck there.
Are you out of movement?
Is that it for Ssah'ra?
No, it's not. Because this is the final battle, right?
Yeah, use the elixirs.
No, I'm going to use my bonus action
Yep.
to do Expeditious Retreat so that I can move.
Sure. And this creature takes the form of a Nereid.
First attack is a 16 hit.
I'm pulling that up right now. 16 does not hit.
Oh, sad. Third attack.
Okay.
That is 20 hit.
20 hits.
Oh, boo. That is 25 points of magical slashing.
And you have a magical weapon, right?
I do.
All right. Is that it?
Yeah.
All right. Who's next?
Sorry, after Ssah'ra, and can I confirm I can remove the eye from the initiative counter?
Yes, the eye is gone and the cube is gone.
All right. Next up, after Ssah'ra, we've got Stud with Choker on deck.
Ooh, Stud's gonna get some revenge.
You asshole stuffed me in a barrel.
That did happen.
It
Stud's
was
gonna
a nice
circle
wooden
around.
barrel. We thought of her comfort and safety.
Ssah'ra, I've got a 14 to hit
No.
and a 16 to hit.
No.
As the Nereid swivels around you and tries to lash out with these punishing columns of water, but you just blow both aside.
Nunk
Not-
is cuter.
Not all of these ads are extremely dangerous. Who's next?
Got the Choker with something incorrectly enabled in the Zir on deck.
The choker's y'all.
I noticed she doesn't have any, like, she just has the kiss, meaning that she has to charm.
These
she
are
can't damage
these are
anything.
watered down versions of all the stat blocks just to make my life easier. Yes.
Okay. One creature. All right. I need a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw from the heart.
Is that going to get me to a 15? You said a wisdom save? I
Yeah.
have a 10.
Okay. He's charmed.
You can't move around.
Afraid not. Immune to charm.
Okay then. Thanks for giving me the worst possible Atma for this.
Mhm.
Succubi.
Wait, how many
de-
times did that succubus
No, no,
choker
no,
charm
succubi,
somebody
yes.
and completely insta-gib an encounter the entire campaign? We get to the finale and he's like, oh, I can't insta-gib this one. Thanks.
I wasn't trying to insta-give him. I was trying to, like, get ready so I could charm him.
Yeah, unfortunately,
so
immune to
I-
charm.
So I can't. Are they all immune to charm?
You know for a fact that the heart is.
All right. It's into Katniss is 12. Katniss, I guess, is gonna move here.
Okay.
Although it's not like she has anything she can AO with.
It's kind of like a geomancer rolling up inside the forest, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Who's next?
Got Zirahl with Sahn on deck.
Zirahl, you're way out here in the BFE, and you've got the chain devil
Yeah.
on top of you.
Yeah, that's about to not be the case. Bond of the Talisman. It's an Eldritch Identification that I've got. While someone else is wearing the talisman, in this case the collar, which Benedict is wearing, I can use my action to teleport to the unoccupied space closest to them,
Word.
provided they're on the same place of existence. I'm over here now.
So you can teleport out of the water into the water.
Bonus
If you-
action, I am hovering over the water
Sure.
with magical flight.
Okay. But you're happy
Or,
to be in
like,
that square?
with genie flight.
Genie flight.
Yeah. Yeah, and as a bonus action, activating flight was my bonus action. So yeah, no, I'm done. I'm just away from the
Away from the
Away from
horrible
that.
chain devil.
and Zirahl pats Benedict on the shoulder, says, "Let's do this thing."
So Sahn is your
Yeah.
master, but Benny is your bestie.
Yeah.
All right, who's
Then he
next?
turns to Zirahl and says, "Yeah, meet my husband."
Got Sahn with the chain on deck.
Sahn, you are also down here in the BFE.
All right, so for my action, I manifest Splinter Time. My movement speed is now 60, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Actually, I'm going to come 60. And then with the bonus action from the extra action granted by Splinter Time can be activate an object, which will be the lightning bolt power of the staff.
Okay.
I need everything within 10 feet of this line to make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw.
So I'm seeing the drum, the cloak, the spool, tenacity, and
Yep.
fallen
Zirahl.
angel. Is that correct?
That's how I see it too.
All right, I'll let you roll the cloak. And that was what save?
Dexterity 17.
Dexterity
Against
17.
lightning.
I think it's a pass for the drum and a fail for the spool.
It's a failure, I believe, on Serenity.
What about the greater demon? We're done
Probably
with
immune
this.
to lightning, but this will clear out some of the other
I
chaff.
can test it.
That's Zariel.
It's also a failure for tenacity, and it's a pass for Zirahl.
Hey, you know what? Let's try this.
96 lightning damage.
Do you want? Can you silvery barbs?
I'm going to use silvery
you have a
barbs on
reaction
the.
use?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'm
Actually,
going to
you-
use. I'm sorry.
You've had a turn since you counterspelled?
Yeah.
Okay.
I might silver barbs ready too.
So I'm going to silvery barbs the ancient evil.
All right.
That seems smart.
I'm gonna silvery barbs the drum.
Okay, let me... got a lot of silvery barbs happening. That's going to turn the drum into a fail, so...
Okay.
Bear with me one
Do you have
second.
and you need to resolve anything else?
Yes, I'm... it's going to turn Zirahl into a fail, but I'm going to go ahead and pass.
Okay. That's 23 lightning damage, half on a pass. I'll put it on Serenity.
Okay.
She failed, but has resistance. So she takes 11.
You said 23?
Yeah.
I need calc.exe for this. Okay, tenacity gets zapped.
I got Serenity at 42.
The drum gets zapped.
Wonder if maybe hitting tenacity will wake her up. Whatever's going on.
You said, I'm sorry, 23 damage?
Yeah.
Went the wrong direction. The spool gets zapped.
She's level 20. She has tons of hit points. It's fine.
And was that it? Drum, spool, a cloak is at 42, you say?
Yeah, I got the cloak at 42. I got the drum, the spool, Zirahl, and tenacity in that shot. Let me just look at the full 120 on the line and make sure I can't get that it's not also going to get this. I doubt. I bet it's too far. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 60. Yeah, it's off the angle anyway. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you zap everything in that line.
A bonus action, which cannot be a spell because I've already cast a spell today. Let me see if I can do anything useful with that. I think I have to affect that.
Second wind if you need the healing.
At full right now. Thank you, though.
Just to
That's my turn. Yep.
Sorry.
All right.
You don't get a
No,
credit
that's good.
for that,
There's a lot to look over. We got the chain with the thread on deck.
I don't know that the chain's doing much. Because
Like I
Staying
was
in the
kind
water,
of got
might have drowned a little.
no swim
I was
speed,
kinda-
so that's a dash action from the chain. Who's next?
I was counting out squares to like teleport away, and I was gonna like be like fleeing and running, and I'm like, wait a minute, I have this other thing I can use and be not next to him.
Yeah,
Got a thread with Benny on deck.
thread.
Wait, what?
Okay, that's interesting.
All
right.
How many AP did I have on him?
You got deck.
27.
Actually, before
More than 4
moving
chance
at all,
about.
Ssah'ra.
Hi.
This square is now enveloped in sticky web.
Yay!
So the start of your turn is
Got
going to be fun.
Man.
Now it can move up on you. Do I roll
got
this at
Spider-Man.
advantage? No, I don't roll this advantage, but if this hits, no, I'm at a critical. But I didn't hit. I got an 8 to hit.
Thankfully, that does not hit.
As the phase spider fires this sticky web, gluing you to the square. That's going to come into play at the start of your next turn. Let me double check. Starts its turn or enters it. Okay, yes, that's going to come into play later. But it missed with the bite, and then it's going to use a bonus action to shift into the ethereal plane. That was Spider-Man. Who's next?
After Thread, we've got Benny with the Orcish Interloper on deck.
So I did not expect this situation to happen. And I cannot find a reason why I can't do this.
Okay.
So I need to ask.
Yeah.
Warding Bond. I can cast Warding Bond on another person as long as we both have the spell focus.
My understanding is that you and Zirahl are carrying the spell focuses.
I assume that Nazir also has his wedding.
Nazir's not here. That's the Orcish Interloper.
It's his character sheet. Okay, so I can't Warding Bond Nazir.
No.
Okay.
Well, because the spell says the two creatures need to have that object.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, this creature is not carrying any object. It's a manifestation of what was inside the shield.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
So you can Warding Bond Zirahl, but not the Orcish Interloper.
Okay. I think that's worth it. So, because I'm within 15 feet of the Orcish Interloper, I can do any action as a bonus action?
No, the Orcish Interloper can do any action as a bonus action.
Oh, that changes things. Okay. It's an action.
I see why that is vaguely worded now, and I apologize.
Yeah. No. Well, that was going to make things a lot easier for me. Now I have to think about what I'm doing. No, I got to stick with my original plan. So,
I'm here now.
actually, no. I'm gonna change my plan. I'm gonna cast Warding Bond on Zirahl.
Okay.
And say, introduce him to Nazir. This is Zirahl. Long story. So I gotta check that.
There is no recognition in the misty creature before you. It's heartbreaking.
No, it's not. Benedict has faith and believes that it's him. Give him like a minute to realize that, but like in the middle of this, like.
Yeah, there's other shit to worry about. I agree.
Heart and soul. So that was my action. So do. Is this land?
Yeah, I'll call that land. That's got.
Okay.
It's land-ish.
Your socks are wet. But you're standing.
Yeah, that's fine. They're always wet. I can't cast another spell.
Hit it.
Well, I've used my action to Warding Bond Nazir or Zirahl. Do I have another bonus? No, I think that's all I can do.
Okay.
After Benny, we've got the Orcish Interloper with Tenacity on deck.
So the
I'm gonna
Orcish
leave it to you,
Interloper,
McDohl, if you wanna-
within 15 feet of Benedict, may perform any action as a bonus action. So, to be clear, he has he's only got like one attack action that I gave him, but many of his spells will also be casting time one action. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Does he still have the limit of only one leveled spell?
Yeah, he still
Per
has
turn?
that limit, but like he's also got action like the
Yeah,
help
just make
action
sure.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
McDohl, do you want to control him or should I?
You should both arm wrestle for the privilege.
What's his movement speed? He
30,
could
fly 20. Yeah.
He'll move there. I gotta pull up Sunbeam now. Please bear with me for a moment.
Mhm.
Was expecting to need to pull up Sunbeam.
Right?
I thought I was free of that spell.
It's a good spell though.
That's
Not gonna
Moonbeam.
lie.
Sunbeam, Moonbeam.
Sunbeam.
Playing a WoW Balance Druid.
So as a bonus action, actually, non-cipher bonus.
Sure. I'm going to step away for just 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let me just check some lines here.
All right, it's getting real here in the finale. I'm just cracking my last Dr. Pepper.
Uh-oh.
Oh my.
We're down to 1 Dr. Pepper.
Down to 1 Dr. Pepper.
I can clip. I can shoot the beam at the stud, and not hit Benedict with it. So that's what I will do. I need the stud to make a saving throw, a Constitution saving throw.
Yes. 22 on the con save. Oh,
That's
I'm
still
sorry.
going to take half of.
Yeah, 22.
Yeah. It is not blinded, and it does take some radiant damage.
Okay.
So. Dogs do not approve of bad sunbeam rolls.
My dogs do. They're super
23,
chill.
That's 23, which you can cut in half.
Okay. It's going to turn into 11. All right. And the stud is bloodied.
And that's gonna do it for the interloper.
All right. Who's next?
After the Orcish Interloper, we have Tenacity with the Bracers on deck.
Okay. Let's make a charisma saving throw here. Tenacity is little more than let out a wail of pain as her body is still levitating in the air. She looks slightly electrocuted. And as she lets out this wail of pain, her arms and legs twist unnaturally underneath her form, arcing her back as though seized with rictus. So it's a productive turn if you're Tenacity.
Levitating?
She's still levitating above the ground. Her and Zirahl are lowering down to the turtle together.
Got the Bracers with Boots Roman numeral 2 on deck.
All right, I've got 1, 2, by my count, 1, 2, 3, 4 good guys on the turtle, right? Nerium, the Choker,
Yeah, I'm on-
Ssah'ra, and Benedict.
Yeah, well, she has a fly speed. Does that mean
Fly speed, you'll be immune to this.
okay?
So I need anybody, those 4 who, if you don't have a fly, so I think Ssah'ra's also flying, yes? No, Ssah'ra has to land.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Nerium, Ssah'ra, and Benedict, please make me a Constitution saving throw. DC is 15.
I failed.
I failed. I rolled a 1.
I passed.
Nerium, are you concentrating on a spell?
No.
Okay, you are thrown 20 feet this way. Ssah'ra, did you pass?
I passed.
Benny, are you concentrating on a spell?
No.
You are thrown 20 feet this way. As the Watcher of the World pitches and rolls underneath you, sending all of you flying. Now, be glad that's all it can do on its turn, because you definitely don't want to fight an actual Zaratan during everything else here that's happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just imagining this happening every turn, and this is as far as Benedict gets.
That was the Watcher. Who's next?
Boots Roman numeral 2.
Okay, Boots 2. I think we'll do this. We can run all the way down here. I'm going to throw a dagger at Benny.
As you do.
That's going to be an 18 to hit Benny.
No.
And I'm going to throw a dagger at Zirahl.
Well, your AC
Oh, I
is
can't.
improved
I
by
can't
one.
go to this square, can I? I got to go to this square because I can't disengage. So yeah, dagger for Benny, which misses, and then I've got 17 to hit the interloper.
17 to hit the interloper.
Yep.
That just hits.
So 9 points of piercing damage to the interloper, and then she's going to retreat 50 feet back over here. Quicklings are real fun when you're the DM. Who's next?
Got Zirahl with the heart on deck.
Okay.
Is the Quickling basically just that bunny from Wild Beyond the Witchlight?
Quicklings have 120 feet of movement per round. They're blurry, so you can't target them with attacks, and they just stab you repeatedly.
That's the impression I'm getting, is it's that bunny.
Agdon had 70 feet of movement.
Oh, yeah, that was bad enough.
Okay. I'm just rolling dice over here. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
For your DM insert NPC.
Yeah, you guys don't need to concern yourselves with what's happening here.
I'm feeling pretty concerned. I'll be honest.
I'm torn. I don't know if I want Tenacity to get killed or not.
I'd really rather she didn't, but
I'm more concerned if she does die.
Yeah.
Well, if you want Tenacity to not die, you're going to have to act quickly, because Zirahl turns this... and then there was a laser sword fight. It's a laser sword. As she turns it on Tenacity and just starts cleaving through her form, sending blood spatter against the ground, as Tenacity is already arced in pain, and she is now bloodied. That was all of Zirahl's attacks.
How many attacks was that?
3.
Wait, I've already used my reaction. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, she took 3 swipes with this laser sword. The Sword of Zirahl. Which I think actually has artifact stats in Descent into Avernus.
yeah.
Yeah. I didn't look those up because I wasn't intending on any of you getting a hold of it, but... yeah, she seems intent for now on just cleaving Tenacity apart. Who's next?
We've got the heart with boots letter A on deck.
Okay, I've got 2. Okay, heart does not recharge its scream. We're going to stay here and attack Katniss, I guess. I have a 17 to hit Katniss. And a 17 to hit Katniss.
Yeah.
Okay. First corrupting touch. Gonna be 13 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And she's not...
She's cold, fire, lightning, poison, non-magical BPS.
Okay. 13. And then the second corrupting touch. 8 points of necrotic damage. That puts her at 39 hit points remaining on your succubus friend.
Oh, I need to make a concentration save for Sunbeam. I forgot.
That was the heart. Who's next?
After the heart, we have boots letter A with the cloak on deck.
Okay, second verse, same as the first. I just like throwing daggers at the two of you. Benedicto.
Yep.
Dagger misses. As for the interloper, I have a 12 to hit.
Nope. And
Oh.
also Sunbeam is gone.
Sunbeam's gone. Okay, and then the quickling runs back along the turtle leg. Who's next?
Cloak with drum on deck.
Okay, cloak is you guys.
McDohl, did you add 5?
Oh, no, I didn't. I do have it.
5, 10. I believe I'm going to get a drum AO here.
Yes, I will take that. That's an 11 to hit.
Nope.
So you're fine.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Let's start hitting the big boss.
I mean, You would know best. Is that what Serenity would actually do? Just run towards the biggest, most dangerous monster?
Yes. Well, mostly because the monster is tearing Tenacity apart.
Yeah.
Like she would be running in there to try and pull some heat off Tenacity.
Okay.
So what do I got here? I've got +9, 2d6 +5 on hit. 2 of these. So first attack hits an armor class of 27.
That hits.
And this was a magical maul. You can let me know if it still
No,
is.
it still is. Yeah. All of these Atma attacks are magical.
All right, so that's 10 magical bludgeoning.
Okay.
And she has a second attack. Hits an armor class of 18.
18 will not hit.
All right. That's the end of the cloak. We've got Drum with Nerium on deck.
Okay, I think the drum just needs to go after the cloak. But I don't think the drum can catch the cloak.
And other sentences said by normal, rational people.
And I'm going to... It doesn't say this in the stat block, but I'm going to assume it can't do its Sonic rolling attack through the water. That doesn't make any sense to anybody at all. There would need to be a
Sonic
ramp on the
drowns.
edge.
Yeah.
It's not
would-
accessible.
I would
Or
roll
grind
its,
rail, at least.
Or grind rail.
Yeah.
I would roll it's fine until it stops. And then it sinks.
So it's going to use the dash action to come up behind the cloak, I guess, and then not do anything else. Who's next?
Let's see. After the drum, we have Nerium with Ssah'ra.
All right,
Nerium, your socks are even more wet.
Nerium, and I can see this situation, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Nerium is going to like look over here at Ssah'ra, look over here at Thing, and she is going to use a 5th level spell slot to summon the hand.
Uh-oh. I hate that guy.
And just it has it clear, Nerium's hand is purple. And then she's going to grapple. The hand is going to grapple Tenacity.
Okay.
Does Tenacity roll, or like I'm assuming she
Tenacity is
probably fails?
incapacitated at the moment. So-
Cool. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60.
Okay. So you would just grab hold of Tenacity and get her out of harm's way.
Yep. And bonus action. Nerium shoots a moat. Does a 23 hit?
Yeah, it sure does.
Cool. I have 10 moats left. Please
Okay.
enjoy. 26 radiant damage.
All right. Let me apply that first, and then something bad's going to happen to you.
Yeah, I figured.
Nerium finally got brave.
You guys have seen Zirahl take several sources of damage over the course of the fight so far.
Mm-hmm.
I forget some damaged her with lightning. A lightning bolt damaged her, and then the cloak went
Yeah.
up and damaged her. When she takes the radiant damage, she immediately spins in Nerium's direction.
Nerium goes, uh-oh.
Levels the sword in your direction. Like, you've got her attention now, big time.
Ssah'ra! And at the same time, Sahn mentally hears, Sahn, help!
You know what would be great is if you had a big piece hand halfway between you and her.
Yes!
Hey, did she look vulnerable to that?
I'm going to say Benedict has no way of knowing because you're splashing around in the water on the other side of the turtle. You've got
I'm drowning.
you're
I'm
worried
drowning.
about your own
I
shit
can
over there.
Yeah,
Swim in armor.
Nerium's going to move to the edge over here,
Yeah.
as far away as she can get from the scary fallen archangel.
Maybe you should banish yourself.
Banish yourself.
Yeah.
It's 10 rounds.
Wait for a minute. Yeah, just
Would that
like 1 minute
work?
time out.
Well, Nerium's not from this plane of existence, so like if you let it run the entire time, she just goes back home to the Feywild.
Just dusts off her cloak.
Is that it for
Well, was
Nerium?
fun.
That was my action, my
Okay.
bonus action. So yes.
What am I
We've
saving?
got Zirahl with the stud on deck.
Nerium just blasted the Archangel, the fallen angel, with radiant damage, got her attention, and then she called you for help.
Yeah, I'm stuck in the web, so what am I rolling?
That's a good... Thank you for reminding me. I have a lot on my plate, so I'm glad you guys are watching out for me.
Is the spider dead?
No, the
it
spider
went
went to the ethereal plane.
Yeah, the
Oh,
spider.
that's why it's over.
Ssah'ra, I
there.
need a dexterity saving throw, please. Your DC is 12.
Is it magical?
Yes, well, no, it's not, actually. If this was the web spell, it would be, but it's not the web spell. It's web shot.
That's a pass.
You're
Thankfully,
past?
that's a pass.
Okay, so you're not restrained while you're in the web.
Okay.
So you're good to move out of the web if you want.
Okay, I will be doing that shortly. But first, a word from our sponsor.
Violence.
Yeah, violence does solve problems.
This turn was brought to you by Glaive.
First attack.
Mm-hmm.
Math, the 20.
A 20 will hit.
Ew, we're doing this. Okay. Please enjoy 12 points of magical slashing.
Okay, the stud was already bloodied, and now it is more bloodied.
All right, it's also going to take 8 points of force.
Okay.
And DC 17 strength save, or it's prone.
It's going to be a fail on the strength save. So it is knocked prone.
Okay, second attack. It's a 26 hit.
Sure does.
Yeah, 21 points of magical slashing.
And that's enough to take the stud out of the fight, thereby also removing it as a potential ally. Zirahl's just mopping up all these critters out here.
Listen, if there's one thing I've learned from games, it's you kill the ads first. All right, and she's gonna walk over
Unfortunately-
to Art.
I seem to have drawn aggro from the boss.
Working on it.
Going after the heart.
I am. First attack is a 24.
24 will hit.
It's 23 points of magical slashing.
Ooh, that's quite a lot of damage. Okay.
And the butt.
And you're using a magical glaive, right?
I am.
Okay.
I wish I was a champion because then it'd be a crit, but it's not. It's a 28.
28 will hit. I love my
Alright.
champion fighter. One of my favorite characters I played so far in 5th edition.
I know. And 26 points of. Oh, I'm sorry. Different die.
Wish he was here right now.
21 points of magical bludgeoning.
And the heart is bloodied. Ssah'ra staying put there?
Look, Nerium, I'm saving you.
You step in between Nerium and the fallen angel.
I mean,
Nerium's-
between is a strong word.
Nerium says, "Thanks, bestie," and then she yells over her shoulder, "Tenacity, you need to get your shit together."
Who's next?
After Zirahl, we've got the stud, followed by the choker.
Stud is dead. Ssah'ra just killed it. And the choker's y'all.
The choker is going to eat the AO,
Okay.
and it's going to run up on Zirahl.
The sacrifice misses. And the choker's going up on Zirahl.
Yeah, she can't do anything to Zirahl,
Right.
but she's going to try and charm.
I mean, you've
Zirahl.
already learned that Zirahl's immune to charm.
Right.
Zirahl learned that. So
Yeah.
trying to... I mean, how often does the succubus get a chance to, like, attempt to seduce the Lord of the Nine, right? Like,
I
that's...
mean, listen, no shade for taking your shot.
Right, exactly.
So
Miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
yeah, in this case, you miss 100% of the shots you do take. But
All right, who's next?
you know what?
We're just helping you delete a token.
Who's next?
Oh, sorry. After the choker, we've got Zirahl with Sahn.
Okay.
Zirahl,
Zirahl.
not Zariel.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Oh, it's Zirahl. Okay.
Zirahl,
Yeah,
not
my bad.
Zariel.
Yeah.
Those are very different.
Yeah. Let's see, 15, 15, 20, 25, 30 gets me there. Still hovering over the water.
Sure.
And all right, so we got that guy that is harassing. Yeah, I think that's probably a good option to pick off. Yeah, I'm gonna pick that one off.
Okay.
Eldritch Blast.
Do it. Yeah, the heart is bloodied already.
Does a 26 hit?
Yeah, sure does.
8 magical force damage and an additional 5 fire damage.
Okay.
It's still up. I'm going again.
Yep, still up.
That's a net 1. 23 to hit.
23 will hit.
Ooh, max damage. 15 points of force damage.
That's enough for the heart. We have taken the heart out of the fight.
Good work.
Bonus action. Benedict.
Yep.
Zirahl touches your blade, and it starts crackling with lightning energy.
Can you do that from 10 feet away?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the effect of that?
You get an additional D4 of lightning damage on each hit for the next minute.
Is that it for Zirahl?
That is it for Zirahl.
All right, who's next?
Sahn with the chain on deck. 10, 20, 30 swimming, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. All right. So
Here.
I will use my action. I am a fighter. I attack 3 times. First attack will be at this. So I'm attacking the drum. That hits an armor class of 19.
19 will hit.
Dealing 11 magical piercing.
And it is bloodied.
Great. My second attack will be on the big bad.
Okay.
That hits an armor class of 26.
That hits.
Dealing 9 magical piercing.
Okay.
My third attack is a attack on Zirahl. This hits an armor class of 20.
20 misses.
All right. That was 3 attacks. As a bonus action, I will use a crossbow expert attack to attack Zirahl.
Okay.
That hits an armor class of 22.
That'll hit.
Dealing 11 magical piercing.
Okay.
I am going to action surge.
Yep.
Start right
The
again.
first action, my action after action surging will be manifesting fulminating flux. That's lightning bolt. 10 feet wide. I'm pretty sure I can get the drum and Zirahl.
Yeah.
So they both need to make DC. Hold on, spells.
Also the
DC
cloak.
17. And the cloak. Yep. DC 17 saving throws at disadvantage because I've hit them with an attack.
Okay. So
Cool.
that's a dex save.
Yeah.
Zariel's going to pass, and the drum's going to fail.
Okay. Serenity also failed. This is 8d6. This is my action for action surge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8. Cool. That will deal 31 lightning damage, which can be cut in half by either a save or Serenity's resistance.
Okay.
So Serenity takes 15 and goes to 27.
Okay, so I've got the cloak at 27. And how much damage was that?
31.
31. That's enough for the drum.
All right, I have a bonus action. I'm going to take a sharpshooter on Zirahl.
Yep.
That hits an armor class of 23.
23 will hit.
Dealing 22 magical piercing.
Okay.
And I have an item interaction from Haste. So this is thunder and lightning from the staff.
Yep.
So first of all, Zirahl is getting another lightning bolt, so I need another DC 17 saving throw at disadvantage. And I'll arc this above the cloak, since I'm pretty sure she's tall enough that I can just hit her.
Zariel's a large creature, yes.
Yeah.
That is a fail on the save.
All right, and she did. All right, and this is an extra damage, because it's a little bit better at lightning than I am. That'll be 33 lightning damage.
Okay.
And then everything within 16 feet of me, as a thunderclap follows up that lightning bolt, needs to make a DC... Where's the cloak? Where's the staff? Everything within 60 feet of me, not including myself, to make a DC 17 Constitution saving throw.
Does that include
Anything
your
that
allies?
fails... Yep.
Okay.
That's
Is it
all of us.
60?
You want to kill that cloak, don't you?
Yes.
That's all of us, I think.
Yeah. that's all of
Anything that
us.
fails takes 2d6 thunder damage and is deafened for a minute. On a successful save, you take half damage.
Did you get the chain in that 60?
What was the DC?
Yeah, what was the DC?
17?
Oh, this is gonna suck.
Now the chain's a little bit out.
What
Chain's
does
out,
deafened?
tenacity's out. But
What
you've
does
got
deafened do?
the boots, you've got... I'm going to let you guys do the cloak and the choker. You've got Zirahl,
The cloak saved.
the cloak
So
save.
it's like
Okay.
quarter damage.
We'll do
Cloak,
the big fail on the boots and a fail on Zirahl as well.
It's 9
What's the
thunder
DC?
damage.
What's the DC?
17.
What's the save dex?
Con.
4 blitz to pass. I need to be able to cast spells.
Okay, let me... So 9 thunder damage. I've applied that to the boots. Let me
I
erase...
applied the damage to the cloak. She's down to 4 because she passed, and
Zirahl's cashing in 4 blips.
I'm also cashing in 4 blips.
The cloak's down to how much health?
24.
Okay.
Is this half on a save?
Yes.
And it was half
and,
of what?
And you're not deafened on a save.
Okay, so
Oh, half of I rolled pretty good. I think it was 9.
okay, so 4. Katniss failed.
Katniss failed, so she's taking the full 9. Katniss is now
Yes.
bloodied. And what about the interloper?
Constitution saving throw.
Add 5.
Easy pass.
Easy pass.
So 2 damage.
Okay.
4 damage. I'm sorry.
Did you
4
get
damage.
Benedict is burning 4 blips?
Benedict is also burning 4 blips. So Benedict
Yeah,
is cashed out.
I rolled a
this one?
1 too little. Yeah, Sahn, you
I assumed there was no way you could fail that save, Benny. Sorry.
I have +9.
So that was a productive turn for Sahn.
That is the end of my turn.
Who's next?
After Sahn, we've got Shane with Thread.
Oh, is he going to make it? Is he going to make it?
Go, Cheska. I'm rooting for you, buddy.
10, 20, 30, 35. How much actual movement does he get? $45, 55. He can dash to get here.
Gonna get you, Nerium.
He's going to dash to get here instead.
Block my egress.
I can get one more square this way. All right, that's Cheska. Who's next?
After the chain, we've got the Thread with Benny.
Okay.
This is good.
He's going to use a bonus action to step back to the material plane. He's going to web shot this square and then skitter over to Sahn and bite you.
Okay.
Find the stat block here. That's a 21 to hit.
Nope.
No. Okay, so the bite misses. It's already used its bonus action once, so it's not going anywhere this round. That's it for the spinner. Who's next?
Benny with the Orcish Interloper.
I mean, Benny is going to drink a potion.
Yep.
The potion is Potion of Invulnerability, so I have resistance to everything.
Okay.
And then all I have is a bonus action because I can't fucking reach it. So I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself. And that's my turn.
Got the Orcish Interloper with Tenacity.
All right.
20 foot of flight gets him there, and I think we're gonna take a sunbeam at the. Oh, I wonder, can I get both Cheska and? You gonna make me hit Sahn too with this sunbeam?
I'm looking at that line going through all three of them.
Yeah.
But I mean, he just hit you with a bunch of thunder damage, so I mean, he's asking for it.
Yeah, all of you give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
So you want a Constitution save from the spool and the chain?
Yes. And Sahn.
It's a 21 for Sahn.
That's an easy pass.
Fail on the spool and fail on the chain. So what's happening?
Sunbeam says 6d8 radiant damage, and those that failed are blinded.
Okay. They can definitely both be blinded.
21 points of radiant damage, and Sahn, you take 10.
Okay. I make the con save for Splinter Time.
All right. The spool is bloodied, and the chain is now damaged.
See, and that was a bonus, and that was I believe it was a bonus action.
They're all bonus actions. You're next to Ben.
Yeah, that's right. So he's.
But you can only cast
he's
another
gonna-
spell this turn if it's a cantrip. You still can't
Yeah.
cast two spells in one turn unless one is a cantrip. But I mean, you've got some attack cantrips.
Probably pretty good.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's also got the form of the pattern of whatever does the laser thing.
Oh, I thought Sunbeam was an ongoing spell,
It is.
so you didn't cast a spell.
It's true. I didn't cast a spell.
Oh, well.
Yeah. You know what? Let's give Sahn some Wither and Bloom back. How about that?
Okay.
I need Kthith to make a Constitution saving throw.
Ooh, I think we passed. We have a... Yeah, we got a 20 on the con save.
Okay, yeah, that's an easy pass. D&D Beyond.
And I spend a hit die.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you get to add.
Oh, cool. I'm back to full.
You get to add something on top of it as well.
Yeah, 3. I was at 3 damage, so I'm sure Wisdom
Okay.
modifier is good for that.
Oh yeah, that will easy take care of that. 2d6 necrotic.
Which
damage.
was important because I have exactly 102 maximum hit points.
7 points of necrotic damage, which Kthith can cut in half.
Okay.
That's good for the Orcish Interloper.
All right, who's next?
After the Interloper, we have Tenacity with the Bracers on deck.
Okay, let's see if Tenacity can shake the spell.
The hand is like shaking her. Like, come on!
No, she does not. Who's next?
We've got the Bracers with Boots number 2 on deck.
All right, bracers.
It's
Who's touching the floor?
I am, but I'm also stuck in a web.
Well, if you're touching the floor, you're going to make the save.
Okay. This
All
is
right.
con.
Oh, thank God.
I got a 14 on my con save.
You're looking for
19.
a 15 on the Constitution saving throw.
I'm going to be less dominable.
It's not magic, right?
No, it's just...
I am less dominable today.
So I'm going to just go in reading from left to right here. So starting with Nerium, did you pass or save?
19.
So you passed. Okay, Ssah'ra, did you pass?
I did not.
You did not. Are you concentrating on a spell?
Yeah, technically.
Well, then you lose your concentration on the spell. It's gone.
No more retreating.
And you are thrown 20 feet into the water.
Oh, you've retreated.
Sahn, did you pass?
Yes.
Yes. Benny, did you pass?
I did pass.
Did the interloper pass?
He's flying.
Interloper's floating.
He's flying. And Zirahl is still swimming.
No, he's still floating.
He's still floating. And also, is Katniss floating?
He's got a fly speed.
Okay. And the cloak.
Oh, I didn't do the cloak.
The cloak also has a fly speed, doesn't it?
Oh, okay.
No, it does not.
No, wait, no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Cloak passed.
Cloak passes. Okay.
Certainly you can do con saves all day.
Very
What about
good.
Spider in the chain?
That was the turtle. Spider and the chain are on the bad guy side. They don't have to make that save.
Got Boots, Roman numeral 2, followed by Zirahl.
Oh, God.
I can get both of you from here.
We're about to get eaten.
Sahn,
I'm about to get eaten.
I have a 20 to hit.
Nope. Thank you,
And
haste.
Benny, I have a 17 to hit.
Oh, no.
All right.
Thank you, plate armor.
She's going to run back to here. Who's next?
After Boots, Roman numeral 2 is Zirahl with the heart on deck. Is the heart dead?
Heart is dead.
Heart is dead.
Then it's the boots again.
Okay. I think I understand this spell, but I've never used it before.
Oh, God.
First thing I'm going to do is Zirahl is going to teleport
Oh,
over here.
as a spell?
Nope.
No. Darn.
It's just a thing she can do. That was a bonus action. Now I'm going to cast a spell.
I'm going to counter the spell.
You're going to counter the spell.
Yes.
Make that check.
What level is it?
Level 6.
16 on the dot.
On the dot.
Yep.
You know what I
Plus your
didn't
abilities.
do that I
Plus
should have done is I should have given counterspell to the witch. I mean, the witch is dead. Doesn't matter here, but the witch definitely should have counterspell.
Wait, do you add your spellcasting ability modifier to this? Because I've been doing
Yeah.
that wrong then.
Yeah.
Well,
Nerium,
okay.
here's what happens. The fallen angel teleports over to Tenacity, clearly wanting to keep Tenacity under her thumb.
Uh-huh.
But she turns her attention away from Tenacity to take care of you and Ssah'ra and reaches out to cast a spell. When she does that, you go, nope, finger guns, counterspelled. That's the second time today.
yes. Nerium's like, Zirahl, I don't think I could do that too many more times.
There will not be a third time today.
Oh, like I'm just imagining Nerium's like for the first time, she's looking at an authority figure and she's actually scared.
Who's next?
The I survived this right becomes a question rather than the statement. We've got Boots, letter A, followed by the cloak.
All right. I'm going to do this stupid turn every time I get a chance. I love the boots.
I believe you.
Oh, I've got a 22 to hit Sahn.
Yeah, that's my armor class.
Okay. One of these daggers got to land. That's the maximum possible. 10 points of piercing damage from the dagger. And then I've got a 12 to hit Benny.
No.
And then the boots are going to run back to her safe spot.
I am still concentrating on Splinter Time.
All right, who's next?
After Boots, letter A, it's the cloak, followed by Nerium.
Nerium is going to
Cloak.
Cloak.
Cloak is first.
Oh,
5, 10, 15. It's hammer time.
Okay.
So these are at +9. I get 2 of them.
My poor spider
So
only bought
attacking-
one turn, huh?
Spider hits an 18 with the first attack.
I believe the 18 hits. Yeah, an 18 is a big hit.
Dealing 13 magical bludgeoning.
That's all it took.
And second attack. Okay.
Spool is no more.
That was 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I can get a javelin on the angel at disadvantage. That hits an armor class of plus 9, yeah. Just 10.
Armor class 10 does not hit.
All right, that's the end for the cloak. Now we got Nerium with Zirahl.
Nerium's like, well, she's pissed at me. Might as well lean into it. Let me see what the range of the spell is. So I need to make sure if I can. Do I need to attack first or move first?
How high is Bigby's hand holding tenacity above the water out here?
However high she was in the air over here.
Okay, so maybe
Basically just
10 feet up out of the water then.
right. Yeah,
That sounds right to me.
So I cast 4. The spell is called Crown of Stars.
Why do I have
120
Thwip
feet.
Thwip on the table, by the way?
Oh, I was
Wait.
counting out every time you tried to wed somebody.
Then, okay, Thwip is okay. Because he did a Thwip,
Yeah.
but he also did a Bamf. And I was making sure you didn't get the Thwip and the Bamf mixed up.
So
yeah.
what are the rules on a standing jump? You can is it just like equal to your strength score?
Equal to your strength score with a running start.
Okay. All right. Well,
So if you have at least a strength 10, you can make that jump.
yeah. So 10, 20, no, excuse me, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Miriam yells out, got a pissed off angel. And
it.
I'm going to...
I've been working on it.
Shoot. Does a 17 hit the monster?
Which one?
Zirahl.
Zirahl?
I'm attacking Zirahl.
17
yeah.
does not hit.
All right. So that was my bonus action.
I would tell you this thing's challenge rating, but I don't want to ruin Christmas for you.
Right. I'm assuming it. Listen, if her AC is not at least 21 or 22, I would be very surprised.
A 22
Uh,
hit, a 20 missed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So you're pretty close to the bunny there.
That's the only thing Chris pays attention to.
Yeah.
I gotta
Whether or not he can,
attack.
whether or not he can power attack. Yeah. Okay. So I need. Do I have any other? You know what? We're gonna go with. We're just gonna go with magic missile.
Okay.
6th level.
Okay, that's a lot of missiles.
That's a lot of magic missiles.
1, 2, 3. 1.
What is this?
2,
Is a
3, 4, 5.
attack ability, attack only household?
Well, not any. Not
This
didn't
isn't
used to be.
Pokemon.
Yeah, this is not Pokemon. That's 21 force damage
Against the angel?
against
You
the
had-
angel.
Did you add
Okay.
8 or whatever the
Oh no, 21 plus 8. Plus 8. Yeah.
So 8 more?
So yeah. Forgot about the plus
29
1.
total.
Okay.
I think that's a fair trade. Kind of low damage, but it was a guaranteed hit.
Yeah.
And that was my action, bonus action, and I ran away like a little coward.
Cool. Who's next?
Ssah'ra and then Katniss.
Ssah'ra, you are swimming.
Yeah, we're gonna go on the flipper.
Okay, so it's 10 feet to get up on the flipper.
How close do I need to be to this chain to try and convert it?
Within 5 feet. You need to be next to it.
Oh, god damn you. Okay. We're gonna psychic leap.
Okay.
We're gonna come up here.
Sure.
And let's see the one time I want to roll low.
I mean, you got to get A 51 or lower. I mean, that's a coin flip. That's very slightly better than a coin flip.
Hey, I got a 9.
A 9. So go ahead and move the chain to your side of the board. And here, I'm just going to
I don't think you
duplicate
can restrain
this
things.
for now.
We've already beaten him up a bunch too.
Oh yeah, it's low on
Please.
low on health.
I just needed to restrain the friggin' angel.
There you go. That's what you got. It is able to restrain things. And it has reach. The Constable of
That's
Jangling
cool.
Heiter.
So that was my action. That was my bonus action. We actually got 10.
This poor chain didn't attack anybody. Didn't try to fight any of you. Spent his whole time swimming back to land.
So basically, what you're saying is the chain, Zirahl rubbed off on the chain. Every
Chain was on
time.
our side the whole time. Lawful good chain.
Yeah, very lawful good. Very good lawful good chain devil.
Okay.
Spent the entire combat swimming to the fight.
Alright, so that's my bonus action, my action, my movement. I'm done.
All right, who's next?
After Zirahl, we've got the choker with Zirahl on deck.
Stoker's going to run over here to this and try the charm.
All right.
DC 15. Wisdom.
Wisdom. I have a 14.
Okay, well, it's charmed.
Prank's mistress is charmed.
The target may not move or act while charmed
Okay.
until the end of Katniss's next turn.
Okay. Who's next?
Zirahl with Sahn.
Can get me hovering over the top, and I think it's time we ruin Zariel's day.
Oh, we're gonna ruin it, are we?
Yeah, well, we'll see. Depends on.
I'm pretty sure she's already having a bad day.
Nerium's all up in her business.
She just got magic missiled 8 times. Like,
Let's give her 3. Let's give her 3 Eldritch blasts.
Okay.
To.
I'm just imagining
Actually-
this is like poking her.
I have my Mystic Arcanum here.
Don't save the elixirs.
No, yeah. Zariel, please make a charisma saving throw. DC is 18.
Absolutely no problem. I've got a 29 on the save.
Boo.
What spell
You know
is
what?
that?
Silver
Force gauge.
barbs.
We're gonna
Are you
silver.
within 60 feet?
We both are.
Okay.
So who's silvery barbsing?
Ssah'ra will do it.
Okay, so Sarah's using her reaction.
Yep.
And what's my DC?
18.
That's a 24 on the save.
Silvery barbs again.
Okay. Uses up your reaction.
Yes, and I'm going to give my...
That turns it into a 22 on the
Advantage.
save.
Oh, I forgot silver barbs gives advantage to people, yeah.
So... Sahn, please enjoy the advantage.
Is that
Yep.
it for Zirahl?
The cage fails to coalesce around Zariel's body.
Correct. Is that it?
That'll end my turn.
All right, who's next?
Sahn with the chain on deck. I'm starting in the web.
So you're going to make a dexterity saving throw. DC is
Benny, are you 15 feet away or
12.
20?
Uh,
I made it either way.
I'm 20.
if you made it, you are not restrained by the web.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 10, 20. All right, just in range. So this one is with advantage. Show I'm out of fancy tricks. I guess it's time to resort to the incredible
The thing that
power of
always works.
spastic violence.
Machine gun
Vanilla
blow.
violence.
So I've got sharpshooter with a hand crossbow. Wow, going with the 5 or the 5. That only hits a That only hits 13.
13's not going to hit.
I burn the lightning loop in my eye socket to make an auto success.
Okay.
$22 magical piercing damage.
Okay.
Second attack. Hits an armor class.
We're a magical
of-
crossbow, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second attack hits an armor class of 21.
21 will hit.
AC confirmed.
For 23 magical piercing.
All right. Are you ready for... Let's pause there for a second.
Yep.
Yeah.
Zirahl is bloodied.
What? That's not good.
So I need... Hold on, 60 feet. 20, 30. I get Nerium. Ssah'ra, I think you're just too far away. By 5 feet. So
You're
I
60
need...
feet. Ssah'ra's 45 feet away.
I'm just at the edge of 30. I don't think she's.
Did I count that wrong?
She has to be 60 feet though, because last turn she
Silver
barbed.
barbed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
50
Oh.
feet away is what I got.
Yep.
Yeah,
then
that
Ssah'ra's
sounds
in
more
there.
right.
Were you counting the water as 10?
I don't know what I was doing. Ssah'ra, and artifacts will be immune to this on either side. Ssah'ra, Sahn, and Nerium. I need a DC 26 Wisdom saving throw.
I wish I hadn't just burnt my lightning loop. Oh, that's a fail.
Fail. That's a
I'm going to
one die.
burn 4 blips because I cannot make that.
Oh,
Okay.
you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna auto success that with my last 4 blips. I have 1 left. That's a good call.
Sahn's burning
Yeah.
blips. Nerium's burning all the blips.
I guess I'm not gonna have another action surge this time, so I'm gonna have to use 4.
Okay.
Plus, is it a charm effect by chance?
No, it is a you're being lit on fire effect.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna burn.
Leave
my
strike.
blips.
Okay, let me add this up.
Maybe, I don't know.
22 points of fire damage, which you can cut in half if you pass that save. As Zirahl, with her bloodied reaction, turns in your direction and commands the 3 of you to burn. And you do burn.
Can I just eat the 22 points to use my blips?
I'm gonna use my reaction for blade energy and become resistant to that fire. So I'll take
Okay.
10.
Yeah,
or I'll
Ssah'ra,
take
you
5,
can eat the
and
damage
I
if you want.
fail. And I get my concentration.
Yeah, I'm gonna non-cipher bonus those blips.
All right. So that was Sahn's second attack, triggering Zirahl's bloodied reaction.
Third attack, sharpshooter. Hits an armor class of 27,
27 will hit.
dealing 18 magical piercing. Bonus action, misses.
All right.
12, which I know misses. I still have some movement, and I don't like the island possibly shaking off my splinter time, so I'm going to swim out. Am I on the flipper here? Or
You're in
can
the
I be
water there. You're
Works for me.
willingly jumping in the water before the turtle has a chance to throw you in the water.
I've got 80 feet of movement right now, so yeah.
Sure. Who's next?
After Sahn, it's the chain, followed by good old Benny.
The chain is you guys now.
Yeah. The chain does not have a flight speed as far as I can tell.
Nah. That's why it took him so goddamn long to swim. Technically, that was Zirahl's fault.
That was
Yeah. Kinda. I mean, I bamfed over to Benedict. Not
The
my fault
tossing
for
off
being
doesn't
too
cause
much.
damage, right?
When you're getting tossed up by the turtle, no. You get knocked prone, thrown off, and your concentration ends.
Okay, the chain is going to move up here by Ssah'ra. And that's all it's gonna do right now.
All right, who's next?
After the chain, we've got good old Benny, followed by the Orcish Interloper.
Good old Benny.
Oh my goodness. 10, 15, 20, 25. Dash. I feel like that's the best that I can do. Is just go in this direction and get closer. Be as close to as many people as I can.
Okay.
Okay, next up.
Orcish Interloper, followed by Tenacity.
Actually, no, I have bonus action I'll use. It's just a spell. Boop.
Orcish Interloper goes down to the ground.
Oh, I can't do this.
He can only get this far, but he can still Sunbeam Zirahl.
Okay. Ooh, she's not gonna like that.
Yeah, give her. Let's have her do a Constitution saving throw, please.
Ah. Man, even with the advantage, huh? That's a 15 on the con save.
Ooh, gross. She is blinded if she can be.
She can be.
She's blinded and she takes 26 radiant damage.
Okay. Yeah, she hated that.
As an action. Okay, so let's see. So I don't think he has any bonus actions he can do right now because yeah, he can't do anything with a bonus action because he's not close enough to Benny.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna end the Orcish Interloper's
So
turn.
you know how much damage was that?
26? Is that what you said?
26.
Yeah, I said 26.
I'm gonna go ahead and pass that save.
Oh, okay.
Let's not be blinded.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Fair enough.
Got
So
Tenacity
13,
with the
so
bracers on deck.
13 points of radiant damage.
Yep,
in
I've
that
applied
case.
13 damage and she's not blind.
Tenacity.
Tenacity. Let's see if she
Do,
gets out of this spell.
do something, Tenacity.
Tenacity remains incapacitated.
Otterling.
Island with boots.
Before
Roman
the
numeral 2 on
island
deck.
takes a turn. Because it is now 4 minutes to 7. And we're...
Yeah.
We're a fair ways through this encounter, but this is the finale encounter. So... we could either go really late tonight,
Finish off tonight.
finish off tonight, figure probably another hour, or we can pick it up next week at the top of this order right here, and that way we could take our time with the epilogue and the denouement and everything.
Oh, let's take our time.
I
I'd say take
probably
our time.
cannot play next week.
Oh,
I want at least one more round.
I'd like to actually hit something, but I could do
I'd like to. I can stay for another hour personally. Then.
do you guys want to?
Yeah,
I mean, I'll be
think
here
I'd
the
go
week
late.
after that, but I think next week I'm probably gonna have to call off.
All right. Well, let's keep going then. At the top of the round, who's touching the floor?
Looks like the Orcish Interloper, Ssah'ra.
Serenity.
He's flying. Benedict is on the ground.
Serenity fails.
Oh, what's the DC?
Sorry,
Sorry,
I'll pull that up. I believe it's 15.
Oh, I
15 Constitution saving throw.
I pass. Just barely.
Constitution, right?
Constitution saving throw. Yes.
Okay.
Sunbeam is gone, and Orcish Interloper is going to get thrown around.
He's
Okay,
flying.
so I'm
isn't
gonna
he?
roll this right here in the middle of the thing, so everybody.
He went to the ground so he could get moving, so he could move closer.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, they're not the same number.
We're gonna roll this, and we're gonna see if tenacity goes in the drink. All right. Got
Okay.
+5 to this because of Benny.
Nice.
Oh,
What?
That's
What?
Bullshit.
Who
Bullshit.
said that? Who said that?
is Bigby's hand gone?
Bigby's hand is gone.
Okay. And yeah, Tenacity falls unceremoniously into the water.
Maybe that'll wake her up.
Out of it.
All right. I don't think, yeah, that's all on you. You guys have a bunch of rolls to make. So the cloak was on the ground. The chain is on the ground.
The chain failed, Ssah'ra passed.
The chain fails.
Cloak
The
failed.
chain is knocked prone over here. And
Nazir failed.
okay. So he is knocked prone over here. How'd the choker do?
He's got
she's
a fly
flying.
speed.
Okay. All right. I think that's
Cloak failed.
cloak failed.
Sploosh.
So we'll throw the cloak in the water down here.
Nerium failed, so where's she?
Oh, Nerium also failed.
That's why tenacity's in the drink.
So you're thrown off the turtle into the water. Your socks could not be more wet.
I know.
Yeah.
I am not happy. Everything about my life sucks right now.
I mean, the angel's mad at you, and
I do wonder what she's more upset about, the wet socks or the angel.
who's next?
Boots Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
Charmed and cannot move or act
Correct.
until the end of the next turn. Katniss's next turn.
Zirahl.
Okay.
She gonna kill tenacity now.
No.
I have pissed off the angel. Yeah,
Zariel's
I
going
knew
to
this.
swoop in and move to this position.
Yep.
All right.
Nazir have silvery
This is a
barbs?
lot of
He do.
attack.
He do.
Nerium, let's do you first.
Yeah. Yeah, I have 13 AC. Please be gentle. Like I don't have a pillow to
That's
bite.
not a to hit roll.
Oh no.
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
DC
That's
is
even worse.
26.
I physically cannot make this.
You have +5.
You're within
I
10.
cannot make this.
Nope, can't make it. Okay. I'm going to give you a whole bunch of damage.
Actually, I can. Hold on. If I roll a 20, I make it.
You got blips?
No,
You got a bar die?
I can't use bar down myself. I've touched
All
take
right.
the damage.
40 points of necrotic damage.
Ow.
And you're poisoned for 1 minute. And while you're poisoned in this way, you are blinded and deafened. You can repeat that save at the end of each of your turns.
Okay.
As Zirahl doesn't even need her sword, she just reaches out to the water and touches you with her horrid touch. So you're blind and deaf and poisoned.
That was not a spell, correct?
That was not a spell.
Okay.
Next. Yeah, next. She's going to turn her sword on Nerium.
Okay.
I have a 28 to hit.
I have an AC of 13, Brick Road.
Yeah, well, I guess
Silvery
that's-
barbs.
You're gonna silvery barbs that, huh?
Yep.
Going for
I am
that
within
1.
range.
Okay, that doesn't improve things. It's still 28 to
Uh,
hit.
I'm going
Yep.
to siphon salience.
Okay, the reactions are coming out.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I
that's
can't. Never
Nazir's-
mind. My reaction is on cooldown.
Okay, so
Yeah, Nazir can silvery barbs, so
That would give.
Alright.
That's useful because we can still give.
advantage.
Jesus, this is a lot of damage. You're gonna get. This is from one attack. 15 points of radiant damage
Okay.
plus plus 29 points of fire damage.
Okay.
As she brings this
Benny.
laser sword down upon you.
Take the advantage.
Add it to all the extra effects.
How's Nerium looking?
I'm down 100 hit points
What-
in a single round.
What is your current HP at?
16.
16. Yeah, she's probably going to kill you here then.
Oh well. Okay then. Awesome.
That is a critical
That feels.
hit.
That
You
feels
don't
great.
need a critical hit, Zirahl. You don't.
That's
Jesus. I don't own
that
enough
feels good.
dice.
that feels
Yeah.
great in the finale.
I told you, it's the clone that goes back in time.
All right.
At least you can't do W.
25 points of radiant damage
Okay.
from
I'm
this.
down. You don't have to do the rest.
I kind of want to though.
I mean, I'm denying you. I
No,
don't.
I don't. I actually don't physically have enough dice. I just need to use the Google Dice Roller. Plus 71 points of fire damage.
What?
That was with some ones in there.
That's a crit.
Sword of Zirahl's no joke.
No, it isn't.
So Nerium, you are in the water, unconscious, poisoned, blind, and deaf. And
Yeah.
sinking. If nobody rescues you from the water, you are going to sink until you are conscious again, at which point you will probably be drowning. What's your constitution modifier?
+1.
+1. So you will, by the time you are no longer poisoned, you will start to drown.
Okay.
Okay. And then she's going to use her bonus action to teleport.
Oh, for fuck's
Back over
sake.
here.
I will never hit her. I hate everything about this.
Her fly speed gets her across the board and back effortlessly. And then on top of that, she can also teleport. Here, we better flip Nerium over to definitely dead. Who's next?
I've got Nerium. Don't worry, everyone.
Boots, letter A with cloak on deck.
Boots can't act because
Boots cannot
boots
act.
are charmed.
So cloak
Serenity.
10, 20, 30, 40, and throw a pair of javelins from the water.
At tenacity?
No, at Zirahl.
Sure.
Hits an armor class of 26
That'll hit.
for 7 magical piercing,
Okay.
and hits an armor class of 14.
14 will not hit.
All right, that's the end of Serenity. We got Nerium with Ssah'ra.
I didn't want to roll a critical hit in that moment. That was the wrong place. Like, the first attack
Fail.
against Benedict rolling a crit would have been great.
I resistance.
All
I mean,
right.
that just feels like I got my limit break filled up in the last round of a boss fight.
That's 1 failure.
So Nerium's
Okay.
make death save failure?
Yeah.
Okay, who's next?
Do I still need
Ssah'ra
to make that? Wait, do I still need to make
you're
that
the poison,
roll?
yeah.
Against the poison effect?
The
Yeah,
one you
that's
can
a
only
fail.
succeed on a 20.
That's a DC 26.
Oh yeah, no, I
Uh,
can't succeed on that unless Benny's within 10 feet of me.
And he's no longer is.
Did
'cause
you
you're
add
sinking.
the +5 to your death save?
Oh,
You're not within 10 feet of Benix. You're sinking in the water.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
You are.
So we got Zirahl with the
Okay.
shooter.
Benny, I'm leaving it up to you to save Nerium.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Rob is going to do.
I got Nerium. I got
I
Nerium.
learned a neat trick from Treble last campaign.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna vortex work tenacity.
Okay. You're just playing soccer with Zirahl with tenacity as the ball.
Listen, Benny's over here whining about how he's never gonna hit the angel. So guess what, Benny? Here's some bait.
I cannot get her there. Yes, please help.
So you have all the ranges figured. Like Vortex Warp, you have to be within a certain range, don't you?
A 90-foot range.
Okay, yeah, you're within 90 feet. No problem.
Where do you want your bait, Benny?
Closer to over here would be better. Well, hold on.
You gotta be able to heal. What's her?
Yeah, I gotta help Nerium. Well, I can move after that. Yeah.
Benny,
But
I got Nerium. Don't worry.
I need to remove her poison.
Because remember, the angel's just gonna teleport. So if I put her over here, she's gonna teleport away from you. You're not gonna be able to hit the damn thing.
Yeah.
Put tenacity in the web.
she's already incapacitated, man.
Just somewhere in this area. That's fine. Because I can move 5, heal her, 10, 15, 20, etc.
Okay, so we'll vortex work tenacity over there.
Okay. Tenacity's still breathing as of now. Oh, Prompto's upset. Oh, you know what? I know why Prompto's upset. Can I step away for just 2 minutes and feed my dogs?
Now I'm going to use my limited wish to give Nerium a shitload of hit points back.
I still need the. I'm still blind and deaf.
No, I got you. That's why Benedict's going to do that, and then I'm going to
Yeah.
step in and give you the hit points.
But Benedict also has to pull you up out of the water. Benny has a swim speed.
Also true. Magnus is really cute right now. He's like
Should
all
post a
splintered
picture.
out on his back. He's asking for tummy rubs.
You gotta take pictures of him.
But then if I took pictures of him, you'd see his donger, and I don't want to do that. Sweetie.
Sorry about that. 7 p.m. is dinner time in Dog World.
That's what I
Gotcha.
figured. Yeah.
Yeah, same.
All right.
I'm gonna use my bonus action, second wind,
Sure.
and that'll be done.
We've got Choker with Zirahl on deck.
I think the choker actually gets to do something for once.
Yeah, I need a DC 15 Constitution saving throw.
How about a 4?
Okay. Take 29 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
No, excuse me, not 25. 34. 'cause it's
34.
plus 5. Yep.
And the boots are bloodied. And at the end of the choker's turn, the boots are no longer charmed, correct?
Correct.
All right. Is that it for the choker?
Yeah, it's the end of for the choker.
Okay, who's next?
Got Zirahl with Sahn on deck.
Six. Hateri, our bond is consummated. Spirit of the deceit, heed my wish. Heal my ally. Hey, that's a limited wish, which is going to spoof heal.
Okay.
Nerium, you gain 70 hit points. It also ends blindness, deafness, and any diseases affecting it,
But not poison.
which also has the blind and deafness, which really is kind of stupid, but okay.
So Nerium's still poisoned, but no longer blind, deaf, unconscious. And she's still drowning.
Yeah.
Okay. And she has 70 hit
But
points
you
back.
have 70 hit points.
All
He's the
right.
last one hit.
And that will cool down in an inconsequential amount of time, which is 1d4 long rests.
Okay. Who's next?
3 long rests, if that matters.
Sahn with the chain.
All right.
So 10, 20, 30, 40 feet of swimming. Let's get shooting. First attack. Hits an armor class of 15.
15 will not hit.
Second attack. Hits an armor class of 20. 5.
25 will hit.
Dealing 23 magical piercing.
Okay.
Third attack. Misses.
Okay.
Bonus action. Hits an armor class of 22.
22 will hit.
Dealing 21 magical piercing.
Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Who's next?
The chain.
Sorry, after Sahn, it's the chain with Benny.
Right, chain is gonna move over next to Tenacity.
Okay.
Benny, you should probably heal Tenacity. Maybe, I don't know.
Tenacity is bloodied.
How much do you like her?
Is that it for the chain?
Looking at my options here.
You could move to the chain or move to tenacity and hold an action.
No, I know what I'm gonna do.
Heal tenacity. I don't
I
know.
got it. I got it.
Wow, Chris. It's like you don't like. It's like you hate Nerium or something.
I mean, I do.
Oh right, she's
Only a
alive.
little.
He is alive now. Yeah.
Nerium can't die here, remember?
No.
Well, she thinks she can't.
What happens is like a portal opens up right before she dies and she disappears from the battlefield.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize that. Like we were waiting. I thought we were on the train. Okay. So, Benedict puts his hand on Tenacity's shoulder, and whatever effect she has on her is dispelled.
What kind of effects can you like a spell effect?
One spell effect.
Okay, so the spell effect is there's no roll for that. It's just done.
It's just gone.
Okay, so she's no longer incapacitated. She's still bloodied.
Yeah. Well, I can only have so many actions here, so
Yep.
I'm gonna bonus action. Let's see here.
Benedict
bonus
doesn't know
action.
it yet, but he's
I'm gonna
made a
cast
terrible
Sanctuary.
mistake.
I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on Tenacity.
Okay.
Did we?
Got oh, you're done. Are you done already? Do you want to move
That's
on?
all I got.
Interloper with tenacity on deck.
What does
Maybe
Greater
heal to
Restoration
Nancy.
cover?
I can look it up. Remove exhaustion, charm, petrify, curse, any reduction to ability scores, any effect reducing target's hit point maximum.
Does that include poison?
Doesn't look like it. But that might be lesser restoration.
Don't have lesser restoration.
Yeah, lesser restoration does poison. Or Benedict does.
Wait,
but
whose
I
turn
only
is it
have
right
one
now?
action.
The Orcish Interlopers.
yours.
Yeah.
I didn't put lesser restoration on that list.
It is not on the
It
list.
should have, because he got greater, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's got
'Cause
greater.
Nazir had both. No, he has access to lesser restoration. I just must not have put it on the list for whatever reason. Which is a
That
mistake.
is a touch range spell for what it's worth.
It'd be a level 2
Okay.
spell, yeah.
Yeah.
Wrong token.
Oh yeah, you're right. 5, 10, 15. Cast lesser restoration on Nerium.
Okay.
15, 25.
You're keeping track of his slots, right? He's got spell slots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I have used a 6th, a 2nd, and 2 seconds so far. So yeah, I'm going to balm the poison with lesser restoration and
Is that it?
nah, that was just outside of range for Benny to reduce that to a bonus action. So yeah,
All right. Who's next?
Tenacity with the island on deck.
Okay. Tenacity, no longer incapacitated. He's going to use half her movement to stand. I'm going to move here. 50 feet. Who all is in a 60-foot radius of tenacity right now?
Oh God.
believe I am.
Everybody?
Zirahl.
Everybody?
It seems like
What about
everybody,
the,
yeah.
the choker and the boots up there?
I don't know.
Oh.
10, 15, 20, 20.
Yeah.
They're just in.
they're-
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
It's going to be
Is this finger of death or whatever it is?
a Constitution saving throw.
We should let her die.
DC is 19.
Oh,
Come
so really you
on.
you get
Made it.
6 actually. Oh, come on.
All
Constitution.
passes.
I failed.
I'll have to roll for the Serenity.
Uh,
Serenity fails, probably. She doesn't have proficiency in it.
Oh, the chain
Zirahl,
passed.
Zirahl passed. Nazir failed.
Okay.
Cloak failed.
41 points of necrotic damage. His tenacity and her desperation unleashes Circle of Death,
Yeah.
Cloak's
Come on,
gone.
lady.
which
Is
Zariel
Is there
is
what's
immune
the
to.
effect on a save?
It is half damage on a save.
So I take 20, so I have to make a DC 10 con, and I still have Splinter Time.
So the choker's out of range. Tenacity doesn't take damage from
Cloak
her
is
own
gone.
spell. The cloak is gone.
Yep.
The boots are out of range. How'd the chain do?
The chain succeeded, so it's going to take 20 points.
So I got the chain down to 19 health.
It's alive.
And how'd the toenail do?
It's still up, but barely.
He has 6 hit
Still
points.
concentrating on Sunbeam.
No, he lost
Uh,
that.
He lost that earlier.
And tenacity falls unconscious in that space after unleashing that spell. It has no visible effect on Zariel whatsoever.
That
Wow.
bitch.
My
Uh,
ass
bracers
is less
with-
than helpful.
Boots, Roman numeral 2 on deck.
That might literally be the meanest thing you've ever done at this table. And like,
You didn't think I was going to have tenacity be useful in this encounter, do you?
no, but I didn't think it would be actively detrimental to keep her
Zirahl
alive.
grumbles. If we survive this, she's getting keel hauled.
Who's
It's
touching
the
my
last thing
turtle?
I do.
Everyone
Not
except Sahn.
Zirahl.
Oh, good. Pass.
Not Zirahl.
Well,
All right, so Sahn's in the water. Nerium, did you pass?
no.
No.
Nazir
Splash.
failed.
So the toenail failed?
Yep.
Put you here. How'd Zirahl do? Ziral's flying?
Zirahl's floating.
How'd the chain do?
Oh, that's a good question.
It's DC 15 con save.
Yeah, it's a fail.
Here, tenacity is going to automatically fail.
She can go
That's
drown for all I
blue.
She
care.
can.
Did Syrah pass?
Yeah.
At that point, yeah.
She passed.
And did Benny pass?
Penny pass.
All right, that's Turtle. Who's next?
Boots, Roman numeral 2.
Boots are just going to... Oh, it really feels like Quickling should be able to disengage as a bonus action.
She doesn't have anything that she can AO with.
Can she attempt a recharm? I don't know.
Oh, I guess that's true. So she's going to use 10 feet of movement to get here, throw 2 daggers at the choker. Probably miss twice. That's a 12 and a 13 to hit.
Yeah, miss.
Okay. She's going to use some movement to run all the way down here. Who's next?
After Boots, it is Zariel with Boots letter A on deck.
Zariel again, huh?
Sorry, Nerium.
I mean, I'm underwater now, so
That's true. How much?
I'm not exactly visible at the moment.
Sahn
Mhm.
is closest. I'll let Ssah'ra do this too, because you don't... Benny and Zirahl are looking through like tree cover, don't have a clear view. Okay, so Sahn and Ssah'ra, if you'd like, I'll use your reaction right now to make a perception check.
I'm good
Ssah'ra?
without using reaction.
I'm gonna hate myself, but I'll do it.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
That's 24.
24. At the start of her turn, Zariel is regenerating hit points
Yeah.
as her wounds are closing
Rude.
up. Nerium is underwater, but you can still see Zariel. You're not blind anymore.
I guess.
I mean, you're not unconscious anymore either.
But I was prone and just went into the drink. I don't know
Okay.
how far down I am.
Zariel Let's see if she recharges her bad touch. She does not. So we're just going to longsword Sahn 3 times. And yes, I can longsword from that position.
Never doubted you.
A 1's going to miss.
Yep.
Jesus Christ, how did I roll so low? I have a 20 to hit?
Haste.
And a 23 to hit.
That's going to require a kinetic damper on my part.
Okay, so you're going to do that?
Yeah, 26 AC.
Why the hell did I piss off the angel?
How indeed?
I know how. I said why.
Oh. So yeah, that's 3 misses from... Only one of those was natural, and then the kinetic damper got 1. And
The
that's
haste
it.
got the other one.
Yeah, the haste got the other one. Who's
We
next?
got Boots with Nerium on deck.
Oh, boots again. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm going to zip here. I'm going to chuck 2 daggers at a dragon man. That's another 1. How? No. I have an 18 to hit, dragon man.
Silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs.
Your AC is improved
Actually,
by 1.
No,
By
wait.
the way.
I'm sorry. Nazir has it, Zirahl doesn't. No, no, that hits. I'm sorry.
Okay. For 8 points of piercing damage from one of the daggers.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
you
not
resist
concentrating anything. That's right.
And
And
I
she's
take
going
the
to run
other
back
half
over
and
here.
try to-
That was Boots. Who's next?
After Boots, letter A is Nerium with Ssah'ra on deck.
Nerium, having a bad day?
Yeah.
Don't look her blind or deaf. You have
Yeah.
70 hit points in the tank.
Nerium, when you get to the surface, you see Benedict shouting at you, "Get me over there."
10, 15.
I noticed he hasn't flipped this token back over.
Oh, well, the question is like, what is being prone in the water like? That's just swimming.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
You can't really be prone underwater while you're sinking. Well,
It's
I guess,
only
like,
that
so,
gets better.
actually, I'm gonna still make you use half your movement to go on prone. Here's why: because you can be underwater and be disoriented, and not know which way is up.
Fair.
yeah. Okay.
I've had that happen in a swimming pool. So
That sounds awful. What happened?
I was in a pool, and a fat kid jumped in the pool and landed on me.
Yeah, okay, that'd do it.
At summer camp 1 year.
I can get there,
Okay.
so I can't get you. I can't teleport. And that was with a dash.
Oh, God damn it.
So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to teleport over there. And Benedict, how would you like to be able to fly?
Oh, thank Christ, please.
You have a 60-foot fly speed as I pull out my magic guitar
Oh,
and just cast the fly
Magic
spell.
guitar?
Guitar.
Oh,
A keytar would be so much better.
how long is
would
the
be.
attack? 10 minutes?
I mean,
with concentration, I think.
yeah, it's
Re-
10 minutes, but it is concentration. So.
Remember, like, how I keep track of all my effects on my token? Like, this is so stupid. I'm just stacking them all.
Well, you can
like-
fly. You have a 60-foot fly
yeah.
speed. That was my action and bonus action. And Nerium's not doing well.
All right. Who's next?
She's got 70
After
hit
Nerium,
points.
we've got Zirahl with the choker.
29 hit points
All right.
because of her dumbass.
Oh, right. Shit.
This regenerating bastard is pissing me off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that the radiant damage stopped the regeneration, and which is why she was pissed off at me.
Probably.
Which means Benny's gonna be. We're gonna need Benny to come in clutch.
Yeah, we need Benny to get in there.
I would love to.
I feel like the situation here is that everybody's out of resources, and Benny's still sitting on all of his smites.
I'm sitting here with, like, full mana. I've done nothing. In fact, what I've done has hurt the party because I brought tenacity back.
Yeah, that was funny. I enjoyed that.
All right.
I'm kind of mad at you about that.
Ssah'ra is playing Dragoon again.
Okay, so you're swimming out there or leaping out there?
Flying, psychically jumping
Sure.
out there. And then hitting this thing 3 times on the way down.
Okay. That's ridiculous anime
Like
bullshit, but okay.
It's Freya from
Yeah.
from 9. Yeah, her limit break has her jumping multiple times in a turn.
Does a 22 hit?
22 does hit.
Oh, that's nice. 29 points of magical slashing.
Okay, stop there. That's going to trigger Tenacity's second, or trigger Zariel's second bloodied reaction.
What?
Fuck
She
you.
was bloodied again. She healed past it.
I think everybody's within 60 feet.
I'm dead.
Benny, are you within 60 feet?
I am just at 60. Yeah.
Okay, then I need a DC 26 Wisdom saving throw from everything on the field,
Fail.
You pass it with Benny.
including the chain, because the chain.
Failed.
I failed.
Fail.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a fail.
It's gonna be
I guess.
23 points of fire damage. As
The chain failed.
so, the chain is gone. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Does he?
Even with the save, that's gonna
Chain
that's
is
gonna blow
immune
up
to
his ear as
fire
well.
damage. Chain's not going nowhere. Toenail's
His ear's
gone.
blown up.
Oh, poor Naz. He'll
The
be back.
boots are
Shit,
on
I
the wrong side.
Make the
Tenacity.
concentration saving throw.
Tenacity takes a bunch of damage.
We don't care
Good.
about her anymore.
Is she dead? Because if not, I'm gonna kill her.
Choker's out of range. So everybody took that fire damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Zirahl orders you all to burn, and you burn. And then, Ssah'ra, you can finish what you were doing.
Yeah. So in addition to the 29 magical damage, she also takes 9 damage of force.
Okay.
And I need a DC 17 strength saved or she's not prone in the water.
$25 on the save.
Okay, so she's not prone.
Silvery barbs.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't have a reaction. My bad.
I use mine for a perception check.
Correct. Well, you get it back at the beginning of your turn.
Oh,
Sure.
well. Yeah, I might need that actually.
You want to try to silvery barbs that?
No, second attack's a natural 1.
Okay.
Third attack is a 27.
27 will hit.
That's gonna be math. 27 points of magical slashing.
Okay.
The butt.
Get that butt.
Can't do math. 22
22 will hit.
for 10 points of magical bludgeoning.
Okay.
Now, I can use 6 blips to restore a class feature, right?
I don't think we've ever done this, but yeah.
Yeah, it's in the
Yeah.
cards. I don't think I've ever seen it happen.
Okay, then I have 0 blips and an action surge.
All right.
Start the ride again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever done that before.
That's what it's for.
Does
It's
a
elixirs in the tank.
Does a 23 hit?
23 does hit.
That's a weird way to land. 26 points of magical slashing.
Ooh, that was a big hit. Okay.
Second attack. It's gonna be 22.
22 will hit.
29 points of magical slashing.
And that's enough.
Tired of this shit.
Christ.
It's okay, Benny. You still might have to.
Ssah'ra,
hit
you
it.
splash down into the water, and as you do, you become cognizant that the water all around you, Sahn as well, as Zariel's form falls. and her blood seeps into the water and boils it. The sword, after leaving her hand, immediately loses its radiant luster. And by the time it hits the water next to you, it is just a useless piece of rust. The inert artifacts all over similarly start melting and dissolving away.
Can I use my third attack to grab that hilt and throw it onto the turtle?
No.
Okay.
Benny will
I don't-
dive in
I
and
don't-
get tenacity.
Well, nobody's going to do anything yet.
Okay.
Above you in the sky,
That
the
includes-
clouds continue to part, and this glow gets eerier and more ominous as it does. Tenacity pulls herself heaving up onto the turtle because she did not die for whatever reason. But the turtle itself is also starting to lose its material form, and before long you will all be stranded in the water. Somewhere off in the distance you see a great splash, and you realize it's the Deceit falling out of the kind of reality warping situation and hitting the water again. Nobody's unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's standing.
Nerium looks over at Tenacity and says, I quit.
Nerium, Benny, and Zirahl. I'm going to assume Ssah'ra and Sahn are going to spend some time swimming back over to try to pull themselves up onto the turtle before it fades away.
Yeah.
Nerium, Benny, and Zirahl, the three of you staring at this hole through the clouds, you realize you're not just looking at the glow in the sky. You're looking through some sort of divinity bearing down on the world. And it becomes apparent that this is the cataclysm. You didn't only stand in face of it, your own actions caused it to manifest. You collected the relics, you turned them over to Tenacity. She started this ritual. And it now falls to the six of you to attempt to avert catastrophe. The first thing that happens is Tenacity starts, as she's catching her breath, she kind of looks down at her body and sees that her bent and broken limbs have stitched themselves back together. And you see a sereneness cross over her countenance that has never been there before. And she starts to move in the direction skyward in the break in the clouds. All of you have this option to move towards this break, but in so doing, you will be moving away from the mortal coil. You are moving towards being bathed in radiance. The five of you are being granted the opportunity to ascend to demigodhood. So the first question is, who amongst you refuses the call? Tenacity didn't. She's going.
I'm
Sahn
going.
refuses.
Sahn
Nerium's
refuses.
g- Nerium's going to go because she wants to kick Tenacity's ass.
What about Benedict?
Come back to me. I'm gonna
What about Zirahl?
ask Zirahl.
Zirahl refuses. Well, we're back to you. We're back to you now, Benny. This is it.
The master refused, so Zirahl has to go with him.
You don't have to, unless Sahn tells you you
Zirahl,
can't.
if you say that, Sahn says, "Oh, I didn't realize that's how it worked." Zirahl, I release you from all service, from now until forever.
Doesn't work like that.
All right. Well, Zirahl's.
Benny's gonna look at the pillar of light, and he's gonna look back to Zirahl and Sahn and at Nerium and Ssah'ra, and he's gonna look to where Nazir's spirit was, somewhere in here, I guess, and say to himself, "Can't protect you from there."
So here's the absolutely horrible choice Benedict must make. If you stay here in the world as Benedict, you can't bring Nazir back. You just don't have the ability. If you ascend to demigodhood, you now have the power to return him to life, but you will still be apart from him because you will be a demigod.
Yeah, there are ways around this. I mean, I do know someone who has Wish on their spell list. So.
Do we? So do we like instinctively know? Like,
Oh yeah,
like,
you
what this
instinctively
entails.
know what's becoming of you as you are either drawn to or repulsed by this radiance.
Well, like this radiance. Like if I go up there, am I going to not be able to like see the world and like continue
We'll
to
get
go?
to you in a minute. Why don't you have a seat over there?
Gotcha.
Ssah'ra, you are going. Like you're ready to be a demigod. Is that it?
I don't understand the full implications of this, so sure.
Well, your first task will be to stop this cataclysm from happening, to stitch the sky back together, so that the fires of Avernus do not burn through.
Listen, you can't have an empire if there's no pirate M.
You can't be an empress if you're a demigod.
No, but you can have people worship you.
That's
Which
true.
is even
You
better.
definitely can. So, Nerium,
Yeah.
you received a mark or a tattoo or something at one point in the campaign.
Yeah, I have a silver like dragon on my hand.
You are heading towards this radiance with Ssah'ra, thinking, finally, somebody noticed me. And then suddenly you feel a tug on your arm.
Yeah.
And looking back, something is shackling you to the mortal realm. Demigodhood is right there. It's within reach. You can feel it. You see tenacity in Ssah'ra, the least deserving people aboard the ship, heading towards the light.
Right.
And you can't go. You are pulled back by your...
You hear Nerium. You hear Nerium go, shit, fuck. And then she sits down and pouts.
Ssah'ra, do you choose to end the cataclysm?
Well, now that I'm a demigod, if I let it continue, what happens to me?
If you let it continue, you and tenacity will probably be consumed by the radiance.
Well, we don't want to be consumed, so yeah, I guess we're gonna end the cataclysm.
So Ssah'ra becomes a demigod. Sahn and Zirahl chose to stay back. Benny also chose to stay back. And Nerium wanted to go. And yet...
Yep. So once again, Ssah'ra, secretly lawful good.
So the four of
Was
you
it
who are
that?
remaining, you end up in the water. The turtle vanishes. The 13 artifacts recovered from the water are inert. They're still magical, but completely devoid of any Atma. There's nothing left in them. You would have to fill them again with the proper Atma in order to recharge their abilities. Then after a few moments, you can see the jolly boat from the Deceit headed in your direction.
So what I can do is I can conjure an imp with my Mystic Arcanum and order that imp to, because I have summoned Fiend on as my thing. So what I can do is I summon the Fiend, get everybody into my flask, and then send the imp over to the jolly boat.
Okay. Do you guys recover the artifacts before doing that?
Yeah.
Sahn will swim over to the cloak, and the puzzle box.
Yeah.
Are there any evil ones that Sahn would prevent? Like Sahn might. You know what? Sahn is going to make an effort to let the heart sink, and hopefully it gets lost in the confusion between everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, Ziral's gonna take the chain.
He'll grab the puzzle box and the cloak.
Well, just tell
Let
me
them
which
all
ones you want to leave sink into the ocean, and I'll mark
Yeah,
those.
the heart. Sahn is going to see to it that unless someone else does something, Sahn will see to it that the heart sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
Absolutely not. I have no desire to keep that thing around.
Anything else? Are you willing to? Because even the sword, the rusty sword hilt remains, and the toenail.
Benny's
Double
gonna
out.
take the
I need double out to tell me what the deal with the sword is before I throw it into the ocean.
Fair enough.
Benny's gonna take the shield and the boots.
So you're taking
Do we have
everything.
the artifact lists? I want to make sure there's nothing else I'd want to destroy.
Well, there's the ogre hide drum.
Yep,
There's
that's fine.
The heart choker. There's
I
the
mean, whatever. Nerium's like, let it sink. Nothing matters.
Yeah, I'll let the choker and the chain sink if no one stops me, as well as the heart.
Ziral's taking the chain.
those are all took the
Okay.
chain. There's the boots, the cloak, the stud, the spool of thread, Baba Yaga's eye, the box, the bracers, the toenail, and the sword hilt.
Yeah, it's just the if we're keeping the chain, then just the heart and the what was the other one I said?
The heart and the choker, we're letting that go.
Yeah, the heart and the choker can just sink to the bottom of the ocean for all Sahn cares.
I need that freaking stud. I gotta go take it to those stupid. Get off this.
Yeah.
So the next time I get offered divinity, I can
Oh.
take it.
Where did the bracers?
Well, there's
end
not
up?
going to be
Maybe
a
I'll
next
take those
time. You're never going to have that chance again. What you're going to have to do is find a time portal and travel back and hope that
Oh,
that
The other Nerium
no.
is in the beam right now. We just can't see her.
Oh no! That's exactly what Nerium. Yes.
she now devotes her life. So
That was the other Nerium. The
If
other
you pray to
Nerium is
Zirahl,
a
she'll help.
divinity.
my thought on Nerium was that she became so obsessed with this idea that she gave up her bard class levels to become a warlock in order to pursue that goal. Which is why when the future Nerium was not able to play music when you met her. Ssah'ra, as a demigod, how do you alter reality? If you had one chance to change something fundamental about how this area of the world works, by which I mean specifically the ocean here.
Oh, just the ocean?
Well, you're a demigod. You're not like a real god. And I guess another question would be, what is the Nazir's spirit form of Zirahl? What benefit would that be?
Oh, the constellation.
Yeah, Zirahl, you get to fundamentally change something about the physical reality of the ocean. Impart your personality and your wisdom onto the world.
Oh,
Oh boy.
don't hint it that way.
Well, when you put it that way, it's gonna be a giant maelstrom.
Okay.
An eternal spot of the ocean.
Well, draw it out.
That is
Don't leave us in suspense. That's pretty cool. The rest of you are rescued and brought back to the deceit. And, you're asked what happened. Nobody there... They all saw reality break, and then you lot were gone. Until
Whoa.
the storm subsided
Good
and the sky
lord.
came back
Whoa,
together.
that's not a maelstrom. That's that's
There is a
Jupiter.
giant eternal hurricane.
Nah, you're not that powerful.
churns Off the coast of Eastern. How big
I'll give you 1 hex.
I was gonna use it to block passage to the eastern continent, but so the
No one will
untapped
find your
live in
empire.
peace.
Make it where the
So-
jungles over there are impassable to non-yuan-ti.
Sahn and Benny... So, Nerium, you're going to give the stud back and then fulfill
Yeah.
that oath and then search for a way to go back in time. To get
I mean,
that...
to be honest, I think that she would it cause a because Nerium does have a little bit of self-awareness,
Yeah.
and then would it cause a problem if she didn't?
Not for me.
Because that would be funny if it did.
I can just throw her in a time vortex at any point.
Right.
There's not going to be any time paradox if you decide not to.
Oh.
But I guess the immediate question:
Destroying the Kovnos.
the 4 of you that remained, are you going to retain your position on the deceit?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I quit.
So Sahn is going to build his 1-year clock, and in 1 year he will stand with Captain Eyes to defeat the Jinn, and after that he's out.
Okay.
Okay, Brick.
Yeah, I guess I would also stay for that.
Okay.
After that, he's going to go find that guild that makes dungeons and apply for the entry-level position.
What did Ssah'ra have for me? What were you going to say?
Ssah'ra is going to sink that entire peninsula where the Kovnos is into the ocean.
Sink the Kovnos just out of spite.
Yes.
Oh, that's in character.
So
I
the
mean, that's in
Kovnos is
character,
just
but it's
left
sad.
on clinging to a tiny piece of land that is now an island out in the middle of nowhere, leaving it unprotected on all sides. So if we ever revisit this ocean, the Kovnos will lose all of its protection and most of its benefits. Benny,
think
as Captain Eyes takes control of the ship, I mean, he congratulates you all on saving the world. That was the job that he set out to accomplish. He would offer Benny the position as his quartermaster on the Deceit.
He'll accept
Okay?
on one condition.
You're going to ask a condition of Captain Eyes?
Yeah. If there's anything that he can do to help him find his husband,
Mm-hmm.
and that happens, then Captain Eyes will have his service forever.
So I guess we'll
Who knows? That's epilogue, right? Like,
oh yeah, you're about to get epilogued real hard.
so. I think Nerium.
Benny passed up his one chance to get Nazir back. That was it. If Benny continues
I don't think so.
if Benny continues to search for a way to bring Nazir, he searches fruitlessly for the rest of his days.
There are wish
Can I-
spells.
Can I interject on that?
Okay.
Because I can absolutely wish is on my spell list, and I will absolutely Zirahl would absolutely put that forward as his wish to restore.
Well, now we have to
Nazir.
know exactly how the wish is worded, don't we?
Well, let's assume that works out. But in the meantime, I think Benedict and Zirahl get pretty close. And not for that reason. Like, Benedict's not going to use him, but, like, he did make a vow, and that makes a bond.
So the question is, if you do manage to bring Nazir back with a wish, does Nazir then manifest the ability to use Ssah'ra in his constellation powers?
I mean, of course, right? Like,
Because
she's been there forever.
I kind of like this idea of Nazir just collecting previous party members like they're fucking Pokemon.
A little bit, yeah.
I think.
But
I
here's
think-
my purpose for here's Zirahl's purpose
Mhm.
for using his wish to restore Nazir, and that is Nazir can cast planar binding.
Okay.
So that's going to be instrumental in freeing the Deceit from this 1-year clock.
So that becomes like the party's goal after that is to ensure that Captain Eyes retains control of the Deceit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, especially
I
if
think-
Benedict's quartermaster, he'll give his life for it.
I think like over the year, like at first Nerium's like, yeah, it's whatever, and then like she just gets more and more bitter about it and she probably would have been fine if it hadn't been Tenacity and Ssah'ra, who are the only two people in the world who are worse people than she is. So yeah, I think after a year she would have just gotten more and more bitter and would have done what you said.
Find the
The
time
question-
portal to go back in time.
Yeah, it's like the question is like, what kind of warlock is she?
That's up to you. I mean, that was how I envisioned it. Is she gave up her class levels as a bard in order to gain some greater power to aid in that search.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do we have any final
And it's a-
character notes before we wrap on this?
Ssah'ra's going
No.
to try and get the yuan-ti to worship her to rebuild the empire.
Okay.
I guess since you didn't ask me like what I guess she didn't make it.
Who
Like
didn't make
that's
it?
if because she got put back in time, but that means she didn't make it out here for the event.
Well,
to
we don't
get
know what
to
that timeline
Climb.
looks like. We don't know what the time travel rules of this universe are.
Right, but the Nerium here didn't make it
Hmm.
because she wasn't there.
That just means she's got to go back again and try again.
Oh
Yeah.
God, how many loops through is the Nerium that we met? She in like loop 39?
Yeah,
Oh,
she like
no,
shows up.
that's-
She shows
why
up
she's
right
so
before
mad.
you do your
It's
before
the
you do
Outer
your time
Wilds that where
travel.
you keep meeting yourself.
Yeah,
That's
she
like
shows up with a
have to do
journal
it.
of all the
That-
things you should do,
Yeah.
and it's always wrong.
like that's exactly why. I'm okay with that. If Brickroad has it, like it's just a thing where she constantly fails and like I got to try again, and yeah.
I will say this though. Ssah'ra does create a pair of Gore-Tex socks for Nerium. That seems within demigod powers.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like Nerium just
Oh,
wakes up one day and she's got waterproof socks. It's funny.
And she just
But, like-
burst into tears. It's the greatest day of my life.
But that does explain why, like, that explains perfectly why Nerium fucking hated all of you. The other Nerium hated all of you. Every single one of you assholes. Because she's been through this 38 other times.
There were 2 quantum ogre situations that I'm slightly apologetic for. The first was earlier in the session. Like, but choosing between tenacity and double owl wasn't going to make a difference. Like,
I mean, that was a false choice.
it was
Yeah.
the same encounter either way. The other quantum ogre was what to do about Cadfile. Because he was casting, he told you he was going to cast Identify on that toenail, and then he didn't. He cast something else.
Yeah, I counterspelled it.
Yeah, it got counterspelled, but I knew that you were going to do that. So, in the universe where you didn't do that, he was casting a spell on it in order to corrupt the toenail to break it on Sweetie Bird's orders. Sweetie Bird had it out to try to get rid of tenacity. In the universe we existed in, you counterspelled. He was casting a spell to prevent the toenail from breaking, and then you stepped in and stopped him. And in that universe,
okay.
it turned out that, like, Sweetie Bird knew what tenacity was up to and found a way to stop her, and then you foiled her plans.
Oh no.
The toenail was
no.
fucked either way.
And now she's drowning.
And now you go to
Sweetie
RPG
Bird
Horror
washed
Stories.
away.
I'm not supposed to do this, but I always do at the end of the campaign. I always have a favorite player. And it was a
Was it
tie this campaign.
Oh no.
Because my favorite player was a tie between 2 players, and it's also a tie between them being my favorite player and being the most annoying players I had to deal with. Was consistently Nazir and Benny. Because I loved the whole interplay between those characters, and I loved the storyline that we got going through there. But
Damn.
there's a spot in the social contract where everybody, like, we're in a social scene or we're in a scene or whatever, and the DM needs to move to the next scene. So I'm looking for places where, like, the conversation and the actions and stuff are dying down, and we've got a quiet moment where I can step in and be like, here's what comes next. We're putting a wrap on that scene. But I could tell that Nazir and Benny were always looking for that same spot, that same little lull, so they could be like, oh, and before we do anything else, I'm going to reach out and grab Benny's butt. Oh, before we do anything else,
Or-
I'm going to reach over and give Nazir a kiss.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
We didn't have a design document about this, but, like, I don't even remember what the exact wording was, but it was like, what if we were just, like, gayed this up as much as possible, or something like that. That was how it started.
Yeah, it was something like that. Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna look for every possible, like, moment that I can sneak it in there, either overtly or not. So that's where the handkerchief code came in. Like,
Yep.
I was like, hey, you know what? What if I wore the black handkerchief on the right? And nobody will ever know that, but, like, it'll be in every episode, and then people will go back and read it and be like, you did this in episode what? And, like, that just kept us going, like, just doing random shit like that. Like, it was so much
Yeah.
fun.
It was a lot of. It was. A lot of fun.
I actually have a reveal,
Uh-oh.
like, about this that's actually really deeply personal, so it makes sense to get it out there online. When Nazir died, and Benedict became a widow, I actually had a really, really weird, like, month after that, because I
did.
don't know if you know this about me, but I am a widow. A person that I was romantically interested in passed away from cancer when I was 30. And after Nazir passed away, I spent a few days just thinking about John, and, like, I actually got to do meaningful healing because of this. Because I got into Benedict's head and I just started writing. I wrote everything. I wrote pages and pages and pages of shit for him. Like, how would he feel about this? What is he going to do? And so I knew exactly how he was going to deal with his loss, because I didn't really get a chance to do that when John passed away, because I was just drowning in work and I didn't get a chance to grieve. And through grieving through Benedict, I I was able to heal a lot from that. So I'm actually really grateful for it.
I'm glad that you got that kind of closure. That
Yeah.
actually makes me feel really good.
Because I never did, and like there was a lot of fallout for that, and it took years for me to like get over it. And then this like helped me get the last little bit that I never really did. And so I was able to like get the tears out. Well, I mean Benedict got the tears out. Like I was role playing that. And like feel that healing process through him, and it helped. It really did.
So after
It's so
10
weird.
years of
It's
running
so weird to
Flumph,
say that.
I finally accidentally did some good for somebody.
Apparently.
It
Like,
only
now-
took a
now I-
decade.
It really did help me. Like I went from like after that I was just like so dead. Like I didn't want to like be part of the world, like because all my plans were ruined. And then like it hit me that I like this is exactly what happened to me. And then I went deeper into the depression hole.
So-
And then like I came out the other side because like I can grow from this. And so not only did Benedict grow, but I grew too.
And I feel like an asshole now because my character learned nothing, changed nothing. She's like, wow, okay.
Well, it was a big departure from the. Remember, Raz didn't play the previous campaign where
Right.
there was a lot of really like big character moments, like a lot of trauma to work through, and then Pirates was just meant to be like silly pirate adventure times.
Right. Like
Yeah.
We had our big moments. Like,
My-
there was a lot of drama.
my design thing for Nerium was essentially she was a Seinfeld character. There was be no, at the end of the episode there would be no
Well, you're-
hugging and no lesson learned.
You're a lame.
And like she like legitimately she like nothing. And I would have probably reconsidered if something had happened to change her worldview, but nothing in the campaign ever happened in the worldview to shake her worldview. That she was just that the universe was just okay with how she was acting.
Right. Okay.
Like not a single one. And I played her for like I have like a whole list of rules that I played her and I did them all. That
But
was
see,
lots of fun.
At the end, the universe did react, denied you your godhood.
That's true.
The
I mean, I-
demigod light could not claim Nerium because some other Fey entity already had a claim on her.
That the response to that's what happened to Red, wasn't it? Shoot.
Red was just
No, Red just
dead.
dead. Yeah,
No, I
Red
mean,
just
but
fell.
at the end of that campaign, Red wasn't able to join because he had the he wasn't able to become a demigod because
I thought it was because Red and Razu both died in that encounter.
Yeah, I thought it
Red
was
and
just 'cause he
Razu
was
both
dead.
died in that fight.
I don't think he had the option.
And then the other three
We got
characters brought them
Birdie.
back.
they did get the option. Birdie brought them back as his first act.
Right.
And
But
then
I think at that point the demihod
Yeah,
demihod godhood was closed.
it was a
and then,
one-time offer.
like the what I remember happening is I brought them back and then Bricko was like, and the two of you can't do it because you're claimed by other entities, Osprey and the Fae.
Mm.
So
Well, maybe I said that. I don't know. Man, that's
Yeah.
giving Ostrom a lot
Red
of credit,
Star, I
though.
think, or something. Yeah.
right.
Did everybody like their characters? Did everybody like playing their classes
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff?
Oh my god, I
Oh, yeah.
loved it. I have never completed a campaign before, and this character has been on like 7 campaigns. He finally got. I can put somebody on the shelf and be done.
Yeah.
I don't have a done shelf. I have to make one. I don't know what I'm
Star
gonna do. Where I'm gonna
Druid-
put it. But
Star Druid was a fantastic class to play, and I straight up love Genie Warlocks no matter what. I'll play him any day of the week.
Yeah, like I thought rogues did decent damage, but fighters are just disgusting.
fighters,
Fighters are
broken.
pretty amazing. I played a
I
champion
got
fighter
to
to
pull
level
all the
20.
levers and push all the buttons by the end of the campaign.
Yep.
Did we like playing with like overpowered artifacts for most of the adventures?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I didn't really use mine.
I think it actually overcomplicated things a bit.
Yeah, like I mean, when you get to this level, and again, I've never gotten this far. Like, you kind of have enough tools.
Mhm.
Like, that's sort of how 5e works. Is like, you're stupid powerful on paper. Like, you could throw all sorts of crazy shit at us, but it doesn't really make us more powerful as much as it makes us more diverse, which makes you more powerful, but not in like the exponential way that leveling up does. So like,
It is
didn't
very much
really
a horizontal progression rather than
Yeah,
a vertical
it
progression.
didn't really affect me very much.
Yeah, I
Like, it was
think
cool.
the-
I could move 40 instead of 30. It really would have helped in that last fight. But like, generally speaking, like, when you took all our artifacts at the end, like, I didn't notice.
Zirahl is a CR 26 creature. I took away her lair actions. I took away her legendary actions. Her like burn command is a legendary action, and I just gave her 2 spots in her HP pool where,
That would activate.
yeah, she got a bloody reaction, and I took away her resistance to radiant damage. I think it's silly that she's resistant to radiant damage, and radiant damage prevents her regeneration. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
That is weird.
And that's why she was pissed off at
Oh yeah, because that for somebody like that lightning bolt damaged her, and then she just regenerated that, and then Nerium hit her. Yeah, Nerium pissed her off a lot.
I think Zirahl tagged her with a sun or
No,
not
everybody was
Zirahl,
hitting her with radiant. Yeah, Nazir did too.
Yeah, Nazir did too. Yeah.
But I also like counterspelled 2 of her spells.
Yeah,
Like
counterspell.
I do appreciate that from episode 1 till the finale, Nerium kept the tradition of the monster walking over and deleting all of her hit points in one swing.
Yeah.
That is a thing that consistently happened in every encounter we were in. And then I'd have to limp through the rest of the fight or dungeon with like 10 hit points.
Now, as far as plot hooks for future campaigns, I'm going to have to remember that Sahn went back to the guild making dungeon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. You filled out an application.
That's a silly idea that I'm sure I'll never revisit in future campaigns.
Hey, do you
No,
want to
I-
have an idea that I came up with, and I'll pitch to you for free that you'll never use? In this world, 2,000 years later, cyberpunk hellscape, and the artifacts are back, and chaos ensues. I actually came up with ideas for each of these characters that are just reincarnated in that world. Like Benedict, I swapped alignments with Nazir, so Nazir's like a good cop in a bad job, and Benedict is like an eco-terrorist now, so he's the druid.
Are you just turning the
And-
campaign into Shadowrun?
Yes.
No, not really. But it would take
Seems
place
like
in that era. I think everything in like it's either cyberpunk or Shadowrun. Like it's all that's what it ends up being. But like I have ideas I can get to you.
I posted my the rules I wrote for Nerium if anybody is
Yeah.
curious.
Oh, you
I
know
see
what? I
this.
do want to read all of these rules.
I will read all of those later. And maybe I'll put them in
So-
the description when I archive the videos.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
do it.
You didn't have 141 rules, but you got real damn close, dude. Like there's a lot here.
No, I mean like I figured it would be in character to just lie about the number of rules she had. So I don't like she basically got to like rule 9 and was like it's boring to go in order, so I'm gonna skip ahead.
I do regret that there's just no good ship-to-ship combat rules in D&D.
Yeah, it is a bummer.
Took a swing, just couldn't make that work. The rules as printed don't work very well, and it's just because PCs are too absurdly powerful. Like PCs are always going to want to do their thing instead of like apply themselves to the vehicle they're on and have the vehicle take actions.
Yeah.
Also, the vehicle actions are bad, and the ranges are so absurd that they all require like 4 or 5 people to do, and then the ranges are bad. You don't get your proficiency bonus and all this other stuff.
But if you were like level
to-
0 commoners, you didn't have any class features or any spells or anything, you wouldn't have a choice. You would have to engage with those.
Right.
Yeah. So maybe the rules are for those low levels. I don't know. I don't know how you would improve that though.
I think we did
Like,
prove it. I think we ran the experiment.
No, improve. Sorry.
Oh,
not
improve
prove.
it.
I don't know how you'd improve it. They're
There
just
were,
bad.
they never published these, but there were playtest rules put out for how to run large-scale combats, where basically you'd have units of soldiers taking up blocks, and then you'd have individual PCs who could attach themselves to units in order to give those units some benefit, and then they would still get their PC turn on top of that. And I think you could probably do that with boats, but that's not the rules that we had, and I wasn't able to make those rules work in water. So it was just a mess. Pirates is a
Didn't
bad
work in
idea.
Spellbound.
Pirates, just don't play pirates in D&D.
Mhm.
That's what
No,
we
it
did.
was
More
it was the
ship
best
combat.
idea.
No
It
more
was so good.
pirates.
My favorite character this campaign was Sahn. Sorry, everybody else.
I liked Sahn
Like-
a lot just because it gave me a break sometimes running combat. I could just count on Sahn to eat up 3 minutes just making attacks over and over.
Like Destil just walks in and just deletes every encounter with 47 attacks.
Ssah'ra did that a lot
it's
too.
like-
Ssah'ra deleted
Yeah.
just a lot of enemies in one go.
A lot of chaff, yeah.
Without the cloak.
Honestly, Ssah'ra was probably my favorite character of all of this. I loved the bit where I loved the swerve of Nazir being a long lost yuan-ti emperor.
That
And
was
just-
funny.
That was good.
And taking the piss out of Ssah'ra, but no, Ssah'ra was honestly my favorite character. So in this group,
I mean, I can't pick Nazir as my favorite character because that's cheating. But that's okay because I don't have to cheat. Nerium, hands down. Like I love
Yeah, mine
everything
too.
about Nerium.
Nerium was
I
also
love
it was
her
really
so
good.
much. Like I know how you told me how you were apprehensive about playing a lying liar who lies, like because it would just get too much. But like, just I think the icing on the cake was when you just walked into that one room and got exactly 120 feet away from the guy and just shouted his name over and over and over to lance him until he died. And I was, and Benedict's right there, and like, I had to play Benedict as like, oh she there's nothing wrong with her, she's fine, she's just acting out her anger or something. But and like Nerium's not a bad person, and like I'm just sitting here every episode, I'm like, how do I rationalize this? How do I justify this? Why
I
is
feel like-
Benedict still her favorite, or why is she still
Or
Benedict's
Benedict.
favorite? Like
I don't know.
And
I think
it was
Benedict
just
is
so
probably the most
fun.
evil. Yeah, I think Benny was probably the most evil character here because
no
everybody else just kind of
no.
threw their heart, but Benny like sacrificed somebody just so Ssah'ra could live longer.
Excuse me. No, I tried to play Benedict as a bumbling buffoon of like he's just too good, so good that it blinds him, and like that let me get away with a lot that I probably shouldn't have, and I felt bad about it a lot later.
Who do you think was the worst person? Like group vote.
Who, me? Oh, the
Nazir, not Nazir. So Nazir, I think Nazir was definitely the least evil of the evil characters. Hands
I
down.
would say Nazir's alignment isn't evil by the end of this.
No,
can-
absolutely not.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like because like Benny, right? But who's worse? Who's a worse person?
I think
I mean,
the
Ssah'ra.
worst character is Ssah'ra.
Ssah'ra?
Ssah'ra.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
She sacrificed somebody. to
Nerium is
extend
more
her lifespan.
self-interested than evil.
Right.
She
Ssah'ra
sacrificed
is
someone just-
actually evil. Nerium is just self-interested.
She expanded her lifespan by sacrificing somebody, and then less than a week later ascends to demigodhood. Everything she did in that scene was completely pointless. It's so pointless, and she didn't even stop to think about it. Like, I'm gonna live 800 more years, or I could live forever. But what would that mean for my accomplishments? Will I see the new yuan-ti empire? Like that's such a Ssah'ra thing to do.
The question is, did her little gelatinous cube buddy ascend with her?
Yes.
Become a
Yes.
gelatinous cube demigod?
Absolutely.
Is there like a little
Yes.
tiny square of stars in the sky next to her?
It's a
There
square
should be.
constellation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
All right, do we have any
Please
other
write that
notes
down.
before we put pirates on the shelf?
Yeah, A+. I'd do it again. I guess
I
we
have
are
a
gonna do it again, huh?
couple of questions.
Okay.
Was Sweetie Bird just really old, or did she like have like a was that her deal? Was she just really old, like improbably old?
So I imagine Sweetie Bird as being kind of a Walder Frey character. Like she just lived way past her life expectancy and just looked at the world and wanted it to just be the way she envisioned it.
Okay.
So she was just had her claws in every pie she could get. Captain Ice told you this session, like somebody betrayed him in the past. And he was talking about Sweetie Bird. Sweetie Bird betrayed him. She had the ship's best interests at heart at a moment where Captain Eyes wasn't seeing the full picture. And he kicked her off the boat and found tenacity. And Sweetie Bird's like, oh, this bitch here.
Okay.
Mm.
So I was like, I kind of was wondering if like maybe she was a warlock as
No.
well because of the
What was her class? I
standard.
think she was just a rogue.
Rogue, yeah.
So she would have been like a
Right.
level 18 or 19 rogue. And then, yeah, she was just like 120 years old.
Yeah, I was like, surely this. I wonder if she's just like really old, or if she's like struck a deal with like that Rakshasa to like extend her life.
Mm-hmm. No, she wasn't a warlock or anything. She had magical. She had access to magic because she had a lot of wealth and a lot of minions.
Mm-hmm.
And she had really clean toes.
Yeah, always.
Well, that was because I Benedict.
Other than that,
Trustiola. That
Trust
guy.
you.
Trustiola.
Yeah,
Just a cannibal, huh?
He gone.
Just a mid campaign mid boss, huh?
Yeah, kind of.
did you expect me? Like, because occasionally, I know I surprise you every once in a while, but for the most part, you go, Treble's gonna do this. It's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna like flick his little nose with it. Did you expect me to try and ruin that NPC's life?
No.
Did that make you happy? Did that make you happy?
I think I didn't have a plan for Trasiova originally. I think I was going to put him in the campaign and just have him be kind of a generic, vague antagonist in the background. And one of the first adventures was you guys thwarting some of his
Ruining
plans.
His plot, yeah.
Yeah.
And then just see where it went from there. And then that's just where it went.
What is your
And then
opinion
turned
of where
into
it
a
went?
micro penis.
I was fine. Like, the time came to throw him at you in a Kovnos combat. You guys rose to the challenge.
I wonder what'll happen to Penelope. Literally the only NPC I cared about over there.
I mean,
That is true.
Penelope,
Now that the Kovnos is underwater,
she's the kind of character
Penelope-
that just has expendable written all over her. Like,
right?
Penelope got out though. She was heading south. She was heading.
Oh
she
shit, we
advocated
sent her
went
to
south.
Varinthia, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
Oh,
survived.
she made it.
Yeah.
She's the only
Hooray! I
one to
mean,
survive.
Naz and Benny will be sad that their home is flooded, but like, they'll repopulate the Brigand's Mirage or something.
I don't have any.
then I will close the book on pirates. We'll take a week off, and when we come back, we will be doing fairies in a big house for a few
In
weeks.
2025.
In 2025. Will that be the first session of 2025?
Yeah, January 5th.
It will.
Yeah.
All right. And Destil will
And
not
then
be
we-
joining us for that game, but we will have another player joining us who is a big mistake.
Are we?
Excellent.
We're keeping that a surprise, right?
And then after that, we all go to school.
After we'll do about 4 weeks of that, and then we'll all go to school. All right. Thanks for letting me run this campaign. I really
Thank
enjoyed.
you for running it, Brick Road. It was fantastic.
Thanks for letting us play.
But
Yeah, thank you.
I kind of intended this to be kind of a palate cleanser after Ravenloft, so I'm glad it grew into something in its own right.
Yeah.
It worked out really well. That's it. I'll see everybody in 2 weeks.
Cheers.
Later.
Have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, happy holidays.